Good evening, good evening, good evening, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. How are my lovely people? How are my folks? How are everyone? How are everyone? Have a good night, Zamiel. Have a good night, Zamiel. I am Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. And I am practicing my warm-ups and what I say when people come by stream, because, I don't know, it's been a couple of days. Oh my goodness, okay, we have a raid, right as I suppose you were waiting for me to actually be here. Hello, Raiders, hello, Raiders. Hello, Raiders. I have not even said hello to my own chatters, so this will throw me off a little bit. How are you doing? How are you doing? Hello, Sleeper Shark. There we go. CM Renji. Is that one underscore? That's one underscore. What were you up to, CM Renji? You were Pokemoning. You were poking the mons. How was Pokemon? How was Pokemon? Did you have a lovely time? Christopher, thank you for the 5 months. Thank you for the 5 months. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I'm a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. My main streaming content is that I do calligraphy, which we will be doing once we get done with the warm-up yap session. Tonight is a calligraphy stream. Tonight is a calligraphy stream, so I will have to remember to make sure that I write down your name in gratitude for raiding me tonight. And yes, my name. So let's get in hellos. Hello Almantas. Hello Serivat. Hello Almantos. Hello Gluel. Hello Zamiel Payne. Hello Momo. Hello Tayamichi. Hello Insensato. Hello. Oh, hold on, that was Zamiel Payne. I've already gotten Zamiel Payne. Hello, CM Renji underscore. Hello, Brati Kota. Hold on. Batty Kota Cat. There we go. Hello, Sleeper Shark. Hello, Culverit. Hello, Pure Churro. Hello, Christopher. Hello, Gringot's Underwriter. And of course, hello to all of the lurkers and the VOD watchers. Hello, hello, hello. I hope everyone is having a lovely evening. I hope everyone is having a lovely evening. Yes, for American watchers, I am American, and I am used to thinking in American terms. It is a nice early 10:15 in the evening for me here on the East Coast of the United States of Americas. So, you know, it is nice and early, right? Is a perfectly reasonable time frame to be streaming and to be working and to be getting things done and to be productive. These are all very reasonable things to do at this hour of the day, right? These are not. This is not a strange or odd thing for me to be doing right now, right? Yes. I hope you got any of your. I hope that you got some of your shinies, right? I hope that you got some of your shinies. Christopher, we're just getting started. I am hoping to go at least 6 hours tonight, if not 8. At least 6, maybe 8 hours is my plan. That's where my mind is at. We'll see how I hold up, right? We'll see how I hold up as the night wears on. I'm just organizing some of my windows here. There we go, and then there we go. Hello Akshi. I was looking for Lopunny and with a shiny Bagon. Okay. I will have to accept that is impressive. My entire Pokemon history is I played Pokemon Red around the time it released in the United States, probably a year after it released in the United States, because I almost never play games immediately on release. It is an instinct that I learned young on account of simply being cheap, and then it has paid dividends. It has paid dividends. I did not play Victoria 3 until it had been out for over a year, and that turns out to have been a wonderful decision, because I have pretty much only had good experiences with Victoria 3. I've had some frustrating experiences, but considering how irritated people tend to be at Victoria 3, I think I had a great time. And so I have played Pokemon Red, and I played Pokemon Snap. And does playing... He was not my main, but I did play Pikachu in Smash Brothers. Does that count? Like that's about the level that I'm at on my, like, Pokemon knowledge. I did like Pokemon Snap a lot. Hello, Floral Inari. Hello. So yes, I do not know a single non-first... I don't know anything about non-first gen Pokemon at all. FOMO got nothing on you. Actually, we did talk about this a little bit on the server. I have a particular psychology... So Star was in the 70s. Oh, Star Wars! I don't think I saw it when it came out. I don't like going to the theater very much. I literally only have one year where I went to the theater more than I think 3 times in a year, and that was 2018. And the only reason why I did that was because I had MoviePass. I had MoviePass, and I was 2 subway stops away from a theater. Movies I tend to see very late. I still haven't seen Annie Hall, for example. I still actually have not seen My Dinner with Andre. Oh, crap. There's some movie that I wanted to see for, I wanted to see the Bakshi Lord of the Rings for movie night this week, but I'm kind of tempted by My Dinner with Andre. I am so behind on these things. But yes, yes. No, I'm glad that you had good luck. Yeah, I don't have no FOMO. I am not 100% immune to FOMO. Because I am experiencing some amount of FOMO right now. Which is over Europa Universalis 5. Literally not a single thing I have heard about Europa Universal 5 makes it sound bad to me. Every single thing I've heard has made it sound really phenomenal to me, and that includes people saying negative things about it, because the things that people are complaining about are changes to the Europa formula that I thought were necessary. So, like, I am not bothered by that at all. Probably. I mean, so the actual thing that's going to stop me from it, I don't know how many people I know that Christopher obviously, like, knows. Paradox games are such an interesting genre to me. I'm just gonna, like, because people may not understand what the hell I'm talking about with, like, Europa and Paradox games and all this stuff. Paradox games, are a very strange genre of game. You may have heard of, like, Total War or Civilization, and that they are about, like, leading a country through world history and leading a country through those sort of situations. The Europa actually is. Hello, Fokino. Thank you. Welcome in. You're a Paradox slut. Yeah. I have been... Oh, Ava has fallen. Welcome in, Raiders. Oh my goodness. We are very rich tonight. We are wealthy. How was Guild Wars 2, Ava? Hello, Gargorath. Welcome in. Hold on. And that looks like GME Comorph. Thank you for the follow. That's very kind of you. I hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. My name for the Raiders is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy streams, which is what we will be doing in some period of time. My normal approach to these things is that I will kind of keep talking until we get to the ad break, to the second ad break, I guess, the 1 hour mark. And the main reason for that is because that's when I will get tired of not doing my calligraphy. That's when I will get tired of just talking without moving my hands enough. And so that's what will happen. That is probably how I'll do that. But for the Raiders, that is me. How was the Guild Wars 2? And I should have said this to Ava, and I should have said this to Merenji, and I should have said this to all of the Raiders. If any of you all need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. I do not want you to feel obligated to hang out here. Hello, last of the Gymnasians. I will take a pun. I also forgot something very important. I forgot a very important part of my ritual. I need to say hello to all of the lurkers and the VOD watchers. Thank you all very much for being here, even if you are not here contemporaneously, even if you are not here simultaneously. That is still very kind of you. It is still, very kind of you. That's when a circus hires a new performer, they test them by bringing them in the tent and seeing how high they can toss. They can throw in the ring toss. It's an intense higher ring process. That's pretty cute, Last of the Gymnasians. A thing that I must confess is that, in spite of the old man branding and in spite of the association so many people have with old men and the puns, I am not a pun meister. I am, in fact, quite weak. I am actually quite weak. That's the one piece of FOMO I have right now is for Europa. Hello, Brossive Gravy. And the place where that is really being attenuated for me, and perhaps the main thing that keeps me... There are two things that keep me from caving in and just buying it. One is that my experience has been that if I pay more than $50 for a game, it's a bad game. And I am at this point superstitious about it. I am at this point going, what if me buying the game at full price causes me to retroactively make it bad? What if I retroactively cause it to be bad? Which is a very... oh, no, I'm not gonna play GTA 6. Nothing about GTA 6 looks appealing to me at all. No. GTA 5 is like a top regret game for me. It's like a top tier, like, I regret buying and playing this game at all. I should have known better. I've gotten so little joy out of the GTA series. I think San Andreas is the only one that I ever had any fun with. Well, like kind of Vice City. And I don't know that I would enjoy them if I went back. With Europa, the other thing that really stops me, other than this strange superstition I have, that the quality of the game is contingent on it having had a fair amount of time to cook, right? Other than this, like, strange superstition that I have. A large part of it is that the regions that I care about in Europa Universalis are North America, India, Sub-Saharan Africa, South America, the Middle East. I probably should have said Central Asia. Central Asia might be higher than South America. and then after that, it like drops off really precipitously. I could be swayed by Southeast Asia, maybe. I don't know. I've tried Southeast Asia, and it never quite clicks for me in the way that South Asia does. But like Southeast Asia's been okay. I never enjoy playing in Europa. South America's good enough. It's East Asia and Europe. I don't like. Rexy Ribo, hello. I am talking about my relationship with FOMO, and specifically my relationship with FOMO and Europa Universalis 5. I, as a rule, don't really experience FOMO, and it's a I didn't think that was specific to the USA, that there's a North America and a South America. Those are I think most people, like in Japan, they divide it into North America and South America. Insensato. I mean, this is not me being like accusatory. I'm just kind of curious, like what country you're from, because again, like in Japan and China, they do divide it into North America and South America as well. I don't know. It's Argentina? Do Argentinians just say America? Because I feel like I don't know too many Argentinians. I haven't really asked them about this, but I feel like the Colombians and Venezuelans do a distinction. Yeah, Claire Obscure is one that I've avoided spoilers on, but I still haven't gotten around to playing it. I have no idea when I'm going to get around to playing it. I have no idea. My games backlog grows so fast as I've been streaming. Streaming has made my game backlog grow like way faster. I probably play less games now that I stream than I used to, right? Like and I'm exposed to so many more games, right? I'm exposed to so many more games. I play games a lot less, and there's a lot of. Oh no, I mean that one I'm familiar with in Sato. The thing about like USians, us calling ourselves Americans, right? Like that one I'm used to. But like the North America, South America thing, like Mexicans do it. Again, it's. I'm remembering my Japanese and Chinese maps, and they say North and South America. Like I've not really seen somebody do just a single like continent for North and South America. Hello Vovern, welcome in Vovern. Yeah, that was very funny. That was very, very funny. I for people who might be missing this, a couple days ago, I was in a repo collab, and we kind of just stopped feeling like playing repo, so we just did a podcast with repo open. So we just had our repo models doing mouth flaps while we were talking. But which was pretty funny. Which was pretty funny. Yeah, it was just a re-podcast. Yeah. It was kind of nice when I did remember to like I can move inside repo, so like I can add an amount of like head shaking and motion and like nodding in agreement and stuff like that actually translated fairly nicely, which was pretty funny. Which was pretty funny. It did really make me think about trying to set up a podcasting studio inside like VR chat. And really we could have done it like any of a number of games, right? Like it would have been extremely doable in Peak, which is what we started out playing. We had so many technical difficulties. It was so many technical difficulties. Warframe would actually be pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, Warframe would kind of be a good one, because Warframe has so much fashion in it. Warframe and Final Fantasy 14 are just like have so much fashion in them. I have so much more fashion in Warframe than I do in Final Fantasy 14. So I would be dramatically more expressive inside Warframe than inside Final Fantasy 14. But that's, you know, just me. That's just me. That is just me. But yeah. Yeah, they're much more. That's from Europa. That's from Europa. My quote number 1 is from Europa Universalis. That was from Europa. I do not recognize the reference, Londres. But yes. I have found it really interesting that Paradox games are things that like a lot of people don't quite hear about very often. One of the conversations that has been recurring on my streaming career that I find deeply funny is me and Nagi talking about game design. Oh, London. Okay. I never play England. Me and Nagi talking about game design is deeply funny because when Nagi talks about game design, she literally just means Dark Souls. Like it is literally just Dark Souls, Sekiro, and Elden Ring. And Bloodborne. She like, no other games have game design that she thinks is worth talking about. Like, she does not give a shit about non-Souls games. She hates Sekiro so much, Akshi. Like, I think Sekiro might be her least favorite game. Like, it's remarkable how much she hates Sekiro, which I have never played. I did not play Dark Souls until 2023, until July of 2023, and I am still blind. Nagi's extremely interesting. If I'm lucky, she'll show up tonight. Nagi's very interesting. I love Nagi. But she hates Sekiro. She despises Sekiro. I've played Contra. Yeah, I've played Contra. Messed up game. But yeah, I've played Contra. I've beaten Contra without the life cheat. But yes, so like that, to her, that's game design. And to me, I think the most interesting game design space to talk about in the current environment is Paradox. I think Paradox games are doing the most interesting stuff in game design. I think they are not making the best stuff, but I think that they are the real leaders of where game design is going, and I don't think that they're the ultimates. I think the most important game designers to pay attention to right now. Oh yeah, please have a good look, CM Renji. Please have a good evening. I think Paradox is doing really interesting stuff. I think Zachtronics is doing really interesting stuff. I think that there's a lot of really interesting stuff happening, particularly in the city building world. I think there's a lot of really interesting things going on. And she had never heard of Paradox games. Like, I remember like being live on stream with her. Hello, Incan Dreams. Hello, Incan Dreams. Thank you for the 3 months. I've played Half-Life in Sensato. I'm old. Of course I played Half-Life. I remember Counter-Strike Classic. And Team Fort Classic. Yes. Oh, the bot speaks. No, it's Dutch TTS. It's not Danish. It's Dutch TTS, and the reason for that is that it's funny. The reason for that is that it is funny. That's all. Yeah, like Nagi and I are just like not seeing games from at all the same perspective. Like, I think the most interesting game designer going is Vincent Baker. I don't even think it's close. I think Vincent Baker is responsible for like 50% of game design that's happening. I think he's like a fairly significant percentage of everything that is happening in game design by himself. Well, him and his wife. I shouldn't downplay McGoy Baker. Hello, Chocolate. Hello, Chocolate. But I think the game bakers, actually, speaking of bakers, yeah, City Skylines, the Paradox game that people often don't think about, that I think is actually the one that's like a top tier one to think about, is Mountain Blade. Mountain Blade rocks from a game design perspective. I think Mountain Blade is an incredibly interesting game. And it's just really funny. Like, my experience with the Souls-like games is I have only played, they did not make it themselves, but I think they published Bannerlord. But yeah, Mountain Blade rocks. Mountain Blade absolutely rocks. And I don't know, it's just so funny to me. I'm just like, if you're interested in modern game design, like, obviously you've played Crusader Kings. One of my favorite games, all from a design perspective, also an awful game. That happens a lot, Chocolate. That happens a lot. I think that's actually very normal. I think that's actually very normal. A lot of boundary pushing stuff is not boundary pushing because it's good, right? Like, I've played way more CK2 than CK3, but I think CK3 is mostly an improvement over CK2. I think Paradox is a company, because Paradox is really funny to me because I love complaining about Paradox. I am absolutely a person who spends a significant percentage of my like energy and thought being like, oh my god, these guys are screwing up so badly. But I still think that they are improving. I still think that they are getting better. Yes, hello Fire Rescue Guy. Hello Fire Rescue Guy. But yeah, I think that they're, you know, that each, I think the Victoria 3 by itself has more going on than oh, thank you for the watch streak as well. It has more going on in it than, like, I don't even know, like a fairly large percentage of like the entire FPS genre. Yes, Paradox does have that problem. Paradox absolutely has a chauvinism problem, right? Paradox absolutely has a chauvinism problem. Yeah, they absolutely are. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of games that it is worth saying, Ink and Dreams, that like I am not always the best judge of a lot of this stuff because I am so incredibly novelty seeking that, like, if something is like cool, if something like surprises me, that allows it to overcome a lot of other negatives. There's a lot of things that I am willing to overlook if I find a game interesting enough. From a design initiation standpoint. So like, there's a lot of things that I'm willing to overlook in backpack battles. There's a lot of things I'm willing to overlook in backpack battles, because backpack battles like really tickles a lot of things that I like in terms of PvP design. So like I'm absolutely willing to overlook a lot of things in backpack battles that are like the terrible sound design, the often crappy art. Like I'm generally willing to kind of like look past, to kind of just like ignore those in favor of the fact that like I really like their just like the basic underlying design and the basic underlying philosophy of the game appeal to me enough. Oh yeah, Chocolate. This is something that I developed a real disgust about. I was very much a crank. about some of this. Well, Chocolate, I'm going to say something that like might be a little bit inflammatory, which is that so people look at my branding, right? They look at who I am and how I absolutely do. People look at my branding, they look at what I do, they look at how I am on stream as a behavior, right? The tone that I set. And they want me to play cozy games. That is a thing that has come up fairly frequently. There's a lot of cozy games that get recommended to me. There's at least a couple that I still plan on playing. Like Strange Horticulture is probably going to get played on stream one of these days. And the so I spend a fair amount of time on the r/cozy game subreddit, okay, and looking at some cozy streamers over on YouTube, and this is a couple years ago. This was like 2 years ago, so I haven't been. I am not. This is like rusty, right? This is rusty. This is. Please forgive my lack of memory on specific games here, but what I kind of felt like watching at, looking at, well, I kind of felt like when I was looking at this and I was like reading how the community talked about cozy games, the people who play cozy games, and it kind of hit me that cozy game devs, I think, don't respect their audience very much. That's kind of like the incendiary thing, was that it felt like a lot of cozy games are really lazy asset flips of Stardew Valley, and it feels I don't want to, like, the thing is, like, I have to always be careful about framing this because it doesn't seem like it was. I don't want it to come across like I am blaming the cozy gamers, right? Like, this is the problem with having this kind of takes, is that, like, it's very easy to sound like you are being like, oh, these cozy gamers just like don't have any taste. It's all like this like blah blah blah. And like for one thing, I don't want to do that because like there's a misogynistic tint to that. But there's a real sense that a fair percentage of the games get away with being ripoffs. And I think part of why this happens is that a lot of the people who are in the cozy gaming environment, one, don't want to say negative things, and two, they want to play a game that takes up a fair amount of time, but doesn't, they want to play a game that takes up a fair amount of time, but doesn't very much take up a lot of cognitive effort, and they don't tend to play a lot of games widely, right? There's not a lot of people. Don't tend to play the games widely. They tend to play one or two games, and if it is enough of a time sink, they're happy with it. Hello, Keith. And so, if people don't notice that they've been ripped off for like 30 hours, you can kind of get away with a lot, right? Like if the norm for people playing the game is that they put in like minimum 30 hours before they even think all that critically about what they're playing, you can really get away with some shenanigans. And that's what it kind of looks like. It looks like it's the devs taking advantage of that. People were talking about like cozy games that like aren't like actual, because like cozy games is a genre definer, right? There's games that are cozy for you as a qualitative experience, and then there are games that are in the cozy game genre. Because for me, the comfort game for me, the game that I boot up when I just really want to like kill some time and just like feel at ease and feel lower stimulation levels, I think people know what game it is. I think at least one person in chat here knows what I'm going to say is the game that I return to as my, like, veg out, don't think very hard, just feel at ease game. No, Kerbal Space Program is very stimulating for me. Kerbal Space Program is very demanding for me. Kerbal Space Program demands a lot from me. Kerbal Space Program is a fun game for me. And yes, Vovern, yeah. Yes, Insane has it. It's Warframe. I have like 3,300 hours of Warframe. I am a legendary master of Warframe. Yeah, Little Rocket Lab is pretty cool. I haven't played Little Rocket Lab, but I got my friend Mabel to play it. Hold on, let me give Mabel a shout out here. That's been one of Mabel's games lately, and the reason why I haven't really played Little Rocket Lab is that it looks to me like a little bit. It looks to me like a more casual Factorio, and I kind of don't want that because I've played a lot of Factorio. You have 9,000 hours in Warframe. That's more than me. There are not that many people who have played that much more than me. And Warframe's not Chinese. Warframe's Canadian. Warframe is Canadian. Only a Canadian game could make an A+ plot line about their utter disgust with the American insurance health system. I don't think anybody other than Canadians is really capable of producing that level of total contempt for the American health insurance industry. I don't even think Americans can do it. Yeah, it's this is the thing, right? Like the mood versus like what is the game's aesthetic and the game's actual style, right? Like there's yeah, I would say Keith is also like I have very severe ADHD. And Warframe is like a great level of like chilling out for me. Like it's like that's like the level of visual stimulation for me to like turn on a podcast and like just kind of like veg out for me. Yeah, and that's the thing, Ink and Dreams, like this is why I'm kind of like going off of this. Like I haven't played Dredge, and I can see, and the thing is, like I haven't. Well, I mean, Keith, you're very close to me. I'm 3,000 hours. I am not 9,000. I'm 3,000 hours. 9,000 hours is a lot. Dredge, like the most recent person I saw playing Dredge was Potato Cat. Potato Cat has been playing Dredge the last couple days. I think she beat it earlier today. And she was so stressed out. She was having a horrible time. She was having a horrible time, with Dredge. She was miserable playing Dredge, but it's like, it kind of gets to the point of like, there's very different responses that different people have. Most people, I've had quite a few friends that I've tried to get to play Warframe, and they couldn't get into it because it was too overstimulating, right? It was too much particle effects. It just gave them headaches. And like that, I think it's actually not unfair, right? I think that's actually pretty reasonable. Hello, Best Under Heaven. Hello. In case I didn't get you before, I'm just making sure I got everybody. Okay, I've got everybody. Power Wash Sim, that's pretty legit. That's pretty legit. Power Wash Sim doesn't quite click super strong for me, but I also haven't played it a ton. I don't know if I've given it like enough of a shake. I've played it a little bit with my friend Alex, and that's about it. Ooh, yeah, Steel Path is fun. Most bosses didn't have unique skins. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out what Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. With me, Warframe, I don't play it super. I have not played it like with any level of seriousness for a long time, so I've just been continuously falling behind on content. I am just falling further and further behind on the actual content of the game, as time wears on. Like I am just increasingly falling behind on any of the content in the game. I have gotten further and further behind. When Necro, that's pretty old. For me, the grind from Warframe that I remember having the most pain with was Ash Prime. Ash Prime, I remember being an extraordinarily painful grind. This was back when they had before they had relics. Before the relic system, when it was keys, the tower key system. And I remember my friend and I doing 40 round runs in order to keep our keys spread out longer, and multiple times running out of tier 4 keys and having to spend like multi-hour sessions just grinding for the keys themselves. I want to say we did something like, I think we ran through something like 100 keys, so it's like a few thousand runs, a few thousand rounds of defense before we got it. Extremely painful. And the joke about at the end of the day is that neither of us actually even liked Ash. Like neither of us enjoyed Ash. It was just like, this was like the goal in front of us. It's the most brain off Warframe gameplay. I don't know. I mean, who are there? Who's got like a number 4 button one? I've never learned Gauss. I've never learned Gauss. So I don't even really know how his kit works. I think the funniest brain off gameplay for me is Maximum Range Atlas. Max Range Atlas is extremely funny. If people haven't tried this out, if any of the Warframe players haven't tried this out, the key to Max Range Atlas is 2 things. The first part is that his combo multiplier on he has a combo system for landslide. Hello Youthless. His combo system has he has a combo system built around his one, and it reduces energy cost and increases power by quite a bit. So you can get away with, you will get to the point where your landslide is functionally speaking free. That is step number 1, is that landslide will become functionally free if you are willing to spam it hard enough. And the thing is that reach makes it, having maximum range on landslide means that you will landslide across the better part of a tile in order to continue it, right? That's the actual part, is that like, if you have maximum range, you'll be able to find targets much more easily. And the real part about it is that while you are landsliding, you are invincible. That's the actual important part, is that landslide itself has a lot of iframes. Not like a small amount. It's like, it is a lot. As long as you have a legal target and you are clicking one fast enough, you are invincible. If you are doing landslide, if you are doing Atlas, right? If you can always if you can hit landslide fast enough, If you are always landsliding, you are invulnerable. It's really dumb. If you do this, I really recommend binding ability to a mouse wheel button, because you will break your one key. You will break your one key and give yourself a very severe repetitive stress injury. I find Excalibur people are saying some ones that think are like relatively demanding. Nidus, I find Nidus to be actually a little bit of a challenging one. Because Nidus is so like squishy. Nidus is so squishy. Neja is not actually invincible though. Like I am talking about actual invulnerability. I am talking about like truly hard, genuine invulnerability on Atlas in a way that is only comparable to old Valkyr. There are a couple of other frames who I think might be able to get true invulnerability. I don't know. I'm used to playing like against level like 150, 200 enemies, and Nidus feels so squishy to me. A lot of it's because he doesn't have a gate. He doesn't have shield gating. Lack of shields is like is really painful. Like that one gets really painful. I do play Titania a lot. I actually like the parkour Broth Soup Gravy. I like Titania a lot because Titania is like the more demanding. Yeah, Wukong is pretty hard to kill. The one who I think he used to be considered tougher, right? Like the game has gotten more deadly and shields have gotten much more valuable in terms of mitigating that deadliness. So like I feel like at one point I remember doing some math on this like years ago, but this was pre-Inaros rework because Inaros had a reputation for being an extremely tough frame, and I was like, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't work. And I did the math, I did the number crunching, and Inaros is like barely above average, or at least he was. This was like 5 years ago. No, more than that. It was like 6 or 7 years ago. Inaros was like barely above average. Like he was nowhere near a top survivability frame in terms of actual effective HP. His effective HP was in fact quite low compared to the really high tier ones, which were like Baruch, I think was the highest one. Now you're logging into Warframe, amazing. Baruch, yeah, the armor's not enough. The thing is, like, our HP plus armor is not. He might be better now because I haven't paid attention to his rework. Who's the Hammerden? I don't know. I don't know how to evaluate who the Hammerden would be. Maybe Saren. Baruch is, I think, was the toughest one that didn't involve actual invulnerability, followed by, I think, Mesa or Mirage. Mirage is I mean, Frost is still king for certain types of content, Keith. There are still certain missions where like Frost is really, really hard to beat. Frost is, for high-level mobile defense, I genuinely don't have a better solution than using Frost. I don't really know how you play without Frost at the like really high-level mobile defenses. Really high-level mobile defenses can be really, really challenging. Like Gara is not nearly as good at defending mobile defense objectives. People talk about it, and they're wrong. They're wrong. I'm a Gara main. Gara is my favorite character. And no, it's not close. Oh, Exalted Emily. Okay, I'm gonna snooze here for a second. I'm assuming that I can be expecting a couple more coming in. Yep, I could feel that coming. I could feel that coming in the air. Hello Raiders. Hello Raiders. You forgot to copy your own raid message. No, hat lady. No. No. Poor hat lady. Poor hat lady. And Arcane, another hat. Another hat. I'm going to be waiting a moment here because I have a suspicion that I will be getting at least one more in a few minutes. There we go. There we go. Hello, 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 Raiders. Hello, Raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy and I paint miniatures, and I talk about academic subjects. I have been... Thank you for the 7 months, Gwen. I have been ranting and raving about... yeah, and now I'm in awe. Yeah, my little guy, he's very cute. He's very cute. What, Rennies? What, Rennies? What, Rennies? Hold on, let me get in the quick series of shout-outs. I know what all of you were doing. Yeah, that's my hand. I posed for this one. Let me see if I can do this in order. Mission Molly so good. Shalom. Let's do Exalted was first. Exalted Emily. Exalted Emily is a cool hat lady. And Ratmost is going to be my collab partner tomorrow, along with Enigmas. So please check out the rat that has the most. Arcane is also a lady of hats, but her hat is also a strawberry, if I recall correctly. And let's get in Rennies. Rennies is a dear friend, whomst I adore, who does extremely long art streams very regularly. Extremely long furry art streams. She is very good. A vessel for the cream cheese. I see. I make red velvet cupcakes sometimes. I veganize them, of course. But let me also make sure I get in the hellos. Hello. Wait, no, I know Insane Asylum was already here. Hello, Exalted Emily. Hello, Ghost Storm 822. Hello, Ratmost. Hello, Arcane Memory. Hello, Rennie. Hello, Azlaria. Hello, Cobalt_Giraffe. Hello, H47 Hat. Hello, Tim Shell Show. Hello, Gwaine T. Hello, Epion. Hello, Big Mama Chunk. Hello. Yeah, here's some Rennie's art. But yes. How was Repo, folks? How was Repo? I assume that you were having a good time because it is friend slop. I did catch a little bit of it. But of course I started streaming. Gwyn killed us so much. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, that sounds correct. That sounds correct to me. Gwyn betraying you sounds correct to me. Quote bot 8. Well, excellent. I don't. So for the folks who came in, and I know that I'm going to snooze us again. Beardfish 8. Thank you for the follow. For the folks who came in, hello, your fave shut-in. For the folks who came in, this was something that was deeply funny to me. My previous stream before this one, my prior stream to what we are doing today, was I did a repo collab. I was doing a repo collab with Inari Reiju and Entity Morp, and we got kind of bored with playing repo. And so like we were having some technical difficulties, and so we were just in the car between missions, and then we just started talking, and then it just turned into a podcast where we just had our repo models on in the background. We just had our repo models on in the background while I was just while we were just talking about art and history for like 5 more hours. It was a pretty funny time. It was a pretty funny time. Hello, Cheshire Bones. Marine Corps birthday. Happy birthday to the Marines. Yes, that's what it was like, H47 hat. That's very much what it was like. That's very, very much what it was like. I say this often. I take my inspiration as a streamer primarily from, like, AM radio. Very heavily from, like, AM radio. Much more so than I do from, like, HoloLive or anything like that. Yeah, I definitely am thinking about, like, Car Talk, you know? and the Combat Jack show. Are much more my inspirations. I mean, my big inspiration is, of course, Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers and Carl Sagan and Bob Ross and, of course, above all else, Iroh. You know, number one, Iroh. Number one with an exclamation point, Uncle Iroh. Obviously, raiders, if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. Please do not feel obligated to entertain me. I would appreciate it. Please, you know, it is not, you are under no obligation. If you would like to be here, then I do appreciate it, right? I do appreciate it if you would like to be here. But if you have something better to do, I know that I tend to raid out because I am tired and hungry and cold, so I don't tend to stick around very much. You very totally ate before stream. That's good. That's good to know. It's good to know, Exalted Emily. That is good to know. Death of the Roman Republic is a challenging one to do from a Khaldunian perspective, which doesn't mean it's a bad choice for an essay, right? That's actually kind of a good choice for an essay. It's doing essay topics where, like, you fit into the analytical framework very easily doesn't tend to be very fruitful. Hello, Pickles the Little Dill. Hello. Hello. But yes. I have been talking about some old games that I love. As Laria, I thought that was the bourbon flag. The Spanish, I thought that was the Spanish flag. I was like, why the old Spanish flag, not the modern Spanish flag, the old bourbon Spanish flag. I was like, I'm too much of a nerd. I'm too much of a nerd about flags. It's dreadful. It's a dreadful habitus of mine. It's a dreadful habit of mine. Though I suppose it's probably extremely on brand that I am a big nerd about flags. Of all the damn things that I could be a nerd about. But yes, folks. We are about to, not particularly heraldry. No, not particularly. I tend to focus on cursed flags, like Liberian county flags. If you want to have a fun time, look up Liberian county flags. They're doing something special over there in Liberia. The Liberians have good taste. They have good taste. They've made a flag of jork in it. It's a pretty impressive thing. H47 hat says it's pronounced hat. I am comfortable saying H47 hat, but if you really want me to say hat, I can probably remember that. Yeah, St. Patrick's Cross was the other thing I was thinking about. Was that one as well? Those were like the two things I was thinking about. Like the Spanish flag and St. Patrick's Cross. So I was like, oh, St. Patrick's Cross might have been too obscure, so I did not say that one. But yes, we are about to get kicked to ads. We are about to get kicked to the ads. So I will see you all in a few minutes. I actually do take the ad break to get up and stretch because I am old and I like to get some water and use the bathroom during the ad break. I like to not be coming into the ad. I like to not be sitting here for too long, right? It isn't a benefit of having the ad breaks on the hour is that it causes me to have a good excuse. But yes, obviously, folks, if you need to raid and run, if you just want to hang out, all of these things are acceptable. All of these things are allowed in the Almantas stream. However, it is time for me to use the bathroom. I will be right back, and when we are back, we will be doing some calligraphy. So I will see you all shortly. And I am back, and I am back, and I am back. Here's Lightbox Coon. I have not actually gotten out my calligraphy supplies. What's the hobby you just don't understand why anyone would do? I think I have an expansive mind. I think I can understand why somebody would do almost anything. Oh, it's Vera! It's Vera. Hello, Vera. Hello, Vera. Good evening. hello, Vera. I think I have an expansive mind, and I think I can understand why somebody would do almost anything. That said, cave diving is pretty high on the list that, like, I find very viscerally upsetting. I find very, very viscerally upsetting. That's like really high on my list of like. Honestly, actually, to be completely legitimate, I mean, I'll give them more. To be completely legitimate, the hobby that is the least comprehensible to me is gacha games. Gacha games is so foreign to me. Even cave diving makes more sense to me. Even cave diving, even free diving, even I don't get it. I don't get it. But yes. Vera just debuted what is, for my money, the coolest model in VTubing. Spelunker's Rise Up. That's cute, Vera. Vera just debuted what is, again, like, for my money. I am so impressed with it, Vera. I am so impressed with it. I'm so glad that you came on to my stream the other day to talk about your model and, like, what you put into it and, like, what you're planning on doing with it. Folks, please do check out Vera. Vera is really amazing. Vera is very, very funny. She is much better at puns than I am. She has a very strong pun game. And I am just really grateful to be her friend. You know, I'm just really grateful to be her friend. It's just good to be able to, like, wake up and know that there are people like Vera in the world. Car Downloader, thank you for the follow. An amazing name. An amazing name. I mean, you're welcome on anytime, Vera. You're welcome on anytime. That is not an idle threat. And you know this. You know this. You've just come on randomly. You are capable of, oh, of course. I mean, that's like the power of a good interview, right? That's the power of a good discussion, right? Is that you get to work on your thoughts some more. Yes, Vera from Lorebeards. Vera from Lorebeards. Yeah, no, this is it was actually really funny. I will take a little bit of tooting my own horn here, a little bit of bragging here, that Vera and hello Fikren. Vera and hold on, let's put that away. Vera and Sotek functionally met through me. I'm gonna take a little bit of credit for that one, right? I'm gonna take a little bit of credit for that one. And the funniest part is I haven't been on Lorebeards. That's the real punchline here, is that like I have not actually been on Lorebeards. We've talked about me going on Lorebeards, but it hasn't actually happened yet. Just going through some old scrap paper here. I do. I have. I'm actually a little bit annoyed. I trimmed my facial hair for Offkai and it hasn't really grown back. Oh, it's not my birthday. It's no, it's just my beard used to be really long. is all. My beard is merely, like, big. It is not, I no longer have a super beard like I used to. I used to have a profoundly large beard. Now I merely have a fairly large beard. You're just here for the almonds. And Drakenkrieg467, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Oh, and Lore Keeper the Forlorn. Good to see you here. Good to see you here. That's not entirely true, unfortunately, Ink and Dreams. So what happens when you start shaving, also congratulations. Congratulations on starting to get in your a bit of beardiness. So what happens is that when you shave, the hair is sharper, right? The hair has a sharper edge to it, which can make it seem more dramatic, but it doesn't really make it that much more visible. If you have light hair color, it might just always kind of not be particularly visible, unfortunately. I have light-haired family members, and they just never. It's just hard to get it to be. Yeah, obviously, congratulations. Yeah, congratulations on the tea. Yeah. We're just doing a little bit of warm-ups here right now. It's well, I mean, it's a hold on. I'm gonna reset Droid Cam. It's a whole new ball game, right? It's a whole new ball game, right? To be on testosterone. Oh, hello, lesbian cat. Hello. Have I ever done cursive? Absolutely, Fake Run. I primarily, my default writing when I'm not, you don't really do cursive with a broad edge nib, but when you, I primarily write in cursive. I can pull out a regular pen here. I think this one's inked up. That's my normal handwriting. My normal handwriting is not anything to write home about, but yeah, it's I default to cursive. If you're asking about copperplate, no. No. Copperplate is a no. Copperplate is I have never gotten any amount of work done with copperplate. With any pointed script. Well, I can tell you that calligraphy will not solve that problem. You fool. Cursive has turned out to be one of the best things I ever learned in school. I stand by my belief that there are actually very few things that you learn in school that truly matter. Typing was a big one. Typing was a really big one. I would say typing, public speaking, and those would be like the top two. After that's like really debatable. What like specific skills, right? Like it's learning how to do things like studying is incredibly helpful. Learning how to study, learning how to research, those are incredibly helpful, but a lot of the skills don't really matter. Like I stand by math class as like a valuable thing to do, and like that math is not actually as hard as people make it out to be, and that you should learn how to do math. But like the individual math skills don't really matter that much. Words per minute is great, you think? Only thing I learned how to do in school is how to sing. That's crazy. That's crazy. I took a lot of vocal lessons in school. I did not learn how to sing. I did not pick up singing. I remain, to this day, a truly atrocious singer. Oh my goodness, that's dreadful, Vovern. Essay writing is very valuable. Essay writing is very, very valuable. Well, I mean, Vovern, you've talked. Vovern knows a lot. Vovern knows more about me on this front than most people do. It is something of a irony, given what I do, that I'm actually fairly hard of hearing. I think that people fairly reasonably assume that because I work with my voice so much, that I must have thoughts and opinions about vocal work and about sound, and nope. I don't have a complete absence of any taste, right? I don't have a complete absence of any taste. I can say that there are some people whose voices I like more than others. I'm on the record as saying that I really like my friend Vexen Cat's voice, right? But I'm actually fairly hard of hearing, and so like my audio is like all guesswork, right? I just used the wrong letter there. I can't actually see my guidelines, so this is like a fair amount of guesswork on trying to get the guidelines correct. Like Mozart. I mean, Oh, I see what you mean. I was like, Took me a second. It took me a second there. I was like, in what way am I like Mozart? I was like, oh, okay, that's what you mean. That's what you're referring to. But yeah, it's the actual people. I think it's really kind of interesting that the public discourse around education really focuses on the like technical skills that you learn in school. And it turns out that those tend to have very weak correlation with like life outcomes and with economic outcomes for the country in general, both of those tend to be like really weak correlations. Whereas like general communication and research skills tend to have very strong effect. And one of those things I keep on liking to point out, because this tells us a lot about how people think and how people discuss things. I'm going to turn on the Lightbox Coon, which will make this look like hell, because we are recycling paper right now, right? We are recycling some paper. Not confident about this one right here. The there we go. The fabled lock-in. I mean, I lock in pretty regularly, unfortunately. I consider it a bad habit, but here I am. But here I am. Oh, too much. Big respect for it. I think it's a problem. I think it's a problem. I think it's a problem. I forgot what I was even saying. But yeah, I think it's really kind of an interesting tell that, like, since 2020, the worst performing college major on the job market is computer science. Computer science massively underperforms, and English and history are two of the better performers. And this is something that's been like known for forever, is that most engineering degrees actually underperform most humanities degrees. The big exception is, in fact, petroleum engineering. Mechanical engineering has been a underperformer on average for like decades. People don't go into mechanical engineering for money. They go into mechanical engineering because they love mechanical engineering. Or if they do go into it for money, they didn't do research. However, we will talk about, people literally highlight English as like the major that has bad job prospects for decades, despite the fact that it has some of the best, very frequently, and particularly since 2020. It's had some of the best prospects. And a lot of that is just, a lot of it, what it comes down to is that it's very difficult to predict what is going to be the demands of the job markets on a year-to-year basis. I know, that's a very good point. That's actually a lot of the point that I'm kind of going for, right? Ink and Dreams, is that, like, a college degree in particular, to be maximally, even under maximum cynicism, right? A college degree isn't about teaching you how to have job skills. Does any of that data? It does. I don't remember it exactly because it's very complicated. Yeah, VTubing. VTubing is where all the computer scientists go, has been what I have learned. Usually, marketing, fire. The entire fire sector is dominated by humanities majors. Which is like, like the most lucrative field. Yeah, fire. Finance, insurance, and real estate. Most companies and government agencies are limited by the communication skills of their employees more than anything else. Like, almost any of the job-specific skills you need, you can learn on the job. Yeah, all those you would hate with another fire. I mean, they are evil fields. Like, they are evil fields. But they do employ a lot of people. They do employ a lot of people. I'm alternating a lot between really narrow letters and more normal shaped letters, and I don't think is a good habit. I'm sorry, this looks like a nightmare. This looks like an absolute nightmare. This looks like hell on... This looks like absolute hell on earth. What if I don't want to be evil for money? I will be honest, Ink and Dreams. I'll get back to you when I figure that one out. I definitely feel like in my lifespan, the amount of money that I have made from work I have done has not been, has not correlated with the social utility of what I do or the skillfulness of what I do. It has correlated with, how evil it is. The more guilty a job makes me feel, the more money, I've made on it. Is being poached by defense contractors. I mean, I feel like they're morally dubious. Hello, Gamma Churchill. Hello, Gamma Churchill. They are kind of morally dubious. I don't know. I feel like morally dubious jobs are morally dubious. I realize it's a bit tautological. Oh, thank you for the watch streak, Gamma Churchill. Oh, there's actually an explanation for that. There's actually a pretty coherent explanation for that. It sucks, but there's a very coherent explanation for that, which is that, so I'll use a computer programming specific example because this is really, really common in software. More common in software than in other fields for reasons that are, in fact, specific to software development. So, you are making software, right? You are making software. And you're on a team. You work for a company that's making software, and the software has a delivery date, right? The software has a delivery date, and you get closer to the delivery date, and you start crunching. Because that's how software works, right? You get closer to the delivery date, and you start crunching. And the workers start complaining, right? The workers start complaining about being short-staffed. The workers are complaining about being short-staffed, and you are management. The workers are complaining... Hello, Onirin. Hello, Onirin. Hold on, let me give this lady a shout-out. Let me give Onirin a shout-out. Onirin recently did a rebrand. She does a lot of puzzles on her stream. She does a lot of assembly puzzles on her stream. Yes, you were doing Dino Cop. You were doing Dino Cop. I hope that I caught a little bit of the stream, but I caught the part of the stream when you were doing puzzles. I didn't catch the Dino Copping. I hope the Dino Copping was good. But yes, welcome in, Onirin. Good to see you here. Good to see you here. But yes, Dino is pretty fun. Good. It's well, and here's what I was going to say. I'm sorry I didn't finish it, which is like the company, the employees are complaining that they are understaffed, and management doesn't want to hire any new people. And in fairness to management, particularly in software, there is a point where hiring more people doesn't actually decrease the amount of work anybody has to do. Because there's a point in the software development cycle where the amount of effort it takes to catch people up on the project is greater than the amount of effort that they could contribute to the project left. Which is an interesting problem to have. It's an interesting one for me to think about, which is why I brought it up. I guess I think it's kind of interesting. But so the staff are complaining about being understaffed, and so your options would be to hire more people. But if you don't want to hire more people, you can pretend to hire more people and do complete kayfabe recruiting, right? You do complete kayfabe recruiting. You just say that you're recruiting, and you do interview people, right? You interview people, you post the jobs, but the purpose of the posting of the jobs and the interviewing people is not for the purposes of hiring. It is for as a performance to signal falsely to your own employees that you care about their concerns. As worth pointing out, this is actually very expensive. From a corporate perspective, this is actually like very expensive. This costs like real money to do this. Job searches cost thousands of dollars. From a company's perspective, like, because you have to pay, right? You have to pay those HR personnel to do all the job search, and that takes up money. That takes up quite a bit of money. I think the average cost is over $4,000. I will also say that there's another reason why this happens. It is not just that the job listing is false. There's actually a very funny thing that happens, right? I've done some of this work, so I've seen this happen quite a bit. I've been involved in quite a bit of hiring. And another thing that can happen that is very funny and bad. I will just tell a story, right? Have a good night. Oh my goodness. 62 hours. That is brutal, Insane Asylum. Please have a good night. As a person who has done 62 hours awake quite a few times in my life, that is brutal. Please sleep well. So what'll happen I thought the Hatman was a Benadryl symptom. I didn't think that was just a sleep deprivation symptom. I've like very rarely hallucinated from lack of sleep. I don't know if I've ever. I don't know. Have I ever actually hallucinated from a lack of sleep? But yes, the other thing that'll happen sometimes is that the company will put out a job, right? A company will put out a job, and they'll put out a job, and they'll be sincere, right? So I remember a guy who worked at this company was like a no shit like big company. This was not like a podunk company. This was a company that's like a multi-billion-dollar revenue company. many billion-dollar revenue company. And they were hiring a pretty senior position, not like CFO, but like a pretty senior position, like a vice president type position. And they had 10 people got to the interview stage. 10 people got to the interview stage, and all 10 of them were fully qualified, okay? You're following along with this. They interviewed 10 people, all of them were fully qualified. Okay? So at that point, you are making a decision based on like culture fit, right? You're making a decision about who you hire based on intangibles. You are deciding based on like, do you like their personality? How do you expect them to stay with the company on the timeframes that you're thinking about? Would they be a cool person to work with for the group of people you already have? That is how you're thinking at that point, okay? Like, we are talking about hair splitting. Everybody's following along? Good. So, they're at the hiring process where they've got 10 equally qualified candidates, and they are making a decision based on intangible elements. And the hiring committee is pretty big. And one member of the hiring committee says, I really want person A. Okay? They say, I really want person A. Person A is the person that I'm willing to go down for. That I'm willing to throw down for. Another member of the hiring committee said, no, person B is who I like best. We're going with person B. I am willing to fight to make sure that person B gets hired. Do you know what the result of this was? 10 completely qualified candidates applying for one position. Because the hiring committee got into a fight over which of 2 of those 10 they preferred more, they scrapped the entire hiring process and started over. And I like this story. I like this story. I consider this story kind of strangely encouraging. Not because it shows anything rational about the search process, but because it really highlights that if you don't get the job, it has so little to do with who you are. Hello, Beautiful Angel. Why was what the method? The method was that you use this is the standard method for hiring for almost every job, but particularly for white collar jobs, is you do a filtering based on qualifications, and then you do interviews, and the interviews you try to get it down to 1 to 2 people, and then you do a second round of interviews usually. Sometimes people go to third rounds of interviews, but that's crazy. You do a second round of interviews to see like if they like the compensation package. And then you hire a person, right? Why did they... just scrapping everything and starting over? Oh, because the internal harmony of the team was more valuable than the hiring process. That's why. The entire hiring process is... For this hiring process, it was probably quite a bit more expensive. The average cost of hiring a person, just in terms of like the expenses of doing paperwork and everything, and like doing the interviews, is about $4,000 plus. It was like $4,000 back in like 2015. So it's probably quite a bit more by now, because we've had relatively high inflation. So $4,000, $5,000. Let's call this one $10,000, right? Like, they spent $10,000 on that job search process. $10,000 sounds like a lot of money, but compared to somebody actually quitting who's like really, really valuable to the company, nothing, not worth it. Not worth it at all. Not worth it at all. Yeah, that is correct, Incan Dreams. That's where I think we land. That's where I think we land. That's certainly where I land. Oh, a second, there's something bugging me. Gotta... An annoying and stupid confession here is that I have the credits theme, I have the waiting screen theme for Malfina stuck in my head. Very dumb. Very, very dumb. I feel like I need to like listen to something else in order to like get it out of my head. Yes, I was a sociology professor. What's the question, Fake Red? Have a good night then. Have a good night then. I mean, I am here to have a good night. Yeah, the position itself was likely scrapped and the process restarted. That's actually pretty likely. Like, the point of this is just like it's probably not your fault and it's all chaos. This is part of the reason why I really recommend being very psychologically disengaged from your, very emotionally disengaged, I should say, from your own job search process, right? Like that's like the actual, like, real takeaway here. That's the actual, like, real takeaway here. So I just want to put on some music in the background. I just want to make sure it doesn't interfere with you guys. We should be good. I was trying to look for something that wouldn't be that was like appropriate. Okay, that's pretty loud, but I can handle that. Well, that's more of a history question, right? That's more of a history question. Sociology has adapted extremely well to the social media era. The social media era has been, from a sociology research standpoint, an absolute bonanza. And sociology has been very invested in social media this entire time, right? There's not a lot of change to be done with regards to social media, because social media, like, that's already like deeply well accounted for. The techniques that are necessary for studying social media from a sociological standpoint were mature by the time Facebook was invented. Like, MySpace was the real, like, start of the field on that, of the subfield of social media studies. Yeah, MySpace. I honestly, as I get older, the more I'm like, we need to return to tradition. On this one, I'm becoming a return guy for MySpace. MySpace gave you so much more user control and freedom and expression than like any subsequent social media. I wasn't even really a MySpace user. Like, I was like, this is dumb. But I would much rather have a MySpace than a Twitter. Space Hay. Consensus? I feel like it's so expansive that there isn't any specific consensus beliefs. Actually, you did remind me of something that made me very angry earlier today. So you get me to be a little bit angry about one of the most annoying people on online anymore, which is Newsom. I despise this man. I despise Newsom. Newsom put out a executive order on social media, specifically talking about the negative effects of social media on men, and literally none of the stuff that he talked about was male specific. Yeah, Gavin Newsom, that one. Literally none of the stuff he talked about was male specific, and in fact, it was generally stuff that affected women worse. Very frustrating. Very, very frustrating that he took an issue that mostly affects women and just made it about men because he's a misogynist. I don't know what else to say about the guy. Like, he just hates women. That seems to be his main political project. I think it might be his second most important political project for hating poor people. He just hates poor people and he hates women. I do not like Gavin Newsom. You are not going to hear me say nice things about Gavin Newsom. He is, I cannot figure out a way to make sense of what he does as a politician. Yeah. Oh no, Gods No Bears is cool. I haven't watched it very much. Yeah, he's very transphobic. He is very transphobic. Frankly, he's a person whose objection to Donald Trump is that he is not personally Donald Trump. Like, he does not object to Donald Trump's political project. He just objects to the fact that he's not the guy in charge of it. I do not like him. How is he a Democrat and transphobic? There's quite a few of them. I mean, it's my constant thing that I am amazed by is that the Democratic Senate, the Democratic leadership and elected officials are often to the right of not just their constituents, but even Republican constituents on a lot of issues. I bring up weed legalization a lot, not because I particularly like weed. I honestly don't. But because weed legalization is so... Also, hello, Rena. How, like, weed legalization is, like, ludicrously popular. Like weed legalization might be, like, the most popular position in American politics. It's ridiculous how popular it is. And congressional Democrats are generally opposed to it. Weed is a racist. Hello, Jazzahol. That's definitely a lot of it. It is really telling that, like, when weed is legalized in various states, including my own, it is like all of a sudden weed goes like overnight from being a primarily black business to being primarily a white business. And it's like not for nothing, right? That like we don't accompany weed legalizations with amnesty for people already in prison for weed, right? It's like, oh, this isn't illegal anymore, but we've already got you in prison, so it would be a waste, right, to let you go free. And well, I mean, so you've actually, Aslear, you've actually hit on something I think is kind of interesting, which is like, I don't think the maximalist form of prohibition never works is actually accurate. Like, sorry, there have been various forms of types of prohibitions that have been more and less successful over time. American alcohol prohibition is like a famous failure, in no small part because like alcohol was already extremely embedded in our culture when they tried to prohibit it. And it was not popular, right? Like the alcohol ban was not popular. The people who did the alcohol, who made prohibition happen as a political project, the prohibitionists, the temperance movement, there we go, were extraordinarily canny political operators. Extraordinarily canny political operators. And they took advantage of weaknesses in the US system, because the US has checks and balances that are designed to allow minorities to overrule the majority. Like that's an explicit part, right, of our series of checks and balances. And that worked, right? Like they found places where those checks and balances can be exploited, and they very successfully operated them to get their pet issue passed. And this required years of extremely disciplined political activism. This required years of extremely successful, extremely organized political activism that I think other movements could probably learn from. Hot take. But, you know, they then imposed an incredibly unpopular behavioral modification law on the general public. So yeah, not surprising that it was incredibly unsuccessful. Well, I'm gonna stick to my guns here, as Lyria, is that it's contextual. It's contextual here, right? And there's also a bit of a difference between, like, the real question is it worth doing? Okay? If there is demand for something and the supply of it is achievable, then you're never going to completely stamp it out. But, and particularly not if there's not social buy-in. Yes, fake run, they will. They absolutely will. They absolutely will. That's not ambiguous at all. That's not ambiguous at all. That's not ambiguous at all. They absolutely will study. They actually will study people like me. People like me will be a resource in the history books. Have there been environments? Absolutely, absolutely. I have been on a kick recently on Edo, Japan. Edo, Japan had dozens of types of prohibition that were all very successful. They were all successful for 200 years. They were very, very successful in Edo, Japan. Part of this is the social context, though, of Edo, Japan being a highly controllable environment. It's kind of like Edo, Japan's entire existence was a very highly controlled environment. It was a very non-permissive environment, and so, and there was very little resistance. Therefore, the things that they were prohibiting were things that people were generally okay with being prohibited. That's kind of the big thing, right? Is that if the public buys in, okay, so let's. I'm really trying to talk around one that I think everybody here would agree with should be banned and is worth banning. And I'm really trying to talk around. I really don't want to say the one in question. Actually, here's one that's like a little bit less complicated, right? Here's one that's a little bit less complicated, is that gambling. Gambling in the United States has been on a radical rise over the last couple of years. And we can trace the function of how much gambling there is in our culture very clearly with loosening of restrictions on gambling. We can see huge jumps every time we remove a restriction on gambling access. So, like, did we ever eliminate gambling down to the last person gambling? Did we ever do that? No. But clearly our prohibitions on gambling in various formats did have an effect. And again, there's these questions around social buy-in, right? Like, weed criminalization in most of the areas that I've lived has been a joke my entire life. Like, it's been a total joke my entire life. And if anything, it honestly feels like people actually smoke less weed now that it's legal in New York. Because it's not cool anymore. You're no longer, weed has become a, they just take edibles. I think, well, it's less of a party drug, it feels like. It feels like weed has gone from being a, like, cool, subversive party drug to being something that, like a couple of people do rarely. Oh no, the Jazz Hall, I'm down for banning gacha. I am down for banning gacha. And honestly, that was, like, somebody asked earlier before you got here about, like, are there any hobbies you find incomprehensible? And it's gacha for me. That, like, I was like, I feel like I can understand the people who are doing, like, base jumping and cave diving, even if it's just, like, even thinking about it makes me, like, nauseous. But, like, gacha is, like, truly baffling to me. Oh, I spelled disco wrong. Gacha I, like, really don't get. And it's, like, it's a really funny one for that to be the hobby that I do not get. Yep, I was like, yep, that's why they had many types of, well, and here's my point, right? Like, it's yeah, I can understand liking the art, which you can easily view for free. That's the reason why I'm, like, completely losing my mind on it. Is I'm like as, like, a fundamental part of the gameplay loop is not playing, is like paying around playing the game, which is, like, a confusing behavior to me at the best of times. And then, like, that's, like, the gameplay. I don't get it at all. I'm so lost. I am so lost. But I think Gringotts is right to point out that they're not going to be stopped anytime soon. But it is a hobby that I find completely incomprehensible, and I don't think we would be that much poorer if, as a society, if gacha games were all, like, free. Like if they were, if it was not, if we made it so it was not possible to whale on a gacha game. I don't know, Fikren. Fikren, you're talking about, you're talking about the Annales School of Historiography. I've not found Annales really compelling as a school, and I've never gotten deep into it. I do tend to think a lot about the food systems. Food systems really affect how a culture operates, and I'm assuming you meant tolerant, not tolerable. And from what I can tell, foraging societies seem to be very tolerant, and pastoralist societies tend to be really close-minded. And agrarians seem to kind of fall between those. Seems to be my abstract notion, but I am really, really hedging here because that's I'm just kind of going off of what it looks like as a person who hasn't, thought that hard about this or done specific research on this question. That's kind of what it looks like in terms of how much, internal policing of behaviors these societies do. And agrarian societies do a lot of internal policing, right? I don't think people need to be reminded of this, that agrarian societies are very, very culturally policing. But that is, it does not seem to, I feel like it does not hold a candle compared to what I've seen from pastoralists. I'm not sure about this browse. I'm using the browse nib holder. I usually like to use the pilot parallels. But I have a plan for today. Oh, we are on ads. We are on ads. Goodbye, Lightbox Coon. And I'll be back. I'm back. I am back. I am back. Oh, Gotsiper, you asked about this. You asked about this earlier. I actually have not read anything particularly good recently. During the ad breaks, I have been reading some passages from the Opium War through Chinese Eyes, and it remains a banger. Opium War through Chinese Eyes that's a banger of a book right there. That one rocks. I don't know if it holds up on the actual history merits, but it's seems like it does because it's largely primary source reporting. But of course, primary source reporting has its own weaknesses, right? This is in fact the fundamental question of being a historian: is how trustworthy are your primary sources, right? I mean, the big flaw is it's Wade Giles. That's the big flaw. Is it's in Wade Giles, which is just you. But I have grown more annoyed with it as I've gotten older. When I was younger, I was regularly reading things in Wade Giles and Pinion next to each other all the time, and I was just like, yeah, whatever. But maybe I'm just getting like crotchety or like set in my ways as I get older, but like now I'm just like, oh, come on, man. Hello, Matthew. Oh, thank you. Thank you for 11 months.
Subscribed voor 11 months.
11 months. Thank you for the 11 months. Really, I don't. I don't. I mean, the TS is a little bit better, but I don't like the HS thing. I don't like the HS thing at all. I don't like the use of apostrophes either. I'm actually doing right-hand calligraphy. My hand was feeling kind of tight earlier today, but then it started to feel fine. So I'm doing correct hand calligraphy today. I have a specific 2 things that I want to get done today with my calligraphy. There are 2 birthday messages I want to write. Also, hold on. Big Friend, the main time that I can think of I saw it in a dream that was taken seriously is from the 19th century. I actually don't know what ancient sources people are talking about that are I saw it in a dream, but Kekule is, in the 19th century, is the main person I think of as a person who saw it in a dream and it's still, like, accepted. Like, it's still, like, accepted. I'm sorry. It's the guy who developed the structure of benzene, he's probably lying, but he claims that he came up with the structure of benzene in a dream. So that's, like, the main one. That's the main one. But yes, Vexen Cat has been reading Jane Eyre. I like Jane Eyre. I like Jane Eyre. My opinion on it is more negative than when I first read it when I was a teenager. Because I just like loved it when I was a teenager. I just thought it rocked as a teenager. And as an adult, I'm kind of upset by the like glamorization of like abuse in it, which is also kind of like the Bronte's whole thing. That's kind of their whole thing. Oh yeah, no, it's a gothic tragedy. Yeah, it's extremely a gothic tragedy. Yeah. Yeah, that's the whole deal. That's the whole deal. Yeah, they do have a sad history. They have a sad legacy. They very much glamorized the tragedy of it all. Since it was directly responsible for the... Yep. Yep. I am pretty grateful that my chance of dying of tuberculosis is pretty low. And the chance of any children or nieces or nephews I have dying of tuberculosis is pretty low. It's, I'm pretty grateful for that. Of John Green. Oh, I it took me a second to figure out what the heck you were talking about. Yeah. That's... I definitely don't. Because I knew tuberculosis was so like embedded in my mind well in advance of me ever knowing who John Green was. But I do understand where you're coming from. I gotta say that as a warm-up goes, this has been really atrocious, right? Seeing the letters through the backlight through the other end of this, because I'm reusing an old sheet, right? Is really messing me up. And I think I might not bother with this browse nib very much. Browse nib holder. Very much in the future. You know, screw it, we're done. Have you considered how romantic it would be to get consumption? I have, and I think that sucks. Extremely enthusiastic about not getting it. Yeah, use up both sides of this. Dang it, this was my, like, one clean sheet. Dang it. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna turn off Lightbox Kun for a moment because there's something I want to look up. There's something I want to look up here. Okay, I think I got what I'm looking for. I think I got what I'm looking for here. Okay. I think I got what I'm going for here. Okay. There we go. I want this side. I'm gonna have to do a little bit of calculations while we're on this. And how something becomes a meme? That's tricky. I feel like I should know. So because that is actually like somewhat related. Hello, the Mother Mafia _ Hello, hello, hello. Like, so the nature of what makes something a meme, the nature of what a meme is that it is a cultural element that people feel comfortable repeating. And so what makes something a meme is that people meme it, right? That's what makes something a meme, is that people think it is worth repeating and are willing to put in the effort to repeat it and to proselytize it to others. That's the thing that makes something a meme. Memes don't make themselves, right? These are a meme is a designation of a thing that people work with. Memes they're more fundamental than that, Gamma Churchill. Like the concept of immortality is a meme, right? Memes are actually very tiny. It's like like people have said like religion is a meme, and that's like a massive misapplication of how most academics would think about it, because a religion is way too big to be a meme. Individual spiritual adjacent beliefs and practices are memes. There's not a Costifer, memes have been in textbooks since the 1980s. That has been a term. Meme theory has been an established thing since the 1980s. Well, I mean, Fikren, that's what they're defined as, right? A meme is an analog for. A meme is the cultural analog of a gene. Like that's the reason why they're called memes, is they're supposed to be a mix of memory and gene. Like they're very tiny cultural elements that are designed to be like the DNA of the culture, right? They're not so much of the soul, not of psychology, but of culture, which is much larger, of social behavior. And so what would Jesus do? I suppose that's not a bad one. That sounds like a good application to me. White _ chocolate _ heart. Thank you for the follow. And hello, hug a tree, be a target. Hello, hug a tree. The phrase hug a tree, be a target is a meme. Oh, hello, Noir. It's Noir. Thank you.
I snuck in on you finally.
How long were you here?
About a minute and a half.
Okay. I was like, I'm pretty sure I was looking periodically in here, so you couldn't have been here too long.
Yeah, it was about a good minute and a half. I was just sitting here, all sneaky like.
All right, let me give the shout out to, and she is not a cat.
Fox, thank you.
Yeah, she is more dog like. How was no? I'm not a human. How was the humaning? I think I caught some of that.
It was interesting. I have some issues with the gameplay.
Okay.
Overall, it was pretty fun. I had a good time. I was just more frustrated that like it was like, whose line is it anyways? Where the rules are all made up and the points didn't fucking matter.
Okay. You felt like that. You felt like the connection between the feedback and the inputs was not solid.
Yeah, it's my primary issue. Have you played the game?
No.
So
I've watched people play it. I get the ideas.
Yeah, my primary issue with the gameplay is that there's so many potential ways to discover whether someone is or isn't a visitor. And you only get so many chances per day, right?
Mm-hmm.
To check however many people you may let into your house. And there's not enough resources to allow you to be effective in this manner. You just have to basically guess. I think a lot of it's like memorization, like learning what each individual character type may have or may not have a deviated characteristic, I think.
Well, that's usually pretty unsatisfactory.
Yeah, it's like it's cool. Just really the there's not enough resources, I think, broadly. But it's cool. Would recommend.
Vance Death, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. That's a challenge in making horror games in general that have a resource management elements, is that like if you like, that's so much of like what horror gaming in my experience has been kind of about in terms of mechanics, has been about like try to make people feel paranoid about running out of their resources. Do you feel like that's accurate?
I think that's a reasonable assessment. Yeah.
And the challenge of that, right, is that if you give them too many resources, then the mechanic just completely breaks, right? There's just no mechanic.
Yeah.
But if you mess up the resource balance in the too scarce direction, then it also feels like it doesn't matter.
Correct. I
right,
mean, sorry, go ahead.
Which I've always found to just be a challenge. I don't know if it's an insurmountable challenge. I want to be clear here, because sometimes people think I'm going like, oh no, it's just like impossible. I don't think that's what I'm trying to say. It is a challenge in doing any kind of horror game design that the things that tend to make a horror media scary and effective are things that game design tends to really fight against at a very fundamental level.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's a challenge. Not an insurmountable one, just a challenge.
It kind of I'll come back around to that in a sec. But for me, like, to give you an example, okay. So over a course of a night, I think there's like 3 or 4 times a person can knock at your door, right?
Okay, yeah.
And you have to decide, do I want to let this person in? And the only thing that you have to really help you figure anything out, like at the initial point of contact at the door, is like, it's purely experiential, right? Like you have to have seen them before and like have an understanding like, oh, this is like, because there's some characters that are absolutely safe and some that are absolutely not. Like 100% of the time. But there's a huge swathe of them that are maybes, right? And then, so you can't not have people in the house. That's the sticking point. You have to always have, like, I think 3 or so people in the house at any point in time, because if you don't and you get like a FEMA visit and the Pale Man on the same night and FEMA takes 2 people, right, or whatever, the Pale Man will just open the door and kill you, right? So there's like this constant threat of having to make sure you have enough safe people in the house, knowing that you're never going to you're never going to at any one point have enough absolutely safe people, so you have to gamble. But then you get them, and I think there's like 5 or 6 different ways that you can test them. And at the start of the game, you only get 2 energy, and then I think in the second week you get 3, and closer at the end you get 4. And so if you don't get enough like absolutely safe characters, or if you do and FEMA just takes them all, right, you're kind of shit out of luck. So you have to gamble. And I think you have to learn, of the randomized characters, you have to kind of learn what tests you can do on them that will show you definitively whether or not they're a human. And I think that's where the gameplay kind of comes from. And I don't think it's awful to be like experiential, right? But I do think it feels really bad at the same time to where like you could literally give your best effort, like put your best foot forward on everything, and still lose just because like you have a lack of knowledge that the game doesn't do anything to attempt to arm you with initially. And I guess you could argue about the merits of whether that's good game design or not, but I think especially as a new player, it's very frustrating game design.
I do feel like that's the thing that I see a lot of game design kind of rely on is like, and I'm not super into it. I am not myself super into it as a design approach, and I think this is probably somewhat telling that like, right, like when you look at the games that I tend to like really get invested in, right? Like you've seen me get pretty invested in a couple of games. They tend to be games that have a high degree of transparency.
Yeah.
And that are not so much knowledge based as like deduction and induction based. That's relatively low discovery involved in them, and that's the thing, like the way that you're describing makes it sound like a game where I'm just looking at it, I'm just like, I'm not into that.
I mean, like, I don't have an issue because it's kind of one of those things where like a lot of horror games, for better or worse, rely on this, right? I think probably the most prominent example, forgive me for mentioning this, but Five Nights at Freddy's does exactly this, and it does it like in probably the most like bare bones, in your face sort of way, where like the only way that you actually learn how to be good at this game is learning character patterns. If you don't learn character patterns, you're gonna die. Period. That's just the way it works, right? But the issue between this game and something like Five Nights at Freddy's is that in Freddy's, from the very beginning, you are armed with the amount of resources that you could reasonably need in order to succeed. And no, I'm not a human. You are not. And I think that's kind of where the issue lies. I think it would be better if it was a system like an exhaustion system where you could ask a character maybe 1 or 2 times a night, test them a couple of different ways, and then maybe do something like randomize whether they give you a good or a bad signal, right? I would be more into that. I think that would be, even if it would be obviously the nature of randomness is a bastard, but I think it would be, at least for a person that's trying it for the first time, funner than, oh, well, I didn't know this, so I just get murdered. Or like people just get murdered in my house, right?
Yeah. Again, I haven't played it, and I don't play a lot of horror games. My own kind of, I don't know. I'm not nearly as much of a horror person as you are in general. Like it's a genre that I can think of piece of horror fiction that I've really liked. Even including games. I frequently cite Signalis, right?
I still need to play that.
Ooh, you're going to really like Signalis.
Yeah, I heard it's very gay.
Yes, it is made of, by, and for lesbians who make techno remixes of Soviet anthems.
Oh, hell yeah!
It's a very specific type of audience that
I gotta go
I'm
wish
friends
list
with all
it
of them.
before I forget.
And that is that's kind of where anyway, so like, it's not like there aren't, I don't have like any horror that I like I love I Have No Mouth and I'm a Scream.
Great title.
Yeah, I love that one. I loved Get Out. I love Brazil. Brazil's an amazing movie. But there's a lot of things in video game design that at like a very deep level, like very, very deep stuff, like just the ability to save and load at all, right? Like, and I'm really glad that I played Signalis and Silent Hill on stream and not on my own time, because if I had played them on my own time, I am such a goddamn perfectionistic little nerd.
Yeah, I know, Mr. Spreadsheet.
Well, I mean, it's really bad with any game that's like with all like survival horror games, because you know what I do in survival horror games?
Oh no. Do you optimize resource usage?
I'm so much worse.
Oh no.
If I make a mistake, I load.
I have a game for
forever.
you. I have the perfect game for you. Okay.
Is it Opus Magnum? Because that is the perfect game for me. But go ahead.
Good choice, but no.
Yeah, I love Opus Magnum.
All right. There's a game that came out like a long time ago at this point that kind of like changed the way that people generally like deal with horror, right? All right. It's called you may have heard of it. It's called Amnesia: The Dark Descent. Okay?
I've heard of it. I have heard of it.
Now, I didn't care for Amnesia. Not a big fan, right? I didn't like the way it introduced horror. However, there was a game in the series that came out just a couple of years ago called Amnesia: The Bunker.
Okay.
And you want to know what this game has? No saves.
Nice.
It's a survival horror experience that isn't just a hide-a-thon, and it's a brutal resource management game where you can actually complete the game completely without utilizing any of your resources, but it's going to make things take way longer, and it can potentially cause you to enter states where you will get chased and murdered by the monster. So you have to decide, when is it appropriate? How should I use my resources? When should I use my resources? Like, one of the best ones is the gun, okay? You get a revolver. Now, the revolver can do a couple of things. The two most notable is you can use it to shoot open locks. Now, you can also open locks by, like, picking them or finding the key, right? But if you're really on, like, a crunch, right? You can just shoot the damn thing open. You do not get many bullets in this game.
I will say that this is you have figured out a way to make me deeply miserable. This is a game I would simply not play. I would simply not. Something that you've reminded me of that I think is very funny. People are saying it's brutal in chat. I'm trying to play around with this. It is
brutal.
With this, I'm not sold on these like more gauchy calligraphy inks from Speedball as opposed to just using more fountain pen ink. I know this is like part of the point of using dip pens is that you can use these types of inks, but they just like they behave so fucking badly.
Do you need to punish them? Do you gotta like drop some thinner in there and like verbally berate them or something?
I'm publicly berating them right now.
Just says Amnesia: The Bunkers in World Mini Game. That's crazy.
You have found a game that would actually make me suffer. Is like here's an example, right, that I always really like is have you ever heard of The Forgotten City?
Absolutely.
Have you played it?
I haven't played it.
Okay. I will. This is not much of a spoiler. This is like 0% spoiler. At the beginning, you select your character's background. And one of the backgrounds you can select is cop. So the other backgrounds are like historian, which gives you additional like dialogue options. I forget what the other ones do. And then there's cop. Do you know what the cop gets instead of additional dialogue options or skills?
A gun?
Yes, exactly. You get a gun. And the game tells you you do not get more bullets.
awful. The way it kind of works in the bunker is I mentioned that, but the other main thing it is it's used to stun the monster temporarily, right? Like you can, it has to go into like a regeneration phase, blah blah blah, right? So you kind of, but if you use it like to shoot open a door, it's gonna hear it, right? Like the monster, the AI for the monster in this game is very smart. And so every action that you take will affect how the AI interacts with you in this instance. So it's a great game. I would recommend it. If you think it would make you miserable, maybe not.
I mean, things like that might be okay for content purposes. This has been a challenge, right? Is that like, you can watch like an Inari stream, and there's all sorts of games that like cause Inari to freak out, and it's funny. And she's a good sport about it.
I love this game she's playing now. It seems so funny. The RV game.
Oh yeah, the RV game. I picked it up. I think it's.
I want to play it. It looks so funny. We still gotta play Major right now,
Almantas. We do. Fuck.
Organize it.
Okay. I'll try to organize. I think I've already got my collabing set up through. I might actually have freedom next week. I think the week after I'm booked. But I think next week I'm okay.
I am free until mid-December.
Okay. My life starts to turn into a nightmare in January. Then things get like really dicey. But see, this is every time I think I've got the knack for this crap. I'm not into this.
You probably gotta thin it more, honestly.
I mean, well, the thing is, like, it's in the bottle, so I don't really want to thin it in bottle.
Oh, you don't have any extra.
I've got acrylic thinner, but I'm not even sure this is acrylic. Because this is not acrylic paint. This is where's the cap? I want to put on the cap before I turn it on screen. Oh, there's the cap. Acid-free archival. Let's see what's made.
Oh, it's archival ink?
Yeah. That just means what quality it is, right? That doesn't tell you anything else. It's... Well, hold on. Let's turn off Lightbox Goon so you can actually see a damn thing. It's a speedball...
No, do not add water.
Well, I don't know. I don't actually know, like, what it's made with, right? Like, it's...
Yeah.
Looking at it,
Speedball?
it's looking latexy. It looks latexy to me, but that doesn't tell me very much.
I am checking the...
I'm just gonna get rid of this and switch over to a different red ink that I know will behave decently. That I know is more water-based. I've got some red fountain pen ink still. It's not very good red fountain pen ink. I'm honestly like this is... I am probably going to convert everything over to Iroshizoku and just never look back because I just like... There's the number of inks I have that are non-Iroshizoku that I like is like so small. And the rate at which I like Iroshizoku inks is like 100%. But I do have some... There we go. Paradise. Paradise Pens Red. I'm pretty sure they are out of business. So RIP to them.
Sad, yeah. I think like...
But yeah,
I'm not
my point with that is my point with my thing about the story I was telling with Forgotten City is
yeah.
I saw you do not get more bullets and I was like, okay, I'm not playing that class at all.
You need more bullets?
Well, if something's non-sustainable, I just never use it.
Okay.
Like those are like with anything. And the only time one of the funniest ones to me is I played Prey like a lot. I really liked Prey. I really liked Prey.
It's a great game.
And yeah, it rocks. And part of my experience with Prey was I didn't have a sense for how many grenades you get or how powerful they would be, so I just never used them.
Oh no.
I just never used them until so I did my first run. I did no psionics at all.
You're
None.
a fucking madman.
all human powers only the first run.
You are a madman.
Yeah, I recycled them all, Jazzahol. That's what I did. I recycled all the grenades. So I did only human powers for my first run. And then I did only psychic powers for the second run, only Typhon powers for the second run. And then for the third run, do you know what I did for the third run?
What'd you do?
I did not spend a single skill point.
And yet you're worried about not having bullets.
So I didn't spend a single skill point because I knew the game route, and I knew the game route very well at that point. And so on the third run, I did actually use grenades like crazy. Because like I knew how many enemies were in the game and like where they all were and like which ones I could just avoid.
You learned the true power of grenades, I see.
Mostly I use the EMP grenades when you get to the part where they send all the assassin bots after you.
Mm-hmm.
That was really funny. That was like a really funny sequence. But I'm going to make a brief aside to say that the human powers are so much stronger than the Typhon powers. They're like way more powerful. The best skill in the game by far is run speed, and the second best skill in the game by like a huge margin, it's like a huge gap between it and whatever the next whatever the third would be, is lifting.
Just
Hello,
let this rotate around.
Did you ever get the lifting power in that game?
I think I did. It's been quite a while.
Okay. The lifting power in that game, the power which is just like you are just physically stronger. You can just physically lift up heavier objects.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. I see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. You start pitching 500-mile-per-hour fastballs. You have a rail cannon attached to your arm with infinite ammo. You're picking up cars and throwing them. Like, it does so much damage. Like the nightmare enemy that pursues you if you fuck up really bad. I was just like soloing it at a really early stage of the game. I was just like picking up huge crates and just headshotting it from like across a room and just exploding it in one shot. This was insanity. The human route was really easy.
That's fucking crazy. I didn't know it was that wild. Gotta try that.
It's insanity. It's like you throwing the large storage crates is like more damage than grenades.
What?
It's wild. It's wild. Not more than the recycling grenade. The recycling grenade is crazy. That thing just doesn't even do damage. Just obliterates things. But yeah, you just like. You can pick up corpses of the assassin drots and throw them at other assassin bots and just blow them up.
That's pure. That's pure schizophrenia, dude.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like for me, I actually don't get scared very easily. I have some things that I have, fears of that I've been very open about.
I actually don't know what these are off the top of my head.
Oh, I have severe thalassophobia.
Okay, that's a common one.
Vicious thalassophobia and acrophobia. Like,
okay.
I'm definitely worse.
I got one, but not the other.
Yeah. Typically, horror games don't really unsettle me. Like, unless it's something like severely psychological or something that like relates to me, right? I don't typically get scared. But I mean, the last game that truly got to me, that like really, really hit me hard was like Soma.
Soma does tend to have that effect on people.
Yeah, it's a mixture of the setting on top of, the rest of the content. But Soma fucking freaked me out, dude. I could not cope with the idea that I was stuck in some like station deep in the ocean and like at any moment like no.
Did Bioshock freak you out?
Yeah, Bioshock freaked me out a little bit, not as much. Everybody Goes to Rapture freaked me out more. But no, Soma was way worse. Soma was way worse. There are other games that are like strictly not horror games that also really get me bad. Did you ever play Knights of the Old Republic? Like way back when?
I actually didn't. I watched one of my friends play some of it, but I didn't.
I think in the first game. I can't remember if it was the first or the second game.
Nearly spilled ink all over my pants.
Oh no.
Yeah.
There was a planet you had to go to where the entire thing was like underwater in an ocean. And I literally had to have my brother play through that part for me. I could not handle it, man. Oh, Jesus, I got Almantas jump scared. Holy shit.
It's so much less of a jump scare since I fixed a bunch of the automation on it.
Yeah.
When I was doing it, because the model is actually like way bigger than my other model.
Really?
Oh yeah. It's like 3 times the size when it loads into VTS. It's like enormous. Because Saffron's a psycho who likes to have models be completely gigantic. Insensato, let me check what that was because I don't have the automod view open. Oh yeah, don't say followers. Don't say followers. Don't say followers. Don't say viewers.
Because Twitch is for rooting out bots, basically.
Yeah, it's those are actual like really functional blocked terms.
It's not bad to say it. It just triggers a lot of bots use those words.
Yeah, it's useful to keep it around as a tripwire to keep bots away.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
This is the other ink, right?
This is the Paradise Pens ink. It's so much more
much cleaner.
Yeah, it's so still like pretty bad compared to I'm just checking something here. I'm trying to figure out if I should be writing this down as most of them do in Sensato. It's a pretty default block.
Twitch Automod actually catches them like 90% of the time.
Question is.
Oh, I have been pinged.
Okay, this was the question. The question was, should I be writing ad-free as ad-free or ad-free.exe? I'm going to go with .exe because that's funny.
Yeah, the other one was pulling like really bad. Like it was just not good.
Was what?
It was pooling. Like you could see.
Oh, pooling. Okay, I thought you were talking. I thought you were saying like the name of a game that like really disturbed
pooling. Sorry, pooling.
Well, I just didn't. I didn't parse it.
Sorry that you can't understand my accent.
Yeah, your accent is so deeply unfamiliar to me. Totally not an accent that like.
Yeah.
That's like common in my family. Like.
Yeah. Look.
Arguably overlaps with my accent.
Not real Midwesterners. Come on. We already discussed.
I'm not gonna say where my cousins live. That's actually very insensato. That's actually very reasonable. I think that's actually extremely reasonable.
Italian. Oh my god. They just said you're from Jersey.
Brutal.
Yeah.
This is a sign that I'm really not an East Coaster at some levels. Like I don't get the Jersey memeing.
You don't?
It's fine. Like, I haven't had that bad of experiences in Jersey. New Jersey Performing Arts Center's pretty good. As these things go.
I admit I don't have any obvious preconceived biases or biases. I just think it's funny. It's kind of like how I shit on Ohio all the time, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's just
You
know.
don't have preconceived biases about Ohio? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I mean, I do about Ohio.
that's like
yeah.
the least credible
I do
lie I've
about
heard from you. Yeah.
I do about Ohio. It's not New Jersey. New Jersey is just East Ohio, apparently.
I don't feel
Absolutely.
like that's accurate.
I stream quite regularly, actually.
I feel like I don't know what else. The only one that I feel like really clearly maps between like Midwest and East Coast in terms of like states having like personalities is New Hampshire and Indiana are the same.
I was more kind of doing a bit where like just nobody likes New Jersey for some reason.
Fair enough.
It's the same thing with yes, I do. It's the same thing with Florida. Florida is just South Ohio.
Florida's a special place, man.
I've been there plenty. Can confirm. Yes, God has blessed me with girl kissing disorder. I can't help it.
Yeah. This is a very gay lady on the channel here.
Sorry, I'm not sorry. Actually, I lied.
I was like, what? Are you, what? Like,
I will never apologize for being correct.
I don't know. I that's just uncharacteristic of you, too. It's like something you.
I was blessed because I'm happy. I'm happy with being the way that I am.
I was like, you're incredibly, perhaps even obnoxiously proud of it.
I can't believe you just called me obnoxious. What the hell?
I call you obnoxious all the time.
I thought you liked me.
I do. These are not contradictory. At least I don't see a contradiction.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Like, do I need to be less obnoxious?
No.
Is this the thing I need to practice? I'll do it.
Okay, I don't. Okay, well, like, what would be the upside, right?
Uh-huh.
What would be the upside, right? Like, so getting less obnoxious is going to make you
less funny. Fuck.
Well, first of all, you're already married, so like, who gives a shit?
Yeah, true.
And as far as I know, you're monogamous, so also, who gives a shit?
Also true.
So like that's like, again, double who gives a shit, and then it would definitely make you a worse streamer.
Fuck. People like that?
Hello, 104th Clone Squad. It kind of is. These are French. These are English. Admittedly, Gothic is kind of pan-European, but I'm using this is kind of more the English variation of them. But yes, one of the socks Gen 2 just had her birthday, so this is one of the two that I want to try to get done on today's stream.
Hell yeah.
The other one is for a very special boy.
I don't like the way you said that for some reason.
Because I said it in a really gross way.
Yeah, it's like something about that didn't come off right.
Excelical, thank you for being my 3,000th follower.
3,
I thought that follow goal was going to take a long time to get to. I don't know what the hell happened.
3,000. Look at this. Look at this guy.
I don't know what to do with my follower goals anymore, because like I used to make them like I like to do like historically significant years for things, which drives a certain type of person insane in a way that I find pleasing.
You're such a fucking shit sometimes.
I am. I'm going to DM you something, and I'm going to require your discretion about this.
Obviously, of course.
But yeah, it's like educational, right? It's educational to give people a little bit of like historical event things. Like, I don't know what it is about some people being like, oh, I need things to end in 0. Is this like, but those aren't like more meaningful than other numbers.
Yeah,
like,
but it makes you feel good.
Does it?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe this is like my comfort with like disorder.
Listen, man.
Like,
listen, dude. As a person with ADHD, okay. Listen, I need to explain something to you. So when you turn on your AC, right?
Mm-hmm.
During the summer, okay? Odd, even numbers and 5s. That's it, right?
No.
No?
For AC?
AC, heater, whatever. Anytime there's something with a number. No?
No.
No, even numbers and 5s only?
No.
Really?
My temperature controls are extremely fine-tuned negotiations between roommates over like long periods of time. It's like very microscopic negotiations.
If you had the option though. Like
I've developed too many preferences on this planet. Too much of a crotchety old man. I've developed way too many preferences. I think I would probably just leave it at like 64 degrees like year round.
See? Even number.
Well, every other number is an even number. Like, I could have said 63.
Listen, no. Put it at 63 and tell me how you feel. Tell me you don't feel wrong.
I don't actually. I think 63 would be fine. I mean, the thing is, like, if you're going to make me like do numbers based on like what I think about the number as the number, I'm gonna do primes.
I mean, sure, that's your thing. For me, if it's not an even number or it doesn't end in a 5, I can't do it. It's weird. I don't know why. It's so weird. I just can't not do it. Even numbers are better, man. I don't know. It's just they're just better. If I look at my AC and it says 67, I feel like the world's wrong.
I don't find even numbers more pleasing than other numbers.
What are we gonna do with you?
It's.
I just read what you sent me out.
Right?
No, that makes sense. Like, wait, people really? Okay. All right. Well, you know what? Whatever.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's such a bad read. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know you're smarter than a lot of other people. That's why I didn't mind telling you.
Really funny. Gee, thank you. I mean, I get it too, right? But the opposite way.
Yeah, you get it the opposite way. Yeah. I mean, it's. Oh, I mean, this is your curse, right? This is like your curse.
Yeah.
Like you, it is genuinely kind of funny, like how, like, we talked about this a little bit before, like the way that women relate to height differently than men. And I always feel like women have such more complicated and varied feelings on the matter, because men like there's only like 2 ways that I ever like know how men relate to their to height, and they are, I want to be as tall as possible, or I am happy with the height I am. Like those are the 2
I don't know if
options.
I've ever seen the latter one. I always feel like I see the first one.
The first one's so much more common. It's so much more socially acceptable. It's so much more socially acceptable.
With my friend Shy so much because he's like 5'10", so I'm like literally an inch taller than him. But I can't. Or sorry, no, he's 5'11". So I keep hitting him with the the whole joke about like how somehow 5'11" and 6 foot are like a foot apart thing. And
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
come on, dude, you're like a whole foot shorter than me. What are you on? I keep sending him TikToks where it's like people are like, haha, you're short.
And
He
it's-
hates it.
Well, yeah, of course.
I mean, I just wish I was shorter. Like, I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like being this tall.
Well,
I don't get.
how much is it about the inconvenience of like plane flights, and how much is like the gender expressiveness of it?
It's more about I honestly, it's more about the expression.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Because it's twofold, right? One, it's just not.
It's not girly pop.
It's not girly pop, right? Like all I get are people looking at me like, mommy. Like they hear my voice, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they look at how tall I am, and they're like, mommy, mommy. I'm like, no.
Do you know
You
Karatsun?
can have some. Do I know who?
Karatsun.
No.
Okay, so Kara is also a friend of mine. She doesn't show up too often on the Hangouts. She does sometimes, but like she actually has like a normal 9 to 5 job, so she doesn't show up super often at them unless she's like got vacation or like she fucked up. But like she also gets people like doing the whole like mommy thing with her. Like one of the stories that I absolutely adore is that she was in VR chat and they were just like talking in VR chat, and a guy walks up to her, like a total stranger, and goes, "Oh, One-san?"
Oh, okay. That's different. Different story.
Well,
Different
she has extremely like her voice is like she would be typecast so hard as like sexy, competent older woman at work. Like that is like what she sounds like.
God, I wish I would be typecast like that.
Yeah, you get typecast as mommy.
Yeah, I
and-
just get typecast as a fucking dork.
And the part about this that's really funny is that Kara, the type of person that Kara is that she has a redeem. It's not even an expensive one for she collars herself.
Oh, we're the same type of lady. Oh
Yeah.
no.
Like I said, I think you could commiserate with her. She is, however, straight, so.
Damn.
You're
Lost
already
another
married.
good one. Look,
Already married, get over it.
look.
Stop being
Look,
greedy.
I can appreciate beautiful women. Okay.
I'm not gonna stop you from appreciating. I'm just, just
Uh-huh.
you don't need to be greedy about it.
What? Look, I just want to kiss him just once. Just one time. Is that so much to ask for? Can't believe Al's trying to stop the girl
Yeah.
kissing.
There are 3 billion ladies on the planet.
Yeah, and you know how many of them are gay? Yeah. Not enough. Never enough. Well, how many of them know they are anyways?
Oh shit, I missed the ads entirely.
Shit, we had ads.
Yeah, shit. Sorry, buddy.
Whoopsie poopsie.
Violated my general rule of trying to make sure that people don't miss too much in the ads.
It's okay. Give him a double ad break next time.
Yeah, I do sometimes think about increasing the ad timer a little bit. Because I'm running the minimum amount of ads to keep off pre-roll.
Yeah, same.
And I like to get up, stretch my legs, use the bathroom and stuff. That usually actually takes me longer than 3 minutes. So like I could just run a 5-minute ad break and I'd probably be okay. And I don't know that I actually feel that bad about running 5 minutes per hour of ads. I don't know. I might experiment with it and see if it actually makes any difference on income.
Just don't do what DJ was doing, and I think you're okay.
What DJ was doing was psychotic. That was madness.
This is pure fucking schizophrenia, dude.
a mutual friend of ours, DJ Kawaii Fieri, did a weekend where he just left his stream running 24/7 with it playing like old gameplay loops.
It's been a month now.
But he's actually done real streams since then.
Yeah, but I mean, like, he's been doing this shit for a month straight.
But he just runs 24-hour streams where he's not even present. It just like plays a loop of footage, and it's on maximum ads.
It's like 8 minutes of ads every fucking 20 minutes or something. Whatever it is, it's crazy.
My friend Vine, they do that periodically, but they won't do like the running it on a loop kind of thing. They just like do a regular stream where they're playing like Peak or Valheim, but just with ads absolutely maxed the fuck out.
DJ actually doesn't have loop footage. He knows like these because like he's so about Tony Hawk that he knows like all the weird glitch spots in these games.
Oh, that was not like that was like not.
Yeah,
like,
no, that
was
wasn't pre-recorded. No. He actually left the game running, put himself on those glitch spots, and sometimes he would do it with like 4 different games going at the same time.
That's crazy. That makes that substantially crazier.
DJ is fucking wild, dude. Oh, Jesus
okay, so
Christ.
here's the question, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, let me move this a little bit. So this is what I'm writing on here. We're showing you a very bite. Okay, so normally, I would skip a line here before going on to the next line.
Okay.
And I think that from a balance perspective, so they'll use up 3 lines, and then I'll have 1 line left down here, and then they'll look fairly even. I could make it look a little bit more psychotic by compressing it up 1.
Do you want it to look psychotic?
I think so.
Then go for it. Like,
I think so.
if that's the vibe you're going for, yeah. Make it no, even better, Al. Do you have enough room to start it from like further right on the page? Oh no, you've already started.
already started. I want to like really fill in.
Okay, fair enough.
The real question is, do I get a smaller nib and do the last 2 and fill in the last 2?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Put him in random spots.
I don't know this person. I don't know Addie. I hope that this lands because like she might just think I'm insane.
This is going to be hilariously awful if it doesn't.
I will feel. Like she does do like a lot of like I'm gonna bite you stuff. Like I don't actually know her.
Hopefully she will find it endearing.
Hopefully she will find it endearing. This is one of the new socks people. And her birthday was today. I feel like I get along with most of the socks folks.
I don't know any of these people, admittedly.
You should watch Malfina's debut.
Is it on right now?
No, it was on Saturday.
Oh.
But the VOD's up.
Let me Google. I like her design.
Yeah.
Oh, don't tell me she's gay. I can't handle this.
I don't know if she's gay, but she is
okay.
Very dommy and very Scottish. So
you can't do this to me, Al.
Yes, I can. I'm giving you the present of women.
You're right. Her model is great. Oh god, her accent, holy shit.
I know, right? I think one of the funniest things to me in the world is when people like are unaware that their accent is fetishized in other parts of the world.
I just think it's cute. I love her whole aesthetic. It's so good.
Oh yeah, it rocks. It's super
Very
good.
very much not exactly, but in quite a few ways mirrors my own. So big fan.
Exactly, Nano. Exactly, Nano.
She's precious. Oh my god. Oh, Whimsy did art for her.
Yeah. Hold on a second, I just realized that I should shout out Nanomancer before I...
I love her.
I knew you would.
You think she's single?
Canonically, she is married.
Damn it! All right.
Canonically,
fine.
she is married to a man.
Damn it! All right, she gets a pass.
A very funny looking man.
Is it this little critter? Because it's really funny. I love that.
It
Never mind.
is.
That's really funny.
Her lore is that she's, a demon from hell who came to Earth to conquer the world, and then she got here and she just fell in love and got married.
That's a good story. I like that.
Malfina from Socks.
I like her.
Yeah.
My accent turns on and off. Yeah, that's kind of normal. Code switching is regular behavior.
I'm still thinking about when a bunch of people in my chat from South America learned that Americans find Latin American accent sexy.
Absolutely.
I was like, they did not know this. I was like, how did you not know this?
I have to. Did I ever tell you about my friend Maggie? I think I probably have at some point.
I mean, if you did, I don't remember. Go ahead.
My friend Maggie, they're Chilean.
Yes, okay, you've mentioned this person. Yeah, now it's good.
Yeah. Very, very conventionally attractive, deep voice. People absolutely love listening to them, and I keep telling them, I'm like, you would literally make so much money if you just like did audiobooks of like smut or something. God.
No, it's true.
I
It's
don't
true. The Yankees have a thing. The Yankees have a thing about those accents.
Yeah, no, their accent is very, you can tell. Like it's very obvious that they're South American. She did. Yeah, you probably could, Yana. Just don't scream in it. That'd be kind of fucked up. I don't think I could manage it personally. I don't think I have a good enough voice for that sort of thing.
I did talk to a friend who has actually made money off of the ASMR and audio, etc. racket, and they just flat out told me it's like, you probably could, but it would take you like years. Like it's a pretty competitive and crowded field.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I think if I ever attempted to do like an ASMR stream of any variety, it would not go over well.
I've done one, and I thought I had a nice time.
I think people would be like, why is she not screaming?
The problem I had with it, the challenge for me doing an ASMR stream, is that it just like felt wrong at some profound level to like talk about serious or heavy topics. And so it was really kind of a just chatting stream where like I felt really constrained about what I was allowed to talk about. And like it was fun to like trigger people's ASMR. To like do the ASMR, like I wasn't doing like the specific like framed ASMR triggers, but like it was fun to like get those reactions out of a couple of people. I did like that. But it was just like a lot more exhausting to like have to like police myself so much. I just like felt so obligated to police myself very profoundly, and like
Yeah, because that would be very awkward.
yeah, to like
I think the word like the closest I ever did.
Mhm.
Have a good time zone. Bye. I had a
Tim Shelso.
Yeah.
Tim Shelso, have a good night.
Oh no.
She does like my ASMR voice. So.
No. I think I just cringed.
you just cringed.
Go yuck yourself.
You can see Tim Shelso liked it.
I'm glad you liked it. I think probably the closest thing I ever did was at one point I read a bedtime story for chat. I'm a fox. What do you Yeah, hi, hello.
Yeah, this is
Who did you think it was? I thought we said it.
I put your name in the title. I don't know. I feel like that's the easiest way to keep track, but maybe people really don't check that as much as I think.
You can't call it. Yeah, it's okay. I'm used to it. Everybody just likes to be mean to me. Yeah. I thought you were a guy I didn't know. Huh? Do I sound like a man to you? Choose your next words very carefully. Oh my fucking god. Do I sound like a dude?
I don't really think so. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think so.
I think I need to go cry.
Just thought you were someone else. I don't know. Maybe if somebody's not paying attention, if somebody's not got good audio quality, if somebody's, I don't know, making a lot of assumptions. Oh no, poor Gamma. We got mutual crash outs happening here. We got the double-barreled crash out. You okay, Nor?
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I'm playing it up.
Okay. Well, you got me worried because I am so easily fooled. I fall for everything.
No, I'm playing it up really hard.
I just fall for everything.
I know, Al. I know. Remember that one time I told you my girlfriend's goldfish was drowning, and you just took it at face value.
Yeah. I was like, oh, that's an idiosyncratic phrase.
Tomboy. Oh my god, dude. You guys have no clue. You know nothing about me.
Unfortunately, you are going to struggle to beat the tomboy allegations.
Oh, and for what? Huh? What? Just because
you played
whatever.
baseball?
Because I play baseball? Well, sorry for being a lesbian in this economy. Look, I grew up on a farm. I like sport. I like play baseball. I don't really care for sports in general, but I like baseball, okay? I'm sorry to break down your expectations, but I'm very frilly, girly. I know that this may be a shock to some of you. If my attire did not somehow sell this idea to you.
Okay, do I want to use the 2 or the 1? Let's think about this.
I don't think sports are overrated. I do think gambling is ruining it, though.
Gambling is pretty bad for sports. Yes, it's true.
One of my favorite YouTubers, this guy named Foolish Baseball, Bailey, he did a really great silly video where he was like, guys, we all love gambling, but there seems to be a problem with gambling these days. It's starting to make kids like baseball. It's like, I have to send it to you, Al. It's such a good video. It's so dripping with sarcasm.
Oh.
I gotta see if I can find it. It's called like Baseball is Ruining Gambling or something. It's so funny. Yeah, here, I'll DM it to you so you can watch it sometime if you would like.
Thank you. Oh, those are good. That's good pixel art right there. That's good.
Oh
pixel
yeah,
art.
he does all this himself too, I think.
Okay, new nib. Gotta give it some play. Why did I start in the middle of the page when I know I'm going to need to use more of the top of the
Gambling has a
page?
baseball problem, yeah, Gringo.
So true. That's always been the best part of baseball.
Baseball, I mean, depends on if you ask Pete Rose or not, I guess. This joke's not gonna land. Pete Rose famously got kicked out of baseball and barred from the Baseball Hall of Fame, despite being one of the best hitters ever, because he was a prolific sports bettor.
Yeah, that'll do it. They're pretty harsh about that in MLB.
Yeah.
I
Ever
mostly am
since,
aware of this because of the conspiracy theorizing over Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, which is wrong. They can't come at my go like that.
Oh. It is really kind of interesting to me to like have encountered a fair number of people who just completely fucking despise the Dodgers.
Yeah.
And I thought that like I struggled to find them offensive from my
There's a thing. So, do you watch sports at all, or are you just like not a sports
really.
ball?
I'm not a sports guy. I'm just not.
So there's a thing.
There's some competitive video games I watch, but keep going.
Yeah. Age of Empires too. I know. But the Mets, baby. So there's a thing, and I think this happens in sports broadly, but it's really prevalent in baseball. Where every now and then a team becomes so good and they're so good for so long that people start to just hate them just because they're good.
Historically, this is how I felt about the Yankees for a while.
Yeah, historically this has been the New York Yankees. I don't really watch American football, but I understand that the New England Patriots were exactly this, and ostensibly the Kansas City Chiefs are now this. Like they just become the bad guy by the merit of they're just too good, right? And that's like baseball really has a huge problem with it because baseball is the only major sport that does not have a salary cap. So like how good your team is strictly based on how much money you either can or are willing to fork out. And so
okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, they're paying Shohei Ohtani $700 million for a 10-year contract, which is by far the most any player has ever been paid.
Which is, if you understand what Shohei Ohtani's stats are like, this is actually pretty understandable.
No. He's the first player since the dead ball era. The dead ball era being like kind of like the era right after Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig and all like the classics were there. He's the first one that's been able to both pitch and hit. But not only does he both pitch and hit, he does both to like a top 3 level.
Yeah.
He's if he dedicated himself to just one of them, he would be the best. But instead, he has to settle for being top 3 at both.
Yeah. He's outrageously good.
He is unequivocally the greatest player the sport has ever seen. It's not close.
It's honestly very funny to me when I've heard people try to argue that like it is close, or that like trying to argue for like almost anybody else being better. And it's just like,
no.
It's like, no. I'm not like a baseball watcher. I'm just like capable of looking at numbers.
Yeah.
Like, it was honestly one of the few like things from reporting I heard was that, like, Shohei Ohtani got intentionally walked like 5 times in a playoff game.
Yeah.
Which is a record, like multiple times over. Like 3 times was already a record. So like he was like multiple records over. He broke multiple records in a single game.
You want to know?
I am not convinced that. I think that was probably the right choice to just intentionally walk him. Like.
But the crazier part of that game is he went when he was playing defense, he pitched 13 strikes.
Yep.
Or sorry, 13 strikeouts. Like 13 Ks is fucking insane. Like that's a monstrous game. I think he was number 3 in hitting behind Aaron Judge and Cal Raleigh. Mm-hmm. And after he started, like, actually, because he finally started pitching again this year, he had Tommy John surgery a couple years ago. And he, ever since, like, when you take stats from the moment he started pitching again till now, he led in, like, 3 of 5 major statistical categories for pitchers, beat out only by Paul Skeens and Tarek Skubal, who are, like, baseball's widely accepted number 1 and 2 pitchers.
No, it's honestly one of those, I find this more interesting from the study of like domination of a sport, from like the statistical side of this, than like anything about baseball in specific. And I think what Gamma Churchill was asking about was who makes more money. In American football, baseball players are making more money. It's
absolutely
baseball players. It's not even close. Yeah.
It's because of that lack of salary cap. It's just not close.
Yeah.
Now compared to soccer, like global football,
I've got no idea.
By far. Oh no, soccer players make way more. It's crazy.
Okay. I have no idea how much they make. You could tell me almost any number. You could tell me that the best soccer players in the world are making $100,000 a year, and I would believe you. Like, I've got no idea.
Let me see what Messi's last contract was. 150 million over 2.5 years.
That's the same as Ohtani.
I guess
75 versus Ohtani 70 a year.
I could have swore that they made like way more. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe baseball players are actually making that much now.
Yeah.
But then again, Ohtani is also like way far ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, that's true. Ohtani is an extreme outlier.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one of those things that I've always really enjoyed is like across all sports, who is the player in all of sports history who has the most dominated a given sport? Like relative to the other people in the field. Because there's an answer, and there's not actually much of a question about it.
I will say I don't know because I only know baseball. So
it is please. Joey Chestnut.
Oh, the fucking competitive eater.
It's I don't think people understand how outrageously dominant Joey Chestnut is in competitive eating. He has never been defeated in any competition since his first win. completely unbroken streak. He sets world records casually, and his normal performance is typically twice that of the second best in the world.
That's crazy. I was gonna think it was like Michael Phelps or like Serena Williams or something.
No, it's like they have not had like 10+ year long streaks of completely undefeated. Like usually the one that people usually go for is Michael Jordan, which is actually like a sane guess.
I would.
Shark Raid, they disqualified him for a very stupid reason, which is that Nathan's did not ever sign an exclusivity contract with him, so he took a sponsorship deal from Beyond Meat, I believe. It was either Beyond or Impossible, and so Robert Shea disqualified him from everything because like the guy who runs the Nathan's Hot Dogs competition, the guy who's like functionally the king of competitive eating from like the administrative level, is a like Vince McMahon style guy.
Oh God! Oh,
he's
brother,
like actually evil. Like it's just like this weird sideshow in all of this is just that like also the guy who runs competitive eating is like an evil nutbag. Like
that's crazy.
Jamie Loftus did like a 4-part series about him on Behind the Bastards.
That's fucking psychotic, dude. It's crazy. This guy is like the best at his sport ever, and he's made like what, a couple million or something.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, like your average like bench rider, like NBA or NFL player makes like that much in like a year or two.
Well, it's one of those things. Like I try to. It's Byte. Yeah, it's Byte because it's for ad free.
Byte.
Yeah. It's yeah. You should expect to see Shay enter politics at some point. I did enjoy the point somebody made that of all the psychos in our administration, the one who's managed to like keep their head down the most is Linda McMahon. The fucking McMahon is the one with the most temperance.
Oh, yeah, I'm curious. Are you willing to talk about politics right now? Because I have something really burning. If not, I won't. If not, I won't.
I can talk a little bit, but I did enter stream really fucking mad because I had run across some.
The same reason.
Oh,
right?
Probably not. Probably not. It was for some. It was a pretty good article about like the broader like quote unquote crisis in masculinity. But their opening arguments are like up some citations from Gavin fucking Newsom, and just that guy just makes me so mad.
Oh, brother.
Oh my God. Like we can do better. Yeah. We can do better. We can barely do worse.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Anyway, what's the thing that you want to be cranky about?
I am so mad about what happened last night.
Yes.
Yeah.
The snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yeah, I love the capitulation and the final fucking hour. They always bend, even when it seems like they have a little bit of fucking spine.
I think I stand by the Space Twinks hypothesis of the Congressional Democrats' behavior, which is that above all else, the number one priority for the Congressional Democrats is
never work weekends.
Never work weekends.
Yeah, I know.
Never work weekends. Like
I'm just so because like for just to give people some reference, like this directly affects me, because I am disabled and I have to rely on Medicaid. I don't have a choice, right? And so this is going to affect not only mine but other people like me and other people adjacent to me is like a level of like healthcare and accessibility. And because I'm disabled, I need a lot of healthcare, unfortunately. And so it's very deeply frustrating for me because I thought maybe for once in my fucking life the Dems are actually doing something, you know, for people like me. And then in the final fucking hour, they once again, as Al said, snatched defeat from the jaws of fucking victory. And it's frustrating. It's very frustrating.
It's very frustrating. The logic they gave is insulting.
Hi, Mary.
Oh, hello, Mary. Yeah, it's and this is one of those things that I kind of need to make clear, because occasionally people have pushed back on this or have misunderstood this. When we're dealing with something at the level of Medicaid, like that level of like broad public policy, it is not a thing where like individual-esque solutions make any sense. Like people like the Trump administration said very early on that they want to remove people from the Medicaid rolls by increasing the by tightening the Medicaid work requirements. So this sounds like, and is sometimes cast as a policy to get people into the workplace, right? That this is an incentive to push people into work. This is not true. This is just not true, and is well understood to not be true. The way that you get people out of unemployment and onto the workforce is by increasing demand for labor. You don't do it by increasing the penalties on people who are receiving welfare. That does not have that effect. The effect of increasing the Medicaid work requirements, and this is very well understood, is that you are killing people in order to increase the unemployment rate. Which might sound confusing to you, because the unemployment rate, you usually want that to be low. However, there are public policy motivations for wanting to increase the unemployment rate, and most of them are not good. I'm trying to tell this in neutral terms, but like I don't want people to like mistake me for saying that like I think these are good ideas. There is a very common belief that I am pretty confident is wrong based on, empirical evidence, and I tend to place a lot of value on empirical evidence, that increasing unemployment rate decreases the inflation rate. I have not been impressed by the empirical evidence in favor of this, and I have been impressed by the empirical evidence against it. So RIP to that one. But it is a common belief among policymakers. And there are other parts of this, right? A part of this that is probably the more important one from the Trump administration perspective is that a higher unemployment rate decreases labor bargaining power. That one's true. That one is just true. Yeah. They've seen that that's not the case a dozen times. Why is he biting us? I'm not biting you. I'm not biting you. Ad-free is going to bite you. Hello, Magnus Moth. Ad-free wants to bite you.
Unfortunately, our existences are already a shortfall that they've considered.
Yeah.
And this is just part of the methodology, unfortunately.
Yeah. It's if it is to me it seems very. It was very funny having that happen mid macroeconomics class. And you're like, yeah, this shouldn't be happening, but it is. Yep. This is this is like a yep. This one's not like a
anything to keep the cogs turning.
Well, yeah, like the inflation unemployment rate thing is like well understood.
Yeah, I mean, by people with, more than half a fucking brain cell. Excuse my language, but honestly.
It's very frustrating because inflation is incredibly complicated and confusing. It's actually like a nightmare concept. It's like I wouldn't even call it a cognito hazard. It's just this devastating desert of information where there's like a million theories and like very few of them have meaningful explanatory power, but several of them do, but they don't cohere together, so there's no like unified theory. But then you'll talk to people in the public, and it's people who are in the public or who are very dishonest are very convinced that inflation's really easy to understand. And it's like really maddening. It's like
I have the spiciest take about inflation. Like the most vicious dumb bitch explanation for inflation.
Uh-huh.
All right. So now, while I do accept that obviously there are things that causes prices to go up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Outside of the fact that economics is primarily just nonsense, right? Here's my thing. Inflation is driven solely by the I won't say inability, but the corporation's lack of want or appetite to take a fucking haircut, right? Like that's when it comes down to it, the government doesn't make the prices.
Mm-hmm.
The people who grow the food or process the food don't make the prices that you get at the store. The people that make the price that you get at the store are the fucking store, right? I know that this is like such an incredibly
well, this is
say,
okay. So I do hang out with some like actual economists these days. That's like an actual thing that economists study as a specific type of theory.
Yeah,
and I think that that's broadly true. That like prices are set by people. Humans set prices. Prices are not set by abstract forces. A human makes a decision to raise prices.
Someone has to pick and like with the whole thing with like price gouging, because price gouging clearly fucking like occurred during the pandemic. It happened unequivocally. I don't think that anyone can in good faith try to tell me it didn't. But then we still people just broadly, because the government did everything they could to manufacture consent for the idea that this is just how inflation works, instead of actually combating, even Joe Biden couldn't, for whatever reason, in a majorly meaningful way, combat the fact that they're just allowed to do whatever they want, regardless of how much their cost may go up or down. Their prices will always just go up, period, no matter what. It's basically, how much can we get people to pay? It's the concept of the free market at its core. How much can we get people to pay, especially when it comes to something that is an inelastic demand, right? Mm-hmm. Before they just like explode or something, right? Like that's really what it is to me in my mind ultimately. Because every time I hear something about like, oh, well, it's printing the money, I'm like, we are literally the imperial core of the world, okay? Like, when they talk about our debt is stupid. Like, our debt is useless. It means nothing. Who's going to enforce it, right?
Yeah. I am in agreement on that. Like, I will... So, this is the thing that I actually think is really kind of interesting. And this will be a little bit contrary to some of the stuff you said. I am in agreement that like prices are set by people. They are not set by like some sort of like completely abstract inhuman force. But the observed behavior of most companies is that most companies are willing to take hits in order to keep prices stable. This is not true for every line of work or for every business, but for most consumer goods, they exhibit what economists call price discipline, and that's like a variable. That's the thing that like different organizations and different companies exhibit more and less of. And usually they exhibit a lot of price discipline. Usually price discipline is the norm, because the long-term and even like medium-term losses in loyalty from consumers is way worse for you than what you get out of increasing the prices. So companies tend to wait very long before increasing prices, and this is part of the reason why inflation reporting is kind of done the way that it is, to be like very cynical, and even I worry I come across as conspiratorial here, is that inflation rate going up is often kind of taken as permission to raise prices. Yeah, they don't want to be the first to take the hit. You don't want to be the first mover. Once other people start moving, then that becomes a little bit different. And again, it varies a lot by the product and the field. Video games have insane price discipline. Video games are insanely disciplined on prices. Like I've seen people were like losing their mind about like $70, $80 video games. That's like for like Borderlands 3, like, right, came out like this summer and it was like $80 or something like that, right? That's how much, like, that's like a prestige product. That's an expensive video game, but that's also how much an expensive video game cost in like 1995. Like, video games have crazy price discipline. Gasoline changes on like a 24-hour basis. Gasoline, as soon as anything happens, the gas station is raising the price. Like, the gas station has no price discipline. Gas stations are going to be so inflation sensitive. Like, they're going to be instantaneous movers. So it varies a lot depending on the field and the product in question and the types of consumer relationships they have. You know, Costco famously is ridiculously hesitant to move the prices on their hot dogs. And this, involves Costco taking hits, right? Yeah, Gringotts is actually really knowledgeable. Gringotts is more knowledgeable than me on these subjects.
Yeah, well, I mean, see, the one problem is that tends to fall in the face of what we call price leadership.
Yeah, well, I mean, but this is Gringotts. This is something I've talked to Gringotts about. Gringotts knows about this better than I do. There's actually a really interesting. This is like a lot of what kind of consultants do in the business world. Is they basically tell you like when it's okay for you to raise prices. As a company, like they kind of like coordinate. It's extremely not what they're supposed to do.
Yeah,
but,
like
this
I
is kind of
don't
like what
think
McKinsey
there's
does.
any like smoky backroom, like smoky backroom deals or anything, right? But like, let's be real. Ultimately, price leadership, quote unquote, is literally just price fixing. Like they won't tell you it, but it is ultimately just price fixing. It's cartelish behavior, right? And the second that any one of them gets, like you said, Al, and the second that any one of them feels like they all of a sudden have permission to do it, right? They will run with it till the fucking moon. Look at eggs. Like, that's the one that everyone's on about.
Yeah. No, this is kind of like my takeaway from a lot of this is that, like, as long as price discipline holds, that's one thing. But as soon as price discipline collapses, then like it's like
Wild West.
crazy. By the way, do you wanna have some pain?
Yeah.
My vegan flex. Do you know how much the last carton of 12 eggs I bought cost?
How much?
49 cents.
What the fuck? When did you last buy a carton of eggs? The 80s? What the fuck?
It was a long time ago. I have been vegan for a long time. But I was also living pretty close to the chickens, so
I was gonna say, like, I actually am quite fortunate in the fact that, like, well, not so much nowadays. I do still kind of when they come through, but I think when I get eggs, when I was growing up, we got our own. Like, we never paid for eggs because we had chickens, right? But when I was living out there, like, even so much as last year, when eggs were still crazy, like, I still bought a carton from my neighbor for like $1.50 because there's just no reason to ever change the price, right? Like, the eggs were still, chickens were still out putting the same amount of eggs. We still got to do something with them. Might as well just keep giving them away for $1.50, right? Like, there was just no need. It's not like they had some like crazy demand. They were always overstocked, but they never, So I never had to deal with that because I lived in what may as well have been a communist society out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, that happens. That happens. I think I don't need red for any of the rest of tonight, so I may as well cap that, so I don't have to worry. I don't have to stress my ass out about it. I think we're coming up on ads. Oh, 10 minutes till ads.
2/3 of the tariff-related costs. Woof. Yeah, that won't last long.
It's yeah, that won't last forever. And I mean, it depends on quite a few factors, right? Like what they're going, because like the reason why companies will tend to be willing to absorb those kind of things is because they view a lot of price increases on their end, right? Because this is kind of the way that that companies are kind of thinking about this. The way any business thinks about it, the way that you or I would think about this, right? Is like we have cost of production and we have like revenue from sales per unit, right?
Yeah.
And that produces our margin. And if our prices, our input prices increase, right? If our costs increase, then our options are to increase the price that we put onto the consumer or absorb a lower margin, which may even involve absorbing a loss. And if you believe that the price, that the input, the expansion of price in the input is temporary, then it's usually worth absorbing the loss in the short and medium term. Because again, like the customer loyalty is that fucking valuable. And it depends, again, it depends a lot on the product. It depends a lot on your market position. Nobody's loyal to gas stations. Gas stations have no loyalty to consumers. They don't give a shit. You will see gas prices change on a 24-hour basis if you're lucky, right? Like the only reason why they don't change them faster is because they haven't set up LED signs to change them faster, right?
It's because unfortunately in the United States of America, having gasoline is inelastic. You don't have a choice. Yep. Right, like you have to have a vehicle to be able to get anywhere to do literally anything. So you're at the whims of them. Period. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, and well, you're at the whims of them, and also like gasoline's gasoline, right? Yeah. Like there's the advantage that a given gas station has over another gas station is going to be like customer service, how close they are to the things that you want to do.
Which ones have a subway in them?
And I was about to say, and the quality of the snacks. That's what I was going to end. Is like those are the things. Those are like the gas stations have very little ability to like manipulate these kind of effects on customer psychology. Whereas like, you know, like it's kind of hard to convince me to buy non-Logitech things. For most computer peripherals.
My G502.
Yeah, the G502 is really good. My webcam that I'm using for tracking is a Logitech. My keyboard is a Logitech. Like I'm pretty, especially because like I feel like I've been punished every time I have strayed from Logitech to like almost anything else. And admittedly, my two mice these days are not Logitech, so RIP on that one. That said, the Logitech ones are better than what I am using. I am using worse mice because I wanted to pay less money for additional features and because I'm not that hardcore of a gamer. But like that Logitech G602 is a crazy piece of equipment. That thing's really good. And similarly, I'm really loyal to Asus for computers.
I have, as a hardware nerd, I have my preferences. Like I don't think I will ever get not an ASRock how do I say motherboard. Like I've always had nothing but good stuff with their motherboards, so I've always used them. And I will always buy Be Quiet's air coolers. Okay. Always.
Yeah. And you've heard me say on the stream a dozen times that like I am so preferable to Iroshizoku inks and to Pilot pens over almost everybody else. I have these preferences, and these companies could lose my preferential treatment if they increase their prices too fast.
Yeah.
Right? Like I like I like Pilot Parallels, but how likely I pay $15 for a Pilot Parallel. If Pilot Parallels went up to $50 a pop, I would probably change my thought process.
Like, let me tell you something, man. Like I mentioned before, I have a G502.
Yeah,
I love my G502.
Yeah, phenomenal.
I paid $50 for it in 2015. That's how long I've had this mouse.
Yeah,
if I go out right now, this mouse, the newer version of it, is still $50 fucking dollars.
Yep.
That's what you're like, you know, like, get with the program here. like,
and it's and again, like it depends a lot on the product. It depends a lot on the field. It depends a lot on a lot of factors, right? Like, you know, Games Workshop gets away with doing quite a bit of regular price increasing because, like, what are you gonna fucking do? Like, they are not actually competing with other mini war games, right? Like that's false. That's a false concept. People are not, very few people. You've got people like me and Ruru and Matthew and some other sickos who are like, we look at war game, we want to play war games and talk about war games and buy miniatures, and so, like, we will look at a Games Workshop thing and we will compare it to an Atlantic War Games thing, for example, or whatever. Most people are looking for Warhammer, and they want to play Warhammer, and they want to use Warhammer figurines, and Atlantic War Games is not making Warhammer figurines. They're making miniatures for wargaming. And unfortunately, Matthew, the wind is at their backs, at GW's back. GW is in a really favorable position right now. And if you want to hear something really maddening, one of, you know, what has made GW's position considerably stronger in the last 2 years? This is going to drive everybody fucking insane.
I'm stealing myself.
It is the Trump administration tariffs have actually been really good for GW's position, relatively speaking.
I'm going to fucking explode.
Because GW is not American, right? They are subject to tariffs. However, because GW has a very interesting, strange commitment to doing everything inside the UK. And so that means that they are actually subject to considerably lower tariffs than all of their competitors. The tariffs hit every other mini manufacturer harder. Maddening. Maddening. They benefited considerably.
I'm going to literally throw a nuclear bomb at Games Workshop.
I will be honest, I actually don't hate them as much as a lot of people. I just think their game design sucks.
I think that they're the pinnacle of greed and they need to be wiped out from the face of the fucking earth.
Maybe I'm just being a baby here, because I feel like compared to Wizards of the Coast, which is like my comparison point, it's like they're so nice compared to Wizards. Wizards is so fucking evil by comparison.
Maybe it's just because, like, I am a person of considerable lack of wealth, right?
Yeah.
Every time I go to, like, if I want to get another Gunpla kit or something, right? Like, when I do have the money for it, I'll walk by the aisle where they have the Warhammer things.
Yeah.
It'd be like, here's one silly little guy for $50. And I'm like, Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Like, people who have 3D printers, y'all got it good.
Yeah.
Please continue ripping these idiots off.
Well, I mean, this is one of the things that's maddening about this, and because I've been painting a bunch of miniatures from a bunch of different companies over the last year. The GW miniatures are actually better. It's infuriating. Like, you are getting they've got really good quality. It's really good quality. It's infuriating, which is really funny because again, the quality of their actual rule set of the underlying game is like dog water. It's like the worst one. It's genuinely kind of impressive. That said, I am going to take the ad break this time, so I am going to use the bathroom. But Noru, do you want to just take over? Just make it the Noru.
I'll keep him entertained for a minute.
Okay. It's the Noru stream for a minute.
All right, guys.
All right. You got the giant lesbian.
Hello, everybody. So, just as a preface, if you do like listening to me for whatever reason, you can find me at www.twitch.tv/rgnoir. You should go follow and maybe even subscribe if you please. I will next be streaming tomorrow night. I will be streaming FF raids, and then after that, Wednesday or Thursday. Hi. So if you like for some reason listening to me, wow, I can't say words. I am so tired. If you do like listening to me for whatever reason, you should do that. Okay, hand. You should follow me. Ooh, Jedi mind trick. Nonsense aside. How you guys doing? You having fun? We're all having a wonderful time, right? I'm not asking. The answer is yes. This is the best time you've ever had. Like, in your entire life. Unequivocally. Right? You guys are not doing a very good job of upping my confidence here. Hell yeah. It's cold outside. How cozy where you guys are? Yeah. I've never had a 3D printer. It's let me check, I'll tell you guys. I think it's like in the mid-20s here right now. I have to remember how to do Fahrenheit. Yeah, it's 27 here right now. And it's snowing outside. Here in Southwest Michigan. I fucking hate it here. Do not recommend. Yeah, for reference for all of my European friends here, it is -3 degrees Celsius. I'm actually much more used to using Celsius now. I can still walk outside with shorts on. I mean, I did that too today. It was colder earlier, actually. It was like 19, 20 earlier. I was outside in shorts. I had to go pick my brother up. So I just threw my shorts on and went and got in the car and went to go pick him up. we're built different out here. That's not even freezing cold. Water's still running. Yep. Like I said, we have snow out here. We had 6 inches of snow this morning. Most of it melted, but yeah, no, close place, because yeah, it's fall 2 days ago. Nah, I mean, it's kind of like, this is really late. Like mid-November is really late for it to be the first snow here. We actually typically get snow as early as October, sometimes September. Usually October-ish we can start getting snow here. Oh, you would hate being up here. Shark Ray. It's humid here all the time. Because I live in the center of like 20% of the world's fresh water. And those lakes, are all bipolar bitches on their periods. And they will do whatever they want at any point in time, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. The lake effect is true and real. It's humid here it's 94% humidity right now here. Like, it's unreal. Everything is crystallizing. It's actually why I struggle to paint like my gunpla, because I have to go outside to do the painting. But it's either too humid or it's too cold. This year it's been so fucking hot, man. And it's only going to be hotter next year, and I'm not looking forward to it. Yeah. I don't have a spot to do it inside, so I have to try to do everything outside, and I just can't. There are very few days of the year where the conditions are reasonable for me to do like spray painting. If it's too humid, it's gonna bubble and it's gonna be nasty and it's not gonna adhere. If it's too cold, it's gonna chip. If it's too hot, it's never going to dry correctly. No, I don't have an airbrush studio. That's way too expensive. I do not have a lot of money. Unfortunately, the government, since I was considered disabled in 2017, I have still only got $950 a month from them ever since 2017, regardless of how much things cost. So, not truly an option for me. I spend all of it and still can't pay for all the bills. So, not an option for me, unfortunately. Al's taking a minute. Yeah, they're the government, honestly. Guys, we should blow up Capitol Hill. This is a joke. FBI handler, this is a joke. Oh, Al's back. Uh-oh. Guys, I'm so sorry. The Archie Noir stream seems to be over.
Yep, it's the Noir hour is over. I'm glad you said there was a joke, because this is probably going to YouTube, and I don't want to...
That's why I said it out loud. We should take the government and push it somewhere else. Thank you, Patrick.
All right, hold on.
Welcome back from the fight room.
Oh, no, it's the wrong one.
There was someone whose name I won't mention that sent me a very similar message to that this morning. The first thing they said to me today was shitting, and then posted a picture or posted a one of their emotes that looked very frustrated.
I know exactly who that was. I know exactly who that was. That's I think like at least like 4 people in chat can even figure that out from that description.
God.
Okay.
Beautiful message to receive first thing in the morning.
Yeah, you know. Okay.
What, Nito? You want to go to bed? My dog wants to go to bed, so I probably should. I had to be up in 5 hours anyways.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had to go see my doctor in the morning.
Good luck.
Thanks, I'm gonna fucking need it. Yeah, my dog's over here, like, rubbing up against my leg. He's like, "Mother, it is time for bed."
Well, I said that the next one that I was working on was for a special boy. I may as well tell you before you leave.
Yeah.
For Gravy.
Huh?
His birthday's the 17th.
Oh my god. He's a Valentine's baby.
Yeah, comes apace. Comes apace. But yes, folks, this has been RG Noir. She is a funny lady who does a lot of trucking.
Never been funny. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're funny to me.
Oh. Damn. All right, have a good night, Al. Thank you so
Have
much
a good
for letting
night,
me
Nora.
hang
Thank
out
you for
with
being
you.
here. Thank you for watching my people while I was getting some water and some bathroom. All right.
Have a good night, everyone. Bye.
Good night, all. Good lad. Good lass. Like her. I like her. I'm happy to have the friends that I have. I said lass. I corrected myself to lass. That was unintentional. That was just fat tongue. Sorry. That was very much just fat tongue. Always takes me a minute to get back into the like brain space for solo streaming. It always takes me a minute to get back into it. Okay. All right, and let's get this juiced up a little bit. That's the wrong direction. Gotta dip it first, and then backfill it after I've dipped it. Brainworms? Alright, I am sorry. I am sorry about the brainworms. I would love to have your company, but if you got brainworms, you got brainworms. Tomorrow is a holiday. Wait, which holiday is it? I like cannot keep track of holidays. I am like holiday blind. Veterans Day. All right. Good luck for them. They're going to fucking need it. But yeah, Blue mentioned liking how the eyes look like they're like candles. Very intentional. Very intentional. It's part of what I like about this script. I can kind of make the whole script look more like flaming candles. But there's a point at which it just kind of becomes like silly and annoying. can see these wave shapes. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Come on. Go on in, brother. There's... Hello. Let me put your name in the title. This is Vovern.
I do have one of those.
This is Vovern, folks. I'm gonna test this thing out here.
No, thank you.
Okay, you have actually streamed.
Ages ago.
Yep.
I don't even think Call of Duty Warzone 1 servers are live anymore.
I was just curious if you had it all.
Yeah, no, I've done a little bit of that, and I streamed via PS3 back when it had a Dark Souls 2 on the library, and you could just stream via the system itself.
Crazy. That's
I know, right?
That's like madness to me. Like, so much of like streaming to me is like contained in like Streamerbot and stuff like that. The idea of just like doing it via consoles, like what does it mean?
Oh no, I was a fool then, I'm a fool now. But I also streamed Sunset Overdrive once, which if you've not played, it's just retro wave. You're a raccoon on a skateboard going down roads.
Based.
Yeah, it's real good. But no, I had a subject I think you might enjoy it. It's been sitting as a hyper focus in my head for a little bit.
Okay.
Have you seen the anime Kids on the Slope?
Never heard of it.
Okay. So it is effectively, I think the term people generally refer to it as jazz gay boys.
Okay.
Very, very well composed musically, very tied into jazz specifically. And it takes place in post-World War II Japan, immediately after the, well, not immediately after, a couple of years after World War II, but as, you know, a lot of Western influences really started making its way over, and of course, jazz. The fun story is that the show itself is effectively just a jazz fan fiction.
Okay.
Where all of the primary characters can be actively traced to actual jazz musicians or musicians within any kind of contemporary time of jazz history, circa late 40s to 90s.
Okay. So there's just like a Japanese Louis Armstrong.
They're very particular. Louis Armstrong is not one of them.
Okay.
The main characters is very specifically Bill Evans.
Okay.
Then here's where the fun part comes in, because I'm going to start explaining why.
Please do.
So the main character is probably the one that has the strongest tie physically to the person that they represent.
Mm-hmm.
And he is got the glasses. He's got the very square face. He's got the very square cut. And he is from a rich family where he's been classically trained and moves into the side and relatively hesitantly finds himself interested in jazz until he teams up with another person who is a drummer and is half American, half Japanese at a time of, even more racial prejudice time.
Yeah, it's quite a bit rarer.
Yeah. That winds up being contemporary. Now, I want to say all of these characters, you find out who they are immediately, generally, because they have their own kind of introductory song. Whatever song it is that they play solo is a direct tie to whatever artist that they are representing. Bill Evans, as he started moving more into the direction of jazz, teamed up with Art Blakey. And Art Blakey, prolific drummer of the time, made the song Monin, which is what the drummer character actually winds up playing. But this is also really fun to run in like a contemporary context, in that this character is the only biracial individual,
Mm-hmm.
and they are the only character that is representing an African American.
Mm-mm-mm.
And this is actively, challenged because he is yelled at multiple times for being,
Yeah.
half Japanese, half American. And do you care if I spoil it further than
No,
that?
I don't give a shit.
I don't know how far. Okay.
I don't
Cool.
give a shit. It's worth understanding that I am so slow at watching TV shows, and I'm also very undeterred by spoilers. These two things
Okay.
are simultaneously true. Spoilers are very rarely a big deal to me, and also I am so far behind on my backlog, man. It's like indescribable.
That's fair. But the character that represented by Art Blakey, or that represents Art Blakey, towards the end of the series, once everybody's kind of gone about their own business, when they do a revisited time skip, the main character, the Bill Evans character, comes back and visits and finds that the other character is now a priest in a Catholic church that had just been developed.
Okay.
Which, while not the same religion, Art Blakey himself, for about a period of 2 to 3 years, I want to say, became Muslim.
Oh,
and
okay. Yeah.
changed his name to Abdullah ibn Buhaina, I believe, before going back and returning to jazz.
Oh.
And then you start.
Have a good night, Vexen Cat. Thank you for stopping by. Also,
well,
hello,
Vexen.
Emmerich Draws.
Hello. I'm sorry, I should be paying attention to the folks that join in as well.
Don't worry about it. But yeah, sleep well, Vex. But yeah. So okay. So he did go into priesthood of some sort. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Emmerich Draws. It's just important to say hello. To people. Yeah. Also, hello, Omdus. And hello, Yumi. I didn't see Yumi come in. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, Yumi. I hope you're still here. I hope we're not offended by me not saying hello when you marked yourself present. But yes. Okay. So there's a sense of there's a sense of, what do we call it? It is kind of interesting to how frequently we don't see race treated seriously in anime, and it's something that, if you're doing a jazz show, it's so challenging to have it
discuss the challenges of race.
Yeah,
and racial
it's so important. It's so
Yeah.
important to
It's
what
huge.
happens. Yeah, it's so.
I mean, even this is kind of skirting that barrier, because it's the only character that is being represented that is a black jazz musician.
Yeah, which in reality, a pretty large percentage of all of the jazz musicians who have ever lived, and certainly among the most influential ones, were black.
It's still the case, easily.
It is pretty fair to describe jazz as primarily an African American innovation.
Mm-hmm. No, it's completely accurate. Yeah, it is still weird that, again, it's only addressed with a singular character, but also keeping in context that the mangaka behind it and the design behind it is a purely Japanese team.
Yeah.
So a lot of it, just comes from love of jazz, of the understanding of it. But I do absolutely respect that was addressed in some form or another. And I believe it was addressed well, considering to have that sort of parallel between Black American and biracial Japanese American, especially post World War II, where tensions were wildly high. But more characters obviously start showing up, and it's fun because it doesn't just exist purely in jazz. Other aspects start coming in, but the next one that's really introduced is kind of like the love interest, and it's worth noting that love interest didn't work out for either of the two main protagonists, but the love interest character is not a jazz musician, but does fall in the same timeline and is still music related, as she effectively is representing Audrey Hepburn. And not just Audrey Hepburn, but specifically Audrey Hepburn's role in Sound of Music.
Okay.
And that is introduced by singing My Favorite Things, where she is a country girl, very religious, but does not choose to abide all the issues that are affecting the character, who's biracial. And effectively standing up against and trying to protect that friend, who's been her friend for the longest time, from that prejudiced assault. So and music's also just great. I should just throw that out there. It's all jazz. I love jazz.
Hell yeah.
The character that comes after that is introduced via But Not For Me, which was not written, but was performed by Chet Baker. Chet Baker notably moved a lot because he kept breaking the law and had a massive drug addiction. The character representing him is an alcoholic, seemingly has other addictions that aren't being
I was about to say,
shown.
I mean, usually heroin would be the one that people would associate. Also, Squirrel 503, thank you for the follow.
Oh. Yeah, but they kept specifically with alcoholism as the main one, and cigarettes. And I'm assuming a lot of it would be also a tie into just generalized opioid crisis. But Chet Baker, after he started falling out effectively, left the U.S. and moved to Italy, where he eventually passed away from drug overdose. This character also moves away from town, takes a train somewhere really far away, doesn't tell anybody, and winds up passing away, seemingly, not explicitly stated, but seemingly for drug overdose. And then the last character that gets introduced, and I'm pretty sure you'll know this one, so I'll leave it as
I didn't know who Chet Baker was, but keep going. Who would it be?
This one is not a jazz musician.
Oh, okay.
But instead started out as an artist, and then decided art was not for them, but they wanted to embrace this cool new thing called rock and roll.
Chuck Berry?
No. You think you're still singing a little too hard to the jazz realm.
Then I don't know.
John Lennon.
Oh, I would not have guessed that. My next guess was literally going to be Elvis.
Yeah, that's fair. That would be a good one too. It's a lot of showmanship, but John Lennon did start out, or at least attempted to be an artist before diving headfirst more into rock and roll. But this is just one of those subjects now that's been stuck in my head for ages, and I wanted to rant about it for a little bit, because no matter what I look up online and try to dig into this, it's one of those subject matters where people are just like, oh, this is a good anime. Okay?
Yeah.
Please? Come on, I need more. Tell me more things.
Oh, and it's anime fandom is crazy. And I mean, if Mikks was here, I'm sure that he would be ranting and raving about the low standards that anime fans hold themselves to. I am continuously blown away by the fact that Orb was well regarded.
Oh, jeez.
Oh God, well, that was dreadful. And it like I'm sure that somebody's going to be like, oh, I'm sure there was like that on the historical stuff. Right? I was like, no, it was just incredibly boring. It was just an incredibly boring TV show that makes gestures at historical references, but then doesn't do anything with them. And oh God, what a. But yeah, it's.
I've heard of it. I've neither read nor seen it. Which, from the sounds of it, I probably shouldn't, unless I want something to sit down and critique.
I thought it was dreadful. In my anime club, we literally gave up on it, which is pretty striking. We just like episode like 4 or so. I can't remember who it was. It might have been me. It was just like, can we please just move on to the next show? Like, can we please watch something different? Orb is it's a fantasy imagination of the men and women in the early modern era of Western Europe who make the observations that lead to the heliocentric model of the solar system. They are not close enough to like have anybody who's like identifiably like Copernicus or anything like that. At least I didn't think so.
No, that was my first thought when I was looking it up. Was who am I going to see that's tied in? But it didn't look like there were any specific names. At least not.
Yeah, it's and it's just kind of stupid. It's just kind of stupid. It's just kind of like a frustratingly stupid show. It's a very, there's just very little substance to it. Okay, hold on 1 second here.
Yeah.
Okay, gotta clean this up a little bit more. Wonder if I need to take it to the sink and just wash it. What I need to do one of these days is I need to prep more nibs of the same sizes, but I don't have an organizing system for them that like makes any goddamn sense. Like I just have a single bucket of nibs, which is easily fixable problem, right? Like this is not like a challenging problem to have like a container, a container with different bins for things. It's a tackle box, right? Or
everybody needs their own nib bucket.
Yeah.
I think when it comes more down to like the historically based anime, you can always get fun ones like Thermae Romae.
Thermae Romae rocks. Thermae Romae rocks. And the craziest part is that it has the same premise as another anime, and I think the other one's even better.
What's the other one?
Which is Besatsu Olympia Kiklos.
Oh, that one.
Oh,
dude,
Besatsu Olympia Kiklos is super good. It's super fun. So the premise of Besatsu Olympia Kiklos is that it's set in ancient Greece, and the main character is Demetrios, an ancient Greek man, and he lives in this tiny little town, and he is a coward, and the other Greeks make fun of him for it all the time. That like he paints vases really, really badly. He's very athletic, and he thinks that like fighting battles and winning glory in combat is scary and stupid. And so all the other Greeks make fun of him like crazy for that, because the Greeks were very, very into warfare in the surviving records that we have from the Greeks. Like martial prowess is very valorized. And so he is trying to figure out ways to get around this. And in particular, eventually his town gets shaken down by the Spartans. And so he is trying to figure out forms of conflict resolution that aren't just killing people, in no small part because Sparta is, the largest polis by population, and so unless you are literally Athens, Corinth, or Thebes, if the Spartans show up, you get just stomped.
It's over.
It's just over because they're so much bigger than you. Those four and obviously Thessalonica, but I don't know if there's obviously Thessalonica because duh. But the so anyway, he's in this tiny little fishing village, and like the Spartans roll up, and so what happens at every episode is that he gets struck by lightning and time traveled to 1960s Japan.
Oh boy.
Where he learns random pieces of Japanese culture and then carries them back to the past to try to avert these crises. Not always successfully, very amusingly. But the part that makes it truly an insane show. There are two parts that make it truly insane. One part that I just really love is that the credit song, they make a new credit song every single episode. And
I love it when series do that.
And
That's
each
the
credits,
thing to do.
It rocks. Each credit song is a actual useful piece of ancient Greek historical knowledge.
I love that.
So the first one is the first episode, the end credit song is about what a polis is. One of the later episodes, the credit song is about how ancient Greeks wipe their butts.
Ah, yes, all together in one room, as was then adopted by the Romans.
That's not the part that's really distressing. The part that's really distressing is that they used pot shards and gravel.
Oh, jeez.
It's one of my least favorite pieces of historical knowledge.
It's one of mine now too.
This is I said this to
Thanks
when
for the gift, I guess.
Gravy, Ruru, and Kyo were in a collab, and I dropped this on them, and everyone was like, "Yeah, that's now my least favorite historical fact as well."
It also looks like it was written by Maru Yamazaki, who also did, big surprise, Thermae Romae.
But yes, the part that really elevates Beisatsu Olympia Kyklos to just like true insanity is that the way that they animate the Japanese people is that the Japanese people are like Japanese paper theater. So they're like very flat images that just kind of like drag across the screen with like no animation.
That's
And you know how they
really
animate the
funny.
ancient Greeks? Do you know what they do for the ancient Greeks?
Exactly the same thing.
No. No.
Or when I was
They're
thinking more
claymation.
Good.
The ancient Greeks are claymation. Monochrome claymation, so they look like marble. It's so funny.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I misunderstood the question. I was thinking
It's so good.
my brain was equating the unmoving or the sliding paper figures to murals.
No, they're you just said it's so good. They're
I'm gonna have to find this.
it's so funny, man. It's insanity.
The one I was initially going to bring up was Vinland Saga.
That one I haven't
I
seen.
think Vinland Saga, in my mind, does quite well. It starts out very, very shonen, but it has its historical basis because it is based off of the second book within the Vinland Saga series, which is the only one we really have a bunch of info actually about. We know there was 3, but it's like, I don't know, like 800, 900% more information in the second book than either of the other 2.
That happens, yeah.
Yeah. Good old thing about, historical research and any kind of actual digging.
I feel
Same
really
reason
dumb
we-
because I meant to do this in Gothic, the Golden Gothic, but I forgot about it until I was on letter 3, so sorry, Gravy.
Too many words all mixed together.
At least as long as I don't misspell golden, as long as I get to the end of the word relatively intact, I'll feel okay.
Vinland Saga actually had some of my favorite scenes in it, but it did a time skip.
Mm-hmm.
And the time skip had the main character, Thorfinn, go from basically unfettered killing machine to an adult who understands the weight of all the people that he's killed and swears to never kill again.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And my favorite scenes don't actually deal with him specifically. There's a fight scene that goes on at a farm where a bunch of slaves are attempting to escape, Thorfinn being one of the slaves. And they're trying to get the rest of the slaves out of the encampment and make sure that they can all escape and eventually get the crew together to go to Vinland. But it turns into a full-blown war between the forces of the king of the time. I'm going to have to look this up. I forgot that he's actually a major player in the first part of the manga itself.
I will give this to
Apologize
that
for a
gold.
second.
That gold ink. It comes off really easily.
Canute. It was King Canute.
Oh, okay, yeah. Kenny the Great.
Yeah. Name escaped me.
Mm-hmm,
Brainworms and tired.
No,
But basically, his forces go in to support the owner of the farm as the immediate militia forces around are fighting against it to try to take it over and use the escape of the slaves to basically take over the area and rise up to fight against King Canute. And the fight goes on for several days.
Okay,
but
that's
it's
pretty
moving.
lengthy.
Yeah, it's moving as the fight goes on, so areas where the fight has already ended, there's just a bunch of corpses. And at some point, these two dudes wake up, and one of them's just like, I'm so damn hungry. I've been out for so long. And the other guy, there's like another dude who's just like, I don't have any food, but I have some water if you want some water. So they share a little bit of water, and it's like, whose side are you on anyways? Oh, I'm on the king's side. Oh. I'm on the militia side, but honestly, I don't really care anymore.
Yeah.
So they just hang out and they just keep sharing water and go about their own business.
Yeah. It's one of those things that combat's often very complicated like that, and it's one of those things that I found really really striking when talking about pre-modern warfare, is that if you play Total War, right? If you play Total War gives you the impression that 80+% of the people who participate in combat die. Right? That's, or at least 40-50%, right? Because 80% of the losing side dies. And that's kind of what you get used to. And then the actual number is 10-15%. Including the losing side. Of both sides, 10-15% is pretty normal for a battle. And historians contextualize this as devastating, catastrophic casualties. As absolutely devastating, catastrophic casualties. Because one of the things that kind of can get lost in this is that sorry, I don't like something that's on
No worries.
Camera's bugging me. One of the things that kind of gets lost in this is that for a lot of older societies, particularly when you say militia, the army in question that we're talking about is a fairly significant percentage of the entire male population.
Yep.
Mobilization rates for some ancient societies can just be outrageously high. This is actually how one of the things I find kind of interesting, right, is that Rome never loses battles to the Hellenistic successor states, ever. It's once Rome starts fighting, the Ptolemies, the Seleucids, etc., they just never lose. They just roll them constantly. But who they do lose quite a lot of battles to are groups like the Cimbri and the Teutones to their north. And it's not so much that these are groups that were that much more skilled of fighters. than the Greeks. It's that these are groups that are mobilizing close to 100% of their entire male population every time they go to battle. And so these are incredibly large armies. And that has dividends if you have this incredibly large army that is actually somewhat cohesive. It also means that if they lose even a single battle to the Romans, their society is functionally extinct. So...
Yeah.
You know,
the numbers become a lot clearer when you realize it was not a case of just, independent soldiers who only were soldiers. A lot of them were the mixtures of farmers and, as you well said, a chunk of the male population.
Yeah, this was the society, right? This was the society on the march. Yeah, this was the whole society was on the march, and stretch. Yeah, I'm waiting for this to dry. By the way, I don't know if how much people can see that golden is very wet, so I don't want to move it very far. But yeah, the crack in the back.
Yeah, no, I was just popping my neck.
Yeah. And so this like really does change how you think about these kinds of things, and this is part of why the Roman way of war winds up being so successful, right? Is that the Romans are not mobilizing this large of a percentage of their population at any one given time. Their total ability to mobilize people in the long run is incredibly high, relatively speaking. It's incredibly high, relatively speaking, because of the social organization of it. Oh, that's where I was kind of going with this. This is one of those things I might write up a blog post about whenever I get around to actually doing that goddamn project. I probably sound like a broken record at this point.
You'll get there, I promise.
People will like, I literally saw this question on like a video game subreddit of like, why didn't more armies just use horse archers? If like these steppe horse archers was such a effective tool. And the answer is that that's not an output of, like, you don't like go to the store and buy horse archers. Horse archers are the output of your entire society being organized in a particular way. I can only really think of one time in agrarian society, just flat out said, like, we want to have horse archers as part of our army, and we are going to train our existing sedentary population into how to be horse archers. And this would be the Zhao, in the Warring States period in China. I cannot think of anybody else who's done it. And it didn't work. It did not work. I don't know how much people here know about the Warring States period in China. I would suspect not a lot. The Warring States period goes on for a fairly long time, but the end of the Warring States period is very precipitous. There is a fairly lengthy period of a large number of states kind of going back and forth, pretty back and forth, and then the Qin kingdom becomes the Qin dynasty, and it's very, very precipitous. No, Matthew, we are talking 400 years prior. Warring States period is 400 years prior.
I mean, you're talking. This is outside of my area of expertise.
Yeah. That's fair. This gives me a chance. Actually, you've given me an excuse to give like the very, very, very brief overview of Chinese history from the dynastic perspective. The first dynasty that has any sort of historical... No, it's not Song. Three Kingdoms is not Song. The first era that's like historically attested to in any meaningful way is called the Shang dynasty, and the Shang dynasty is kind of more like a really jumped up chiefdom that has writing. Then there is the Zhou dynasty, which is the longest running Chinese dynasty so far, and the Zhou are functionally closer to like the Catholic Church than they are to an actual imperial power. Like they were the most powerful state in among many other states at one point, but mostly they, by the later parts of it, they primarily are a religious authority. And so the Zhou dynasty gets broken up into the Western Zhou and Eastern Zhou eras. So in the Western Zhou era, they are actually the preeminent power in China, and the other Chinese kingdoms are kind of accepting a certain level of subservience to them. And then in the Eastern Zhou period, they have kind of fallen apart and are really a religious authority more than a temporal authority. And these get broken up, this period itself gets broken up into the Spring and Autumn period, which is a couple hundred years, and then the Warring States period, which is a couple hundred years. And both of these are pretty violent eras. The difference is that in the Spring and Autumn period, there are a lot more kingdoms, like a lot, like dozens and hundreds of them. And the size of armies is typically like 10,000-ish. Whereas when we get into the Warring States period, they are typically close to 100,000. It's a very rapid increase in the size of armies. So the Warring States period is a lengthy civil war, except for the fact that it was kind of not really that unified of a country beforehand. And the end result of it is the Qin dynasty wins, from whence we get the name China. The Qin dynasty is one of the few Chinese dynasties that manages to unite the country and then not get anything reasonable done with it. What happens to them is, this is an abject lesson for everybody. The Qin dynasty has a very, very, very harsh legal code. I'm taking Divergence to talk about a very specific detail because I find this one very important.
Oh, please be my guest.
This one rules. So the Qin dynasty had the death penalty for seemingly every goddamn offense under the sun. Yes, the legalists. Yes, Quincy. Quincy knows the legalists. They have the death penalty for seemingly every goddamn offense under the sun. The offense that winds up being the really critical one is death penalty if you are a commander of a military unit and you are late to the pre-planned marshalling point. No excuses.
All right, then.
No excuses. So this means that every time an army gets delayed marching somewhere, what happens? What happens?
My guess would be a fall down the chain of command.
What they do is they declare rebellion.
Oh, I mean, that would work too. Wipe out the whole thing.
yeah, fuck it. You're gonna die anyway.
I was thinking line as one commander goes down, the next one is, set up. But it would just obviously be easier to just, declare the whole section of rebellion.
Yeah, you just rebel. And it turns out that when you have a rebellion, like every 30 seconds, eventually one of them wins. There's an extremely stupid civil war after the Qin dynasty falls called the Chu-Han Contention, and it ends with the Han dynasty. And this is the guys who you think of. These are the first major Chinese dynasty. Is the Han dynasty from about 200 BC to about 200 AD. And they end with the Three Kingdoms period, which is the one that people were asking about. So the Warring States period and the Three Kingdoms period are the two periods on either end of the Han dynasty. And the Han dynasty gets to go down as like the big dog dynasty. It's where the word kanji comes from and the word Hanza come from. It is where the phrase Han ethnic group comes from. Big deal dynasty. 400 years is no slouch.
Yeah.
Three Kingdoms period happens. They fall apart. The kingdom, eventually it all gets unified again under the Jin dynasty. Jin dynasty doesn't do a very good job. They fall apart pretty quickly. We get another period of disunity of the northern and southern dynasties. And then that ends with the Sui dynasty, which is the other really embarrassingly short-lived dynasty. The Sui dynasty manages to invade Korea so badly that their entire country collapses.
I do know this story.
Yeah. They managed to fuck up an invasion of Korea so badly that China fails. And the Tang Dynasty takes over. The Tang Dynasty is an interesting one. They are, if you know Southern Chinese people, they will often refer to themselves as Tang people after this one, because the Han Dynasty didn't actually have a lot of footprint in the South compared to the Tang Dynasty. This is the first dynasty where, Tongren. This is the period when rice becomes the main crop as opposed to wheat. Wheat had been the main crop of the, prior to this point. Prior, I think, really to Southern Jin, but I think Tang, we can just round it over to Tang. Tang is also the first Buddhist primary Chinese dynasty. So they get to go down as pretty important. And they have an interesting contention here in that the leading family of the Tang Dynasty, the one from which the actual imperial clan came from, the Li, were probably not Chinese. It's not like it's squirrely, but it's I think they're Tuoba. Somebody here might be able to correct me. I think Quincy might be able to correct me off the top of my head. I think they were Tuoba. They're ethnically Northerners, very much ethnically from the North. So that's always a cool thing. That's a cool thing. And the Tang Dynasty is where we get Wu Zetian, the only female emperor of China. And the An Lushan Rebellion, one of the most insane civil wars in all of human history. The Tang Dynasty didn't really have the kind of bureaucracy that people tend to think of. The kind of bureaucracy that people think of associate with China doesn't exist for another 300 years. Under the Song Dynasty, the Tang Dynasty big civil war is caused by a guy named An Lushan, and what happens with An Lushan is an extremely trusted general by the dynasty. And instead of having a bureaucracy where there's segregated roles and people are rotating between different offices and stuff like that, you just give a guy a permanent commandery and they become a governor general. You give a guy a unified military civilian authority over a region. And An Lushan's very trusted and considered highly trustworthy, so he just keeps on getting given everything. He becomes the default dumping ground for you caught some guy stealing, and now his commandery defaults back to the emperor, and that turns out to be too much of a pain in the ass for the emperor to handle, so the emperor hands it over to An Lushan.
A fun little cycle.
And so he winds up having something like 3/4 of the military force in the Tang Dynasty. And you can ask about the causation of what happens here. There's also the Yang Guifei of it all. You wind up with a kind of complicated thing in here where let me take a look at the ad manager here for a second. I'm gonna snooze us. We end up with this kind of complicated thing where this complicated chain of events where the prime minister looks at the layout of forces and goes, "Oh wow, the emperor does not actually control the majority of the military force in the country. That's terrifying." And so he starts trying to figure out ways to peel back some of An Lushan's authority and power. He tries to raise armies that are specifically imperial armies. He tries to strip away certain rights from An Lushan and move them to other people, or just strip away rights in specific and give him civilian oversight or something like that. And it doesn't fucking work. And it's debatable if An Lushan always wanted to do this or if he went insane, which is actually not a bad hypothesis because his behavior after he starts rebelling is really weird, or if he just recognized rationally that he was put into a position where it was a you either win or you die.
I like that we've hit 3 very distinct different instances of I didn't mean for this to happen, but here we are.
Yeah, and so those are all kind of explanations for An Lushan's thing. Like either he was always planning on replacing the dynasty, or he was being highly irrational, or he would have probably just been a quiet military commander, and then once people started trying to chip away at his power, he decided to make a really dramatic move. Those are all kind of viable explanations from my read, as a person who's not very expert in the period. The An Lushan rebellion goes down in an incredibly funny fashion, though, where An Lushan is an absolute raging fucking jackass as a commander. He declares a new dynasty, an independent new dynasty in northeast China. He wins a lot of battles. He is actually within arm's reach of capturing the capital from the Tang dynasty. But he's a raging asshole to his own subordinates and is just like executing his own subordinates like a maniac, like he's Alexander the Great. So his own leader, he gets couped in favor of his own son. Right?
Yeah, I mean, expected result.
Yeah, an
Maybe not
expected
the son
result.
part, but I can understand the
Mm-hmm.
sort of
And then-
hierarchy there, built up familially.
And then about 2 years later, the top general within the Yin dynasty, I forget the rest of his name, but it's Shi, because sometimes it's called the An Shi Rebellion, named after the second family involved in it, the Shi family. He decides that, you know what, fuck it, I'm the top dog here. I'm tired of pretending to be subservient to this little spoiled brat nepo baby, and he assassinates An's son and puts himself on the throne. So that's coup number 2. And then he's a huge raging jackass to his own commanders, and so his commanders get together and put on a conspiracy to assassinate him and replace him with his son. So now we're on coup number 3 in less than a decade. And then people realize that this new guy is kind of an incompetent boob that they don't really like very much, and so they kill him, and then they just kind of peter out. They just kind of like go up to the emperor and they're like, we're tired of this. Like the An family is dead, the Shi family is dead. None of the rest of us really care about this. Oh, I hit run ads. We're going into ads. I'm going to put us on the BRB screen. On that funny note, because I want to use the bathroom, and I think you do too.
Welcome back.
Right, folks, we're back. We're back. I think this is pretty close to dry. I think this is dry enough that I feel okay moving it. Let's say as I got spilled a little droplet of water on it. Okay. Let me take a look at my list, my to-do list. Okay, that's ad-free and gravy knocked down. I don't know who else's birthdays are coming up soon. I do have one that I need to go back and do, but I want to do a little bit of research on the person in question before I write them up.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta personalize it, right? You gotta.
Of course.
You gotta. And
Care about your
sometimes even if I
friends.
don't know somebody super well, there's like at least like some inspiration. This one I think I want to think on a little bit more,
Yeah.
All right. So.
Always cool to care about people.
Yeah.
Big fan of caring about people.
And it's caring about the craftsmanship to a certain extent as well. It's just taking it seriously, right? Taking what I am doing seriously and giving a crap, right? It's
Of course. And in this moment, a bit of a side effect of caring about people.
Yeah. Let's.
I do appreciate the history lesson from yourself.
Oh
and
yes,
Quincy.
yes. I didn't even finish it. So that doesn't actually end the Tang Dynasty. It is one of the most insane events in world history, but it doesn't end the Tang Dynasty. They putter around for another century, but the fundamental causes of the An Lushan Rebellion don't actually get resolved, which is that delegating out your authority as a giant parcel of civilian and military authority at the same time is extremely dangerous.
Yeah, I would say maybe don't give most of your entire army to one guy.
Yeah, they managed to, I think, obviate that for most of the remainder of the dynasty, but it does mean that instead of having a bureaucracy, you kind of have a vassalage system, and, those are very cheap to run, but they have, everything has a cost, one way or another, right? Everything is expensive one way or the other. And in this case, the expense is... I'll never change my category to reading and writing. The expense here is... Rikia, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the crab raid. Hold on a second. I'm changing the category briefly. So I can mog it. What were you doing, Rikia? Rikia, you were studying art. What type of art were you doing? For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I am... I'm going to take a big sip of water here. I do calligraphy. Let me show you what I was just pulling out a scrap sheet so I could get some practice reps in. I have just written a little birthday message for a friend of mine, Gravy Gator, on an emote to fight my art block. That sounds very brutal. That sounds very, very harsh to me. But yes, this is for my friend Gravy Gator, whose birthday is on the 17th, and he is going to celebrate it with a Golden Sun Marathon. So I figured that using a little bit of gold would be nice. Yeah, this is my handwriting. This is how I write. This is what I do. I do not know how to make emotes. I am very grateful to my emote artists. I am not a visual arts person. I'm a writer by trade. That's what I do outside of VTubing, is that I write and edit. Yes, I'm glad that you had a good time with your art. Thank you for trusting your community with me. I like to keep things pretty chill here. We have been going down a lengthy history lesson. Not even super lengthy. I've been giving an extremely brief rundown overview of Chinese dynastic history with my friend Vovern here. Hello, Vovern. Say hello to the Raiders.
Hi, I'm Vovern. I'm some guy.
You're some guy. You are some
I'm
guy.
some guy.
You are some guy. You are indeed
Aw.
some guy. You're a
expect
great
that
guy.
turnaround.
That's the kind of guy
Thank
you
you.
are. Yes, Vovern is a voiceover artist.
Yeah, I do the funny sounds,
Yeah,
the monster sounds,
the monster sounds. Yeah. It's
and also some back-end game dev stuff, but that's currently a nightmare.
well, the back end games dev stuff is a nightmare. I am grateful to have never touched that. But you know, the voice stuff is an appreciated talent in these VTubing spaces. Oh, you know what? This is what I should be working on right now. Hold on. I was grabbing a scrap piece of paper because I wasn't very satisfied with my consistency tonight. I felt like my stroke consistency was off, but it is important to, when I do calligraphy streams, I like to do a thank you letter to all of the people who rated me. I like to do a little thank you, a little big thank you letter to everyone who rated me. A little free calligraphy for those who took the time to send their folks and trust them with me. Invisible_toast, thank you for the follow. But yes, I hope that you ultimately did get over your art block. I hope that it wasn't just a fruitless work one. Yeah, it's the least I can do, right? It's the least I can do. I say as if I couldn't actually do less. I actually do less if I'm not doing a calligraphy stream. If I'm doing a minis painting stream or something, I do in fact do less.
Let's force him to write.
I mean, that's what I'm here to do.
The scrolls must be made.
You know, I was thinking about doing a copying of you got a silly emote out of it? Excellent. That's a win. That's a win if you ask me. That's a win.
I believe I may be backing out here.
Ah,
Starting to get
okay.
tired. That fog's
is-
kicking in next to the brainworms.
That's
Yeah.
fair. That's fair. I hope that I was able to help a little bit with the brainworms.
No, I very much appreciate it. I always love learning things.
Yeah. And next time we got to the end of the Tang Dynasty. So I mean, we've got Song, Yen, Ming, and Qing left.
I will quite genuinely make a note of it.
All right.
And I hope you enjoyed the little anime jazz rant at the beginning there.
I did. Thank you for joining me. As mentioned, always kind of lose track of how to do solo streaming after I have somebody on for a minute. So it was a pleasure to have you.
Always good to have an extra shoulder.
Yeah. But have a good night. Nate.
Yep, be well. And everybody here as well, have a good night.
Yes. So that was Nate. Which yes, I should also kind of Nate's lovely. He is being too humble, saying that he's just some guy. But yes. Yes, I hope that you had a good art stream. Obviously, if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. I do not wish to hold anybody captive. That would be against my wishes. And I know that I tend to raid out when I am tired and or cold and or hungry. I'm trying to lock in a little bit here because, like I said before, I've been a little bit unsatisfied with my stroke consistency, which is something I'm usually very good at. I'm usually very good at that. Yes, please get some sleep. Please get some good sleep, Invisible Toast. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for following. And thank you for being you. I do need to buy more black ink. I will probably not buy the same kind again. I think I've complained about this a lot, but I'll almost certainly buy an Iroshizoku. I think Take is the one that I want. I'm doing a slightly different ratio for my Gothic tonight. I'm playing around a little bit with my ratios. No. Alright, let's get down here. Hello, Rina. Yeah, please, please. That's fine. That's fine. Little secret. I had a little bit of food during my own stream. I have some roasted chickpeas that I ate. During the ad break. Yeah, you gotta eat. You gotta eat. Finishing up a pot pie and start stream. Yeah. It's always a little bit tricky to balance nutrition with a stream. I know that if I'm hungry, that like really kills my momentum, right? That really kills my momentum. And let's take a look at my raid list. Whomst has raided me? Okay, today. Oh yeah, this one was a long one. This one was a long one. Yeah, art streams will make shaking worse. When there's no game carrying me, right? That's like the biggest trick about these types of streams is that I don't have a game to provide me with something to react to and to fill some of the dead air. I have to be doing everything. And so it becomes a little bit more obvious. When my energy level falls off really badly. This is a technique that I'm still struggling with a little bit, that making these hairlines with the dip, with the broad dip. So see. There we go. CM Renji. It really just hit me that this may actually be too short. Yeah, give it to me. Give it to me, Hoomter. What have you got for me, Hoompt? What is the Hoomps halves forced me? Oh, interesting. Okay, that's a long service. The Russian version of the Maxim is still in use on both sides. Turns out that human bodies haven't changed that much, and something that's capable of spitting lead hundreds of rounds per minute is going to continue to kill people pretty effectively. You are correct, that is pretty crazy. What do you got for me for number 2? Most recent use of trebuchets in active conflict are 2015 in Euromaidan and 2024 IDF. Interesting. Not in Syria. Hello, Grey Nothing. Hello, Grey Nothing. I mean, the thing is, like, a Mosin's still a successful weapon. Wouldn't want to use it as an assault rifle, but until somebody develops a body armor that is commonplace at stopping Mosin rounds, which I don't foresee happening in a reasonable time frame because Mosin rounds are hefty boys. Yeah. I mean, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you, right? All right, hold on. This was a... dragging the ink along here a little bit. There we go. Yeah, IDF is a confusing one. Yeah, the Ukrainian one I think I knew about. The IDF one's just baffling. Are they just fucking around? Some sort of weird flex? Let's see, do I like this ligature? I think I don't. I don't. I also did a bad job on it. Sorry, Ava. Rockets are your spot. I mean, lobbing a trebuchet against somebody who's not prepared for it is going to have basically no report for counter battery purposes. So, you know, I guess there's that. No, that's fair. That's fair. That is actually a fair use of conjecture. I think an American would be more likely to use speculation, but it's like literally down to taste. Yep, literally ran out of space there. Exalted Emily? Oh, that's an interesting angle. That's an interesting angle, Quincy. Yeah, escalation's a complicated concept, right? it's probably a sign of a certain type of incompetence that certain people like to imagine that you don't really have escalation or even chain of command. You just kind of do things. Which is, of course, insane, right? Like, yep. You need permission, it takes time, etc. Yeah. It's, pretty grim. Pretty grim. So there's Emily. And then, I think I'm gonna run out of space. Huh. Under-maintained engines. That's interesting. That is genuinely pretty interesting. Never would have occurred to me. As a reminder, tomorrow I will be streaming with Ratmost and Enigmas. That is tomorrow's stream. We will be doing Deep Rock Galactic. It might be exclusively on Ratmost's channel. I don't know. I guess I'll just kind of see how I feel tomorrow. I don't think Enigmas was planning on streaming. I just wanted to do a collab with a friend. I didn't really care that much about whether or not I'm doing my own stream. But yeah, we'll be playing the Deep Rock, which I really like. I like Deep Rock a lot. I have cursed myself a little bit in regards to Deep Rock, in that I have a separate account for my streamer, Twitch, for my streamer. I have a different account for my streaming as opposed to my personal life, and so my personal life account is like maxed out. It's like super maxed out. It's super got everything. And what this means is that I do have a favorite overclock. And I can't freaking get it. I've been grinding away at trying to get through all the weapon overclocks as fast as I can, because it's randomized, right? And I haven't been able to get my hands on it. Or my second favorite, I've actually very few of my top pick overclocks are in hand. I do have one like near top pick overclock as far as I am concerned. But my top pick overclock, my favorite overclock in the game, is Spinning Death. Engineer is my favorite class. Spinning Death for the Breach Cutter is my favorite overclock. Hello, Mara. Mara. Hello, Mara. Mara. How is Mara and how is Mara? Oh yeah, we're out of space. We are out of space. We have enough for 2 more, and we have 3 more people left to write in here. So, Mara and Mara. Got back into Frame Wars? I saw. I haven't been playing much Warframe lately. I think I recently built Styanax, maybe? I'm trying to remember what I was last doing. Oh, Shaku Prime? I do not have Shaku Prime. I don't even know if I have base Shaku. No, I have base Shaku, I just don't actually know how to play Shaku, so I never use it. I have no idea what is the most Almantas coded frame, because the one that's got the most similar body type to me is Grendel. Right, like... Dante, I guess. Yeah. I guess there's Dante. Easily imagine as Frost. That actually makes sense to me, Gray Nothing. That actually makes sense to me. There we go. Desired body type would be a Hilderin. Understandable. Understandable. But yeah, I don't have I don't have on my current run of Deep Rock. I don't have any good. I don't have Fat Man, which is my second favorite. I don't have Sticky. I don't have Sticky Fuel. I love Sticky Fuel. I don't have Sticky Fuel. I don't have Ricochet for the minigun. I don't have the minigun Ricochet. So those are like all of my favorite ones. I don't have any of them. Rhino. The truth of the matter is that I'm not actually doing anything that would build me towards a Rhino body type. The way that I exercise is definitely building me more towards Baruch. I would try to say Excalibur, but I do not have that ass. Are there any Warframes that have like actually canonically flat asses? Children? She got too much muscle. Her back of her quads are too thick. Oh, what do we got here? EV Cakes! Hello, EV Cakes! Hello, EV Cakes. I am doing my thank yous right now for raids. So thank you, EV Cakes. Good timing. Good timing. Hello, EV Cakes. Hello, Riva1808. What is Ducky Cleanup about? Were you playing EV Cakes? Yes, apologies. Goblin Cleanup. How is Goblin Cleanup? What is Goblin Cleanup? What the heck is that? For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. Oh, okay. I need a new sheet of paper. We literally just were raided. So hold on, I didn't even get through my previous. Oh, were you? Was this a double raid? Night and Day and Eevee? You play as a goblin cleaning it up. Okay. You were streaming with Eevee. Gotcha. We are going to need another sheet of paper. After I finish Arcane Memories name for the Raiders. My name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, not history. Sociology is what I actually had a degree in and what I actually taught college courses in. I mostly do calligraphy. I do calligraphy and I talk about history. I do game sometimes, but mostly I am an art streamer. My other art form is I paint miniatures. So yeah, I'm a traditional arts guy. I like to yap. Very amusingly, last week I had, just to give you a sense of where I am at on my mentality, last week I had a repo collab, and we decided to just turn repo into a podcast. So we just had repo running, and just had me and Inari's characters using the mouth flaps. from in repo while we just had a conversation about art and history for like 5 hours. So let me say hello to all of the raiders. Let me say hello to all of the raiders. Let me make sure I get you all. Hello, obviously, Evie Cakes. Hello, Riva1808, and thank you for the follow. Hello, Night and Day Artificery. Hello, Mink67 Jr., and thank you for the follow. And hello, Angel Boy Dark, and thank you for the follow. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, my little moth guy. My little moth guy. I love him. I love him. I love the little moth guy. I love the little moth guy. Still haven't given him a name. Still haven't given him a name. Moth Petra. Yeah, you can pet him. He is petable. There we go. What is calligraphy? Calligraphy is an art form that I am practicing right now, where I write letters using tools that produce non-standard letter shapes. Oh geez, that X on Exalted Emily bled a little bit. Poor Exalted Emily. I'll have to apologize to her. I'll have to apologize to her for that one. Let's get you out of the way for the moment and get out another sheet. That is what calligraphy is at the end of the day. That is the core of calligraphy, is that I write some things. It is an old art form. It is an old art form. The script that I am writing in today, and it's my most used script on stream, is Gothic. It is classical Gothic, really textura quadrata, which is it is designed for Latin. It is a medieval script, not an early modern script or a classical script. The only classical script I really know how to do is Rustica, which I think most people actually consider medieval. And most of the other scripts I know how to do are, like, I know Insular, Insular's medieval. I can kind of do Carolinian if I have a reference sheet in front of me. And the other one I do is Batarde. You can see that I'm using this pen, which I just tapped on the back of my hand, has this big wide nib at the end of it. And so it produces these big, wide letter shapes that have variations in width, varying on where I'm moving the pen, like the direction I'm moving the pen in at a given time. When we do an Egyptian hieroglyph stream, I don't know how to read hieroglyphics. I have a video sitting in my tabs that I've had sitting there for like over a year of basic Egyptian hieroglyphs. But I don't actually know how to read Egyptian hieroglyphs. I don't know what me streaming Egyptian hieroglyphs would look like. Does Babinka know how to read hieroglyphs? She's the person I know who's like... Her and Niano are the two people I know who, like, have the most thoughts and opinions. Hello, Mikks. Hello, Mikks. Hello, hello, hello. But yeah, as you can see, the letters are the letters in this are composed of multiple strokes. Right, I am not smoothly writing each letter in a single flow. I am picking up my pen quite a lot. Cafe crazed? Oh, that's very sweet of you to say. That's very sweet to say. I actually am not good at drawing at all. That was literally a subathon reward that we didn't hit, was that I would do a drawing stream. Like, I really don't know. Ancient Egypt. You and Babinka Bear are the two people I know who have the most like knowledge and opinions on ancient Egypt. That's entirely possible, Mikks. That would be possible. I don't know. I haven't really tried. I know that whenever I've tried drawing people, it hasn't gone the way that I wanted to. Ah, yeah. I don't know much about coding. The only programming that I've ever done is SQL, which is like... it's SQL, man. It's just typing into Google. All right, it's Oh, there we go. That's actually quite a bit better. Oh, cats remember ancient Egypt. It's so true. And let's... Sometimes I start the raid sheet like really early in the night, and I should have done that tonight. Because I think it's nice when when somebody raids in and I get to show them. They get to see me do their name. Oh, I didn't say you were an expert, just more knowledgeable than me. Just much more knowledgeable than me. Yeah, it makes I have seen that happen with programming. Yeah, Mikks is giving pretty good advice, I think. I learned yeah, so this is the part that's funny, right, Hunter? Is that like we know for certain that the vast majority of the labor that went into the pyramids was contract labor, but this is one of those things that I'm like kind of unclear on. Is that how much of the payment, right? How much of the payment given to those workers was from enslaved labor? Well, Humter, what about this? What about this? Here's my cool ancient Egypt fact. Ushabti carvers. There's a really good article that I read about 2 years ago. Ushabti carvers, when they were paid in the payments were not made to the worker, they were made to the Ushabti and then given to the carver in deference to the Ushabti. Right? The carver was basically holding on to the Ushabti's payment, since the Ushabti unsurprisingly could not collect it. Hello, Hungry Schnitzel. I feel like Egypt might be one of the few things we can be pretty confident does exist. It's so funny, it rules. Also, I'm not going to show this on stream, but I am going to link it. This is very funny. This is very funny. I think Niano in particular will appreciate this one. Let's see who. Okay, hold on. I was missing Rikya. Oh, and JT. Hello, JT. Hello, JT. Hello, JT. Who threw away the last one? Who threw away the last one? Hold on, let's give JT the... Oh, there we go, there's Inari. Okay, Inari. And Archibald. Hello, hello, hello. Indy, hello, hello. Inari. Are you okay, Inari? Are you okay, Inari? Are you okay? Because you started streaming like hours before I did, so that must have been like a 9+ hour stream. And Duds _ okay, thank you for the follow. Okay is relative. Hello JT, hello Inari, hello Archibald, hello BN Motive, hello Shikigami Nekomata, good to see you again. Hello Omar _ Omar, and thank you for the follow JT. Hello Suhigan. 6 hour? There's no way. There's no way. I've been streaming for 6 hours and you started before me. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, an old man who loves old things. Calligraphy is the main art form that I participate in. I am currently doing thank yous to the people who have rated me so far tonight. It has been pretty extensive. This was I did some birthday letters for some friends. Gravy Gator's birthday is on the 17th, so I did that for him. He's doing a Golden Sun Marathon, so it felt appropriate to use some gold ink. And ad-free .exe's birthday was today. So so I did this very silly message for her. I did this one for her. I hope she'll appreciate it. I hope it doesn't come. I hope she appreciates it. But yes. How was the peaking? I'm assuming it was less of a disaster than when we peaked. Me and Inari did peak last week, and it kept on crashing. So we went over to Repo, and we had a bunch of tech problems with Repo anyway. So we just did like a 5-hour podcast where we just had Repo in the background. You might have gremlin too hard. Yeah, Gravy's lovely. Gravy's a lovely lad. Gravy's a lovely lad. Threw the flares off the peak without lighting them. See, Inari's never this much of a gremlin with me. Inari's always nice to me. Inari is always a nice lady to me. In fact, you know what I might say? I might even say that Inari's a very good girl. I love you, buddy. But yes, welcome in, raiders. If anybody needs to raid and run, obviously you are free to do so. I can't stop you, and I wouldn't want to. Inari, I love you, buddy. It's, I'm trying not to overuse it. I'm trying to pace it. Wouldn't want you to develop a resistance after all, right? Thank you, Bigger Pig. Hello, Bigger Pig. The special secret technique. I mean, and Inari, you can come in and yell at me if you want to. All right, JD, have a good night. Thank you. Yeah, I've done it a couple times. I don't do. I've done one actual ASMR stream, and otherwise I just kind of like to have it in the pocket as a thing to mess with people, or reward people, I guess, depending on your method. Another person who's very. Yell at you. Oh, yeah, you are here to yell at me. I was so much worse to Rinny's.
Were you?
Yeah. I made a recording of me calling Rinny's a good girl, and gave that recording to her. I gave that recording to her boyfriend.
Holy shit! That's horrible.
So that he can jump scare her with it.
Oh no, the good girl thing's not my weakness. This guy's voice is my weakness. That is
it's just the voice, but it's the ASMR voice. Like, I mean, the thing is, like, that's a good like ASMR like line, right? That's like a good like it's like a good like line to use for it. It's it's not so much that it's like. I mean, I'm sure that for some people the words are like very. Suhiken. I'm sure that there are some people for whom the words are particularly important, but or particularly off-putting, right? But like, I think if I did that to Bug, she would just be like, "What the fuck's wrong with you?"
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. She'd be like, "What? What? Why?"
But yeah, it's you gotta say something, right?
Yes.
Like it's you can't just like I mean, maybe you can. I don't know. I don't know enough about ASMR. I was like, you can't just like ASMR just like totally non-verbally. Like maybe somebody can.
No.
It's not like obvious to me.
Well, I mean, there's all different types of ASMR, right? Like not
Yeah.
voice stuff, but there's also like the doesn't have to be whispers. It can be like, you know, glass stuff, like, you know, like
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that
There's like
kind of
the
stuff,
like the actual like what people call the sound triggers, which
yeah.
feels
They would think
strange. Well, just like vocabulary wise, it doesn't sound right to me. Because like the words would also be sound triggers, right?
Yeah, words are
like-
also sound triggers, that's for sure.
Yeah, so like it just like logically doesn't make sense to me. But that's like me being like a weird nitpicky jerk who's on the outside of it, right? I'm not in it.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because like, like I don't really like watching or like listening to ASMR streams mainly because like my ears are very sensitive. So like certain voices and certain like ways that they do it just don't sit well with my ears. And that
Yeah.
might be because of the fact that like if it's I know it's supposed to be like calm and quieting, but depending on what kind of ASMR they're doing, if it's sound wise, I think I talked to you about this before. Like I hear sounds as like music notes.
Oh,
So
okay.
hence why if it's like, yeah. So like I'm not too sure if that's the reason why maybe it kind of sounds off.
Okay. So, do you mean like there's like a synesthesia element to this, or do you mean like you are distracted by like thinking about it as a musical component?
Distracted by the fact that like I'm trying to figure out what musical component that is.
Okay. Like you're getting like too intellectual about it.
That does happen sometimes, and I'm just like, oh, you know, it's like, oh, I wonder what note this is, and then like it kind of sometimes leads to, oh, it kind of sounds like this song, and then I can't sleep anymore because now I'm trying to think what song it is.
It's like, oh no, there's like a chord progression in my ASMR.
Exactly. That's why like when they have like the marble glass like ASMR stuff that they do that's in like water. And then they're just like stirring it around. You hear like a cacophony of sounds, and it's like really weird to my ears.
It's interesting. So I all right, Mink, have a good night. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. So I one of the things that I found really interesting is that when I looked up like how many people experience ASMR, because I didn't think I was experiencing it, and I don't think I do. I was like, is that weird? Because like people acted like it was weird, and then I looked into it, and the medical literature says upwards of 20% of people experience ASMR.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because
That's
I mean,
crazy.
because it is a form of synesthesia, right? And like synesthesia in general
Right.
is not like super duper common.
No, it's not.
So the fact that I don't have any audio, because it would basically be like an audio, what's the word? Not temporal, audio, tactile, audio tactile, synesthesia. So like, you know, it shouldn't be that weird, right? That like any random person doesn't
No.
have audio tactile synesthesia. Oh, another raid.
Oh.
And the alert messed up and gave it the follow sound. Oh, that's because Virgil _ 2014 followed at the same time as Mihai Zeta raided. There we go. There's the raid sound effect. Hello Raiders. Hello Raiders. Hello Raiders. My name is Almantas VT. I am an old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy and miniature painting streams. What were you up to, Mihai Zeta? What were you up to? You were just chatting. What were you chatting about? Thank you, Azrael _ and Sleeplessly, Sleeplessly, and Toxa45 for the follows. Thank you all for the follows. And also hello to, let's get the hellos in. Hello Voilet, hello Mihai, hello Virgil, hello Azrael, hello 8856 _, hello X _ lovesick Max _ X. I hope you all had a lovely time. I should say, I should edit my stream info because you did get here, and Vovern's not been here for a minute.
Oh, you don't have to. I need to pop out anyways because I.
Oh,
have
you're
stuff to do.
leaving soon? You're leaving soon?
Yes.
For the people, so hold on, let's give the quick shout out for you though anyway. this is my friend Inari. Oh, I guess
Hello.
Mix must have gotten a shout out.
Earlier.
Yeah, okay. Oh no, Cafe, I do not play an instrument. I am very musically disinclined. I am a very non-musical person.
He says so, but he has this one song he can actually sing, and he's really good at it. So.
You are messing with people. You are trying to trick me into rapping on stream is what you are doing.
yes, absolutely.
Switching over to Tetris Effect. Excellent. But yes. No, I am like partially tone deaf, and like I don't have any good sense of rhythm. So yeah, I'm not a very musical person. Unlike this little gremlin right here, who I'm still thinking about that time the way that you did Perfect. Was really good. That was really good.
I switched from normal to gremlin.
yeah, she would switch from like her normal singing voice to her very nasally gremlin-y voice when on certain lines to like emphasize the whininess of the song.
Yes.
Pliny the Elder.
Oh.
Yes, please, Virgil, have a good night. I mean, people fall asleep to my streams all the time. It is extremely acceptable behavior. It is extremely acceptable behavior. Yeah, you are. Yes, you are.
Stop! No, I'm leaving.
You said you were leaving. I know you're going to bed. Thank you for stopping by. I know you want to yell at me for doing exactly that. But please have a good night. I love you very much, bud. Thank you for the collab the other day as well. I'm so amused by that. I'm so amused by it.
Another one.
I would love to do another one. I'm wondering about what other games would be particularly funny for doing that in, because like obvious ones are going to be Final Fantasy 14 and Warframe, because those have lots of dress up options.
FF14?
Yeah, podcast inside FF14. Yeah.
Oh, I have no people who do that, and that would be really fun to do so. And I have a house that we can do it in.
Oh, yes, a recording studio.
Yeah, I can set up my apartment in game to do that. Yeah.
I was talking about doing left-handed calligraphy, but I settled on doing right-handed calligraphy and getting actual work done. Left-handed is like a gimmicky thing, and my hand was feeling a little bit off earlier in the day, but it was feeling fine by the time I got to stream.
Okay, take care of yourself, Almantas.
Yeah. I'm fine, dear. I'm fine.
Okay. Bye.
Goodbye. Thank you, Inari, for being Inari.
Bye, chat. Have a good
night.
Have a
good night,
Bye.
Inari. Shut up! Sorry, I love doing that to her. Virgil, if you would like me to write something, I do a little mini commission if when people give me bits. So thank you for the 200 bits. Great night. Have a good night. Rabbit Mutt, hello. You'd be a demo with an actual ASMR mic? A demo? Like the demo man from TF2? Demon. Okay. That's true. This is not an actual ASMR mic. This is just a nice studio mic. Mihai has a tail. Okay. I'm not going to do it, Rabbit Mutt. The people of Scotland have suffered enough at the hands of the Irish American. They don't need that business. That's not the point.
Perhaps they haven't suffered enough.
What was that?
Perhaps they have not suffered enough.
Cruelty is not my.
I know. You're
No.
a very kind man. That's
Uh,
that's why you have me on retainer to be extremely cruel for you.
I mean, it's
No,
obviously x underscore lovesick max underscore x. Thank you for the follow. I mean, obviously, you've seen that I am capable of a certain amount of.
Oh, you are
Well,
capable of being a horrible little brat. But you are capable of being very much like my actual real life father, who is really annoying when he wants to be. I think this is the superpower of all older men because I can do it too.
Yeah, it's just a.
But
it's
you do
just-
not have my well-honed sense of targeted cruelty honed in the fires of the fighting game community's trash talk.
Oh yeah, no. I'm like internet old, and the main thing I got out of being internet old was like that I am not good at that. That I am quite unskilled at posters cruelty. That is something I do not handle well.
I'm quite good at the clapback, right? I just don't usually do it because I find it to be like, the truth is, the reason why I'm not typically like meaner, right? Even though people often think it's really entertaining, is because I think it distracts from like whatever the hell is trying to be talked about, right? Whatever conversation is trying to be had. In favor of like, oh, a person said a thing, oh shit, bro, right? Like that sort of thing. Which I like. I would rather just have the conversation, even if I don't, like get the attention.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everybody turns aside out of the British, right?
Everybody turns aside of the British. I did say the Irish American. It is not the Irish proper. I cannot. I fucked up the spacing on this one, so it's gonna.
The Irish and the Scottish killed the shit out of each other for hundreds of years.
Yeah. But I am not commenting on that. I'm commenting on my countrymen and fellow co-ethnics pretending to do Scottish accents and just butchering it and going over to Scotland and asking for a Guinness.
Yeah.
I am not apologizing for actual murder. I'm apologizing for being really annoying.
Yeah. I don't know if my people have any particular evils that they've inflicted.
The Quakers?
Maybe IKEA? No, the Swedes.
Oh, the Swedes. Yeah, the Swedes have done quite a bit.
Like IKEA. I mean, I know they have historically done a lot. I mean, the Swedish Americans. Mostly IKEA, I guess.
I mean, in recent memory, yeah, IKEA. I mean, how far back do you want to go, and how nasty do you want it to be?
I don't know. Foundation of America, the United States of America, right?
Okay, I mean the big obvious one in that era, within that domain is being pretty friendly with the Nazis.
Oh yeah, there was that. That was a
Yeah,
problem.
that was
that was a problem. A lot of the Scandinavians had this problem, except the Poles, basically, right? Polish Americans are like the only group that were like, "Fuck the Nazis."
I mean, in fairness, the Norwegians were conquered with a fight. And some of them put up a resistance, and obviously, Kiesling did not, because that's why he's Kiesling. That's why his name becomes a byword for traitor.
You might want to move me, by the way, simply so that I don't block off your calligraphy.
I will handle that in a second, because I also need to refocus the camera.
Makes sense.
Because I don't like how it's focusing. Oh yeah, that looks way nicer. Proper ASMR mic is not the. You're just gonna be floating there awkwardly in space. Or hold on.
Yeah, you can also just turn me upside down.
There we go.
Yeah, that works.
There we go.
Right.
I'm using. I'm writing a thank you letter. I write a thank you letter for
It's really cute.
the Raiders.
Yeah, I really like this, by the way. Like, if I had handwriting that could be read by other human beings, I'd probably do something similar if I was a handcam streamer, right? Instead, I just sit there and I get progressively more angry about politics for the entire stream. Or whatever subject I'm angry about on that particular day.
And see, I lost concentration, and I messed up the sizing again. So Night and Day, your name is long. It might not fit all in one line. I will try my best. I'll start crunching really hard. But I did mess up.
Artificery is a cool word, by the way.
Yeah,
I'm fond of artificery.
Yeah, yeah.
I just like the word artifice in general. Artifice is a really nice word. It's very versatile.
And it's got a nice combination of sound effects, right?
It's got a nice it's the artifice.
Yeah, it's got hards and softs. It ends on the soft.
It also means both craftsmanship and craft.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah. Artifice can be deception as well, because deception is a craft, right?
Yep.
I'm a big fan of that word. I also just like words that end in Y a lot. I'm a big fan of like what's the tense of grammar? Sorry, I just got up a little while ago, so my brain is like slow. The tense that is like categorical, like vocational. So like artificery versus artifice, right? Even though technically you can use those two in the same sentence in the same way. Like I like it like conjury versus conjuration, right? I like that sort of thing a lot. It sounds less scientific to me, and that's appealing. Like fishery versus fishmongering, right?
Yeah. What was I going to say? I did make another mistake. I made an actual mistake in artificery, but I think I covered it up. Okay.
So it's this is one of as my old raid team would call it, one of those SAT words.
Maybe the SAT got a lot harder since I took it, but I'm pretty sure this would not be on there.
No. The actual word that they were mad at me about there was chevron.
Oh, yeah, that's a much more common word.
Yes, that was my point, right? I referred to the a chevron, the symbol of the chevron that's on all the Chev gas stations. I referred to that as a chevron, and like 5 people had no idea what I was talking about. I'm like, did you not take math? Like, what's going on?
I mean,
here,
the first thought I have with chevron is for like the common usage is for like nameplates, right? Which I guess it's Chiron. That's not chevron. Whoops. See, I'm apparently tired. I mixed Chiron, chevron. Chevron. You know for the military rank. Yeah. The hoity-toity gas station. The hoity-toity gas.
Yeah, the petroleum refinery, right? Yeah. It's the same. It's like the same symbol that is used as a raid marker, right? So, I was explaining how a raid tactic worked, and like 5 people got mad at me for not understanding, because they didn't understand what a chevron was. And like at least one of them, who's one of my favorite people on the planet, had an excuse, which is that he's Russian and learned English like 2 years prior to that conversation. And the reason why he's one of my favorite people on the planet is that he is a geologist who sounds like a surfer bro.
Incredible.
So he's like the weirdest person because he just doesn't have a huge vocabulary in English, but everything he says is like, bruh, like these stalactites, dude, like they're fucking crazy, bro. Like it's really funny. It's just like intensely funny, right? I get like he uses like actual big boy terminology when he does this, but I'm not a geologist, so I don't know shit about rocks. I am not like my boy Stolus. I don't know about rocks and herbs.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
God, what a... Oh, okay.
Another one.
Another one. Holy crap. This might actually be my most rated stream, just in terms of sheer number of raids. Oh, thank you for the time.
Yeah, no, I'll take care of the shout-out so you can...
Thank you. How was the reading and writing, Dravia? How was the reading and writing? For the readers, my name is Almantas. I'm a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy. That is my reading and writing. I have been joined today by my fellow old man, Mikks UAV.
Hello.
You want to see what your name would be in calligraphy? Okay. Let me also hello Black Iris. Oh, birthday raid. Okay, excellent. I guess it was Dravia's birthday. Virgil, when I get to it, I want to get through these because I'm on it, but I will do it when I'm done with those. Thank you, Dravia. Thank you. She's getting ready like oh yeah, no, that is living up to my my ancestral tradition. Of getting raided. Oh my goodness. And it's funny that this came up, right? No, it's not. Yeah, I'm sorry. Those are birthday messages for other people. I apologize. Yes. This is. Let me get these out of the way here. These were my friends. Well, my friend Gravygator has a birthday on the 17th, and he is celebrating with a Golden Sun Marathon. So I did a gold ink little thing there.
Very pretty.
And
I like the green ink for.
I think
as well.
Gravy's green.
Yeah.
I had the color to match him. I don't always have the right colors. And it was Socks VTuber Agency's ad-free birthday when I started stream. So I did this for her.
That's very tracks. Yes.
Yeah, I like this
right.
one. This one I liked. Yes, those were the 2 birthday messages I did. Those were the actual projects for the day.
Apparently it's your birthday now.
Apparently. Well, we'll figure out when my birthday is again at some other time. Yes, Black Iris ______. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Well, I could not claim that I am doing all work and no play. I'm having a nice time. I am having a nice time. And I moved very slowly during a lot of the calligraphy today because it involved a lot of like waiting for very thick inks to dry. Yeah. Notably that gold ink. That gold ink took like took a minute.
I used to do like my limited experience with calligraphy was when I used to do these treasure hunts for my sister's birthdays, right? When she was young, right? And so I would use like very colorful inks, and because she was a 5-6-year-old girl, right? And like she outgrew them eventually, right? Basically, though now she does them for my little cousins, so I consider that a win. But yeah, I used to do like all of the things in like the fanciest script I can master, which was like a pretty basic Gothic, to be completely honest with you. With an ink, but it would be like I do like a rainbow, right? Every color was a different, so it would take forever to dry. I'd have to prepare it like well in advance, right? And I'd have to make like 12 to 16 of them, right? So it would take a long time, but it was pretty fun.
Rabid Mud, it should have. It should have. And you are correct, Black Iris. I thought it was 4. Rena, have a good night. Thank you for stopping by.
Rena. I love that emote. It's so much fun.
It rules. It rules. She's got good emotes.
How you doing though, Manny?
Not bad. Hold on. I just realized I need to stretch up a little bit. I've got a bit of a cramp in the diaphragm, which is never a pleasant cramp to have. So gotta sit upright for a few minutes, let that stretch out. But yeah, I'm pretty good. I have given myself a form of very limited insanity. Where I've got a collab tomorrow in Deep Rock Galactic, and my Mikks. I've got a Deep Rock Galactic collab tomorrow, but because I made a new account for the VTuber, so that to try to kind of minimize the stream crossing between my VTubing and my non-VTubing life. Mostly to protect my family from my VTubing. So I have, depending on, for Warframe, this isn't a big deal. I just changed the name on my Warframe account because Warframe has its own independent login. Yes. But for Deep Rock, it's, and for Helldivers, it's, and a couple of other things, it is bound to, the account, right? To the Steam account. And so I started over from the bottom, but because I have, in fact, basically maxed out a Deep Rock account, I have preferences about overclocks, and so I am just going crazy trying to get a very specific overclock, and it's not showing up. And that has been like the off-stream thing I have been doing.
The farm. The classic,
yeah, I've been
very
farming.
specific farm where you get everything you've ever been looking for except that one thing.
Yeah, and it's all RNG. There's very little control that you can exert over which overclocks you get.
So it's just play more. Right?
Yeah. It's well, there is a certain extent to which you can specifically get more pulls of overclocks. But yeah, that's about all the control you've got. You can pull from more overclocks, and you can sometimes push it towards specific classes a little bit. And so yeah, it's just I want that spinning death. I'm going crazy. I want spinning death. And it's a very dumb form of insanity, but it was I have been making progress on one of those projects I've been saying I would work on, and am actually making progress on it. My YouTube, my VODs, they're getting uploaded. They are actually getting uploaded. Well, they were uploaded before, but they're actually getting published.
Right.
So you can now see them, and there's like 100.
Probably set that up.
Yeah, it's easier to set it up in advance than to do what I did.
Yeah.
And I thought it turns out that it is actually harder to not just do all of them. Admittedly, like I am a very organized guy in how I handle things. So for me, it's easier to just have all of them and just do all of them. So I got up through all of before a certain point, up until my first subathon, I only saved VODs very haphazardly. So a huge percentage of them are missing.
Oh yeah, no, half my VODs are lost media.
Yeah, a huge percentage of mine are missing. But once we get to the first subathon, which is a year ago, a little bit over a year ago, then it's very consistent. But up until then, it's like me looking through random folders that I thought would be clever forms of organizing, and for like VODs that I downloaded, and it's like I've got the third VOD from when I played Signalis, but only the first VOD from when I played Silent Hill 2. It's all over the place. It's a total mess. And I did manage to preserve all of the book clubs, which is good because those ones I actually care about.
Yeah, you were also uploading them directly to Twitch and saving them, right? So
one of them was the one with Inari went directly to YouTube. The other ones I either downloaded or recorded on my own end in OBS. But they're all there. There's no missing ones. The only one that's remotely in danger is that the Bodega one might not be on the backup. The second Bodega one might not be on the backup yet, because that was that was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
It should be backed up by now. But now I think I am through everything up until the first subathon is already scheduled. And then from here on out, it should be pretty smooth. I should be able to just kind of go through it in a series and have pretty readily grabbable thumbnails, and it should be pretty smooth. Also, thank you for the almond. Mihai Zeta is next. Okay. Why'd I bother putting that in my mouth? I
don't know.
If I'm doing something very quickly, it's worth doing. It's a not insane thing to do, but I was clearly not being fast enough to justify that. Yeah. And let me take a look. What's the timer looking like? We're half an hour out from it. I need to use the bathroom again. So I may just leave
them.
I'll leave you in charge for 2 minutes. Yeah. Let me use the bathroom.
Good. Okay. Al is on old man bathroom break. How's chat doing today? Right? This is all I do. I ask how chat is doing, and then I exploit you for content. What's going on, folks? Right? For those of you who don't know me, I am Mikks. I am Almantas' friend. I stream sometimes when I remember to. That's about all you need to know about me. I am a bird. Yeah, I'm extremely bird-like. Very, very organic and definitely a real bird and not spying on you for any state governments. Sunflower seeds jam up my gears, Humter. Yeah, I've only been up for about an hour and a half here, so it takes me a while to decongest. I have really, really bad allergies. Like, kayfabe aside, right? Silly bird joke, kayfabe aside. I have really, really bad seasonal allergies, so this is just what happens, right? Perhaps bird governments. Hello, sleeplessly. How are you doing? Welcome in. Almantas will be back in just a moment, but he is on a bathroom run, right? Yes, I am very soft and not made of metal at all.
All right, I'm back.
I know, it's very tragic.
Hmm.
Welcome back, Al.
Thank you.
I was just chatting for a minute there.
Yeah. Can't believe the government would design you in such critical value.
Yeah, I can't eat sunflower seeds. They jam up my gears.
Hold on, who's after? Nari was Mihaizeta?
Mihaizeta, I think. You didn't mess with right here. Yeah, no, wait, you have a Raider log, right?
Yeah, I've got a Raider log.
I try to be nice. I can be a mean gay though, so like that's my actual superpower. So
Oh, that reminds me. I was kind of curious as my cape expert.
Yeah.
What is your feeling on Dispatch?
Dispatch?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't played it or looked into it that much because I might play it.
Okay.
But feels a little bit so there was this trend for a while in like the late 20s, early 2010s of what if I wrote superhero web fiction but everybody was like a soap opera level degenerate all the time?
Okay, yeah, okay.
And it has a little bit of that energy to me, right? It feels like it's more interested in the relationships of the characters than it does in their relationship to the world, into the cape stuff, right? So I think that's probably why it's quite popular, because it's just using capes as a aesthetic for a interpersonal drama.
Yep.
Right? What I would have looked for from a game like Dispatch is more of a logistical, sociological, like, exploration of the impact of superheroes on, like, a society and regulated superheroes on a society, right? That's what I would have personally looked for, because I like the genre. But I'm relatively convinced that the reason it's quite popular is because it's also really, really horny all the time.
It is very horny. I actually think I'm going to say a cynical one. I think a substantial part of it is meme voice actors.
Oh, yeah, that too.
You know,
I mean,
Jacksepticeye and Most Critical being voice actors is
it's quite well voice acted though, actually. Like the voice direction is quite good. So like but I haven't played the game and I don't know a ton about how it like plays out thematically, so I don't want to be too critical of it.
Okay, fair enough.
It strikes me as quite similar to a few things that I am quite critical of. Right? Which end up just being somebody's thinly disguised, pool of fetishes.
Mm-hmm.
But they're superheroes, right? So I'd have to actually give it a shot to check it out. It's like basically a visual novel, right?
It's a Telltale game, functionally speaking.
It's a Telltale game. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. I've watched a couple of people play it. I have enjoyed watching people play it. I don't know. Hello, Wooden _ deer. Because somebody redeemed it. It's Almantas. I hope nobody's redeemed workout in the last like couple of hours. No, it's not in there. It's when like to me it scanned at, having watched a couple of people play it. It has scanned as a actually kind of okay Telltale game. I I've not been impressed by the. I was not impressed by the Telltale Walking Dead series.
Oh no, it wasn't very good. The Batman series is incredibly terrible. Also, like it's really bad.
But yeah, it is right to highlight it as mostly a visual novel, mostly an interpersonal drama. I think it would probably not be entirely unfair to say that it is just an adult dating sim.
That's very much what it feels like to me, which is a little bit disappointing to me, right?
That's fair. That's fair.
Not really what I'm looking for out of a superhero story, right? It reminds me a little bit of Alan Moore's Top 10. Right?
Okay.
Alan Moore wrote a comic called Top 10, which is about 10 superheroes who form a dysfunctional family, basically, right? And that's like, it has this sort of like energy. I didn't like Top 10 very much, by the way. The animation is also quite good. Like, the production values are quite high. I am critical of the character design. It feels like sample characters from Mutants and Masterminds to me.
That is really fair. I think it's a thing that kind of increases that sensibility about it. Is that the thing that really increases that sensibility of it being of being Mutants and Masterminds is that some of the characters do have pretty distinct, pretty cape-y designs. Phenomenon. He's just a Superman, right? And Blonde Blazer has a very Marvel character design. And then like Invisigal is just a lady.
Yeah.
Like,
to be fair, I think she's...
woman
Here, let me
wearing
look at the actual cast, and I can tell you what every character is a reference to, I'm certain, right?
Yeah. I mean, Punch Up is like somebody that was like a super obvious one. I don't... That's like people point out. I was like, this is just like literally the exact same superhero story. It's like an existing superhero.
Yeah. Okay, so... Sorry, I don't know all these characters' names and stuff, right?
That's fair.
They're clearly going for a little bit of a... Maybe TV tropes will save me. Oh no, there's a monkey. Okay, cool.
Oh no.
Okay, so, what's Punch Up's backstory?
He is
Carnival man who made a deal with a sorceress, strength of 10 men. I like his design, actually. He's not
I like
very
his design,
but it makes sense, right?
I like his design.
Yeah, he's the original Atom.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So the original with an actual superpower, right? So the Atom from the Golden Age is a circus strongman who's very short. And he sees people picking on people, so he decides to go out and fight crime to stand up for the little guy.
Yeah.
That's it. That's his, this is what Golden Age superheroes are like. Well, half of them. The other half are, this character is a cosmic wizard from the planet Dweeg, and has like this laundry list of superpowers, and also like incredibly intricate world building that's never relevant to the story because he uses his incredible powers to become a gangbuster in New York City.
Yeah.
Let's Stardust the Super Wizard, a comic that is depraved. Very wrong with Stardust the Super Wizard as a story. Let's see.
I'm characterizing it as a dating sim because the choices that actually have any sort of real impact so far are all related to interpersonal relationships, up to and including like who dates whomst.
Yeah.
And part of why I mean by it feeling more like an adult dating sim than most dating sims that you might play is that there are actual other characters that have nothing to do with who you are dating. Well, that are not like people who you could date. They are just people in the world who have their own shit going on, and that's kind of important. I think to like most dating sims, like they always have those, but they're a very small percentage of the cast. Anyway. Yeah, so these, they're just taking existing superheroes. I don't know how they chose the ones that they went with. I think your character is basically just Iron Man.
He is kind of Iron Man. He's like, so Robert's the character I know the most about. He actually really strikes me as like an Image Comics character from like the new age of Image, which is all about like these. So almost every protagonist in Modern Image, right? Like images like new superhero stuff, like the Massive Verse and stuff like that, right?
Okay.
Are very much like, what if a 30-year-old loser became a Power Ranger and or Kamen Rider character, right?
Mhm.
And what if they had to become a hero, being this jaded ass, self-involved middle-aged, not middle-aged, but like 30-year-old man, right? Who like has never accomplished anything in their life, right? And what if they had a bunch of friends who were obviously much better at being heroes than they were, right? That sort of thing is like what a lot of these modern, like Radiant Black is about this. Radiant Black is a comic that does a bait and switch in its first like fucking 3 issues, where it introduces this really idyllic Peter Parker-like hero, right? Character who becomes a superhero and has this friend who's kind of a loser. And then that character dies in like the 3rd issue, and the other guy has to take up his flag and try to live up to his memory and try to be a better person, right? That's what Radiant Black is about.
Okay.
It's like this is all very much in keeping with I believe, who said this? Something about Invincible. Somebody said something about Invincible.
Oh yeah. Rabid Mutt, somewhere between
Rabid Mutt, yeah.
Venture Brothers and
Venture Brothers Invincible. The thing is that it very much is in keeping of Invincible. Like, I don't think Dispatch would have been made if the Invincible cartoon wasn't made and wasn't like quite popular, right?
Yeah, I can believe that. Yeah.
The thing about Venture Brothers is very particular in what it is talking about and addressing, right? It's addressing a very particular era of nostalgia and of like cartooning, right? Of the obvious one is
Johnny Quest.
Johnny Quest. Johnny Quest is the really obvious one, but it gets to other things. The Jack Kirby area of Marvel Comics, all sorts of stuff like that, right? And also, it's very much about how celebrity can fuck somebody up, right? Which is also probably what Dispatch is about to some extent, right? I would wager based on the premise, right?
Quincy, this was the thing that stood out to me compared to the other Telltale games, other than the fact that like I kind of feel like the other Telltale games didn't have a sense of dramatic pacing that worked.
It very focused on shock value and not on
all shock, no pace. And but the other part that really has stood out to me is in the voice acting, that like I don't know how much is down to the voice actors and how much is down to like the editing and direction, but it feels a lot less like lines being stitched together ex post facto. It feels much more like actors doing scenes.
Playing out scenes. I can see that. Yeah,
which there is still ultimately pretty like
line reading, but
pretty superhero-y.
Yeah.
Like, and I like it's on a scale, like in terms of like where it feels in terms of like the tone and the character dialogue. It's pretty Marvel-y. It's somewhere between Joss Whedon and Vince Gilligan.
It's very Kirkman, who is the author of Invincible, right? And The Walking Dead, for that matter, right?
Yeah, that's actually pretty...
Who likes his snappy youth dialogue, right? He's not as bad as somebody like Bendis or Whedon. And that he doesn't typically do this thing where the characters do the whole like, wow, that's crazy, right? That sort of back and forth.
Not nearly as much like insane mugging to the camera.
Yeah, not as much mugging. It's more just like the characters are they quip a lot.
They're quippy.
Spider-Man
They're quippy.
Right? Because this is what people like who don't like superheroes a lot like from superheroes. They like quippy. They like slightly self-aware, right? The vaguely metatextual. I think this game would be very disserviced if it didn't go a little bit meta with it. Yeah. It's like very obvious that most of the character archetypes are what if character but with real life problem. Right? What if character but like the invisible whatever her name is, right? I know her original name is Invisibitch, right? Because she's supposed to be like this punk ass, like I don't give a shit, disrespectful feminist sort of character, right? That's her vibe, right? Which is like, okay, that's a person who could exist, right? That's what Dispatch feels like to me in a lot of ways, right? It's that what they're trying to do is they're going superheroes, but people who could exist, rather than people who are you're supposed to look up to or who are supposed to be role models or dramatic entities, right?
Yeah, and it also reminds me a lot of oh my god, I like the TV show a lot with Brendan Fraser.
You are thinking of Doom Patrol.
Doom Patrol. Yes, it does have a bit of a Doom Patrol vibe.
Doom Patrol is lovely. The big thing about Doom Patrol versus this story is that Doom Patrol is fundamentally absurdist in its approach to reality. It always has been. The original comic was. They all die at the end of the original comic, by the way.
Yeah, of course they do. It would be insane. Any other ending would be like somehow more depressing.
Yeah, they all die at the end of Doom Patrol in a heroic last stand against a fascist. Right? Because Doom Patrol is a comic about how fascism is really bad and you shouldn't do it.
Yeah.
But
I have liked it in Dispatch. Like the level of quippiness has felt fine to me in Dispatch. It has felt like more like sometimes it does kind of get into like a little bit of the unrealistic level of quippiness, but a lot of it is like not even super impossible quippiness so much as just like
a slightly annoying person.
Yeah, like people. These are largely a bunch of. It is the same vibe as having like humanities friends who are trying to one up each other and how clever they can be.
Yes.
People who really idolized Oscar Wilde.
Yeah.
As a character.
Yes.
Kind of
it's
people.
the sort of always having the clap back, right?
Always having the clap back. Always having the clap back.
It's the bands, right? As we call them. It's a group of people who engage in a lot of the bands, the banter, right?
Yeah.
And I think that works very well for what the game is.
Yeah.
Again, as I said, my personal preference would be no, take this seriously, right? I'm mostly like the thing I'm most critical of is not even like the character designs, but the visual direction of the game is a little lacking. In that it doesn't quite hit either the vibe of like do-it-yourself superheroics like Kick-Ass, for example, right?
Yeah.
Or the vibe of like a constructed superhero world where there are clear aesthetic trends that everybody follows because that's the nature of the universe from like a metatextual perspective. Right?
Yeah, no, it doesn't have that at all.
It doesn't really feel like it just feels like they designed characters and then put them together.
Yes,
right?
That is. I mean, that's why it makes. That's why you were. I think you were so on the money to point out that it's
Mutants and Masterminds. Cats,
it's Mutants and Masterminds. Yes, Mutants and Masterminds. It's
Mutants and Masterminds, GURPS, Supers, that sort of stuff. Right? Make your own superhero game. Right? Doesn't look very much like City of Heroes though.
No.
Which is like the most prominent video game example of this trend.
Yeah. Virgil, I hope that you are still here. I did do your name. I hope that you are pleased with it. Numerals are always a little bit tricky. Tricky. Hello, Michan.
I really like the 4.
The 4, I think I did pretty well on. I think I cooked with the 4. The 2, I did not. I did not.
It's really good. Yeah. The 2 could be a little bit larger, but yeah,
well,
I get it.
The bigger problem with the 2 is that it's too rounded. For this script.
It looks almost like some sort of other flourish, right?
It is. Like this is functionally. If I was doing batarde, this would be totally appropriate.
Right.
But if for Gothic, I'm kind of feeling like I missed the mark a little bit. I do have Gothic often doesn't have numerals. Like a lot of exemplars that you can find of Gothic will just have 0 numerals for like entire manuscripts. Like you'll go through like entire lengthy manuscripts and it's nothing, right? It's not there at all. No numerals. But yeah, it's not something I have a ton of practice in. I might want to spend like an entire day just like only doing Gothic numerals. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna let Lightbox Spoon. Holy crap! Yeah, that's like actually scalding hot. That's like actually like a risk of burn. So yeah, I always wind up in a weird spot on this because I shouldn't say that weird of a spot. I wind up in a very common spot, and I only feel weird about it because of my political sensibilities. I still like Buffy.
Yeah.
Like I just like Buffy. Like I just do. It's
Buffy and Firefly both are Whedon kind of at his best. It shows why his technique got popular.
Yeah.
Right? Like it shows why his technique got popular. Like, as much as we may find it obnoxious sometimes, and we didn't like goes a little too hard on it, and it's like, okay, dude, can you do something else? Can you show some range?
Yeah.
The truth is, like, it was good. It was really revolutionary for its time. Nobody did dialogue like this back in the day, and it is a way that annoying teenagers talk.
Yes, this is true. This is true. These are, and it's. I would say it's almost a little bit like idealized, right? Like these are not like these are not like
it's Archie comics for 90s kids.
It is very Archie's comics. It's very Archie's comics, but it's also like they don't really get as into it as I might like, but it is kind of like these are teenagers who like you know when you come up with a comeback when you like hours later, like what if you always had that? What if you just
what if you had it? That's the fantasy being sold. Yeah.
That's fantasy. That's the idealization of it. That's the extent to which it's like idealized and unrealistic, and like that's not that insane, and it's and that's in a story with serpents the size of skyscrapers, it's like whatever. It's kind of funny.
Yeah. On top of that, right? There's another factor there.
The shower thoughts are already
Yeah, really important here. Really important here. Buffy the Vampire Slayer is a TV show with people talking.
Yep.
This sort of dialogue works well in that context, but it is really, really painful to read in like a straight narrative, right? In like literary form, or even in comic books to some degree. Brian Michael Bendis is infamous for having this Whedon-like dialogue, and sometimes it works really well, and the other times it's like to the point where he's basically making fun of himself, right?
In a book, this would be in a novel, it would be really frustrating. In a comic book, it feels like the sort of thing where like you'd have to be way more sparing than you have to cut like 2/3 of it.
There's a really famous scene from Powers, which Dispatch also maps onto really, really well, right? Powers is about like how do the cops, how do the special cops deal with superheroes who do crimes, right? Or who do like public indecency and stuff like that, right? How do they do that? There's this one really famous page from Powers where the characters just say "what" to each other, and it's the entire page, and they get increasingly small every panel, and it's like they've managed to fit like 17 panels onto the page, and the characters just get increasingly small, saying "what, back and forth to each other. It's like very obviously him just making fun of himself, right?
Yeah, which is that's a pretty funny bit at your own expense. That's a pretty funny.
The one thing I will give Brian Michael Bendis is that he's always willing to poke fun of himself. He wrote himself into Ultimate Spider-Man as this fat bully, right? So as this like who he gets a redemption arc later when other writers take over the book.
Oh, okay.
But it's very obviously Bendis' character based on himself. There's fascination with hip hop and black culture, but he's this white suburban kid, right? He's like obviously making fun of himself, right? One of Flash Thompson's like lackeys, basically, in Ultimate Spider-Man, right? So you were asked a question before. I don't know if you want to field that.
I missed it then.
Virgil asks, "What is calligraphy?" Teacher, I have a question reading.
Oh yes, there we go. That was my. I just kind of missed over it. What is calligraphy? I apologize. Virgil is going to bed, so you're only getting calligraphy is beautiful writing. Is the phrasing is what it actually is. Kali, like Callisto, and graph, writing, and that's all it really means in a literal sense. In a more broad sense, it is an art form where you write letters using tools that mutate the letter forms from the use of the tool. There are three main categories of tool that are used for this. I am using a broad nib. This is a broad nib, and as you can see from how this works, this causes the line width to modulate depending on the direction I'm writing in because of its, fixed width. So if I'm writing in the wrong direction for it, it'll either be extremely thin or extremely thick. And so modulating that is how you create these very unnatural and frankly illegible shapes for reading. And it is an art form that, dates back to, at the very least, we have continuity with ancient Greek. We have continuity with ancient Greek. This particular script that I write in is medieval. It is called Gothic or Textura Quadrata. It has terrible legibility. It has terrible legibility. It is very much prioritizing form and style over convenience, which is a trade-off that feels more sensible in a world where many fewer books exist. Before the existence of movable type, when people have to handwrite their books, are just simply many fewer books because of the labor involved in making a new book. And so that means that any individual person probably owns or even touches very few books in their life. And so the fact that reading it is laborious, and writing it is less of an obstacle. It's less of a consideration because you are just not going to blast through 50 books a year every year like Dulcet does. Dulcie is blasting through a book a week on a pretty regular basis, and that's just not a way that you would consume books back in the day, because you would probably not even see that many books in your life. Michan's on book 60 this year. Yeah, that's very, very high. That's very, very high. I'm probably in like the 20s, and that makes me extremely high.
I'm like 12, I think, right?
Yeah.
Which is like, I used to read a lot, like 60 books a year easy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even more than that, right? And then I sort of just like got busy with other things.
Mm-hmm.
And like the first thing to go was my fiction reading, right? I don't read nearly as much fiction as I used to. I read a lot of nonfiction. I read a lot of vocational nonfiction, right? Like, you're a history reader. I just read my actual field. I read linguistics. I read psychology, right? I do read a lot of sociology as well, though.
Mm-hmm. The follow-up question.
123, pretty good.
123 is ridiculous. The Virgil's asking about the one with the tiny tip. This is a pointed nib. And what they do is, instead of modulating the width by the direction of writing, you modulate the width by pressure. And so that's how you get copperplate. If you look up copperplates is the name of the script that's like really famous for it. I don't know how to do it for crap. And for myself, I will say my reading habits, we're about to go into ads. But I guess we'll just kind of talk through the ads.
I do need another cup of coffee, so...
Go ahead.
I'll let you talk, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't need to... I went to the bathroom 20 minutes ago. For my own purposes, reading... my heaviest reading was in graduate school, when I was reading, academic literature at a pace of, like, 1 to 2 books a week, of, like, sometimes 3 or more books a week of actual academic literature. So I probably got through close to like 100 books. And here's the thing, right, is that like I put a lot of resources into going to graduate school. It was actually one of my favorite periods of my life. And I read so much, and I actually retained very little of it. I have periodically gone back and reread books that I read in graduate school, and it was remarkable how much more I got out of it reading it slowly. So I have moved sort of self-consciously towards not trying to read books super fast. That's actually quite a lot, Michan. Like, that's like how many I've read. And that's like my main entertainment form. Is reading academic history. And I'm not like back to education, right? Like I am just being casual. I am just trying to enjoy my time. I just want to know more, right? Like that's really what it is. I like to find moments where I have where I learned that I was really wrong about something. Like, that's always a very exciting moment to me. Also, this year I have a lot of dropped books, and I don't tend to record those. Unless it makes me really mad. Then I record it. But, like, most of my dropped books, I just, like, don't even mention them. Well, yeah, somebody asked earlier, like, at the start of stream, like, who's read, like, a good book recently? It's like, well, I kind of, like, haven't actually... I don't think I've actually gotten through anything since I finished Octopus Pie, which was a couple weeks ago. Octopus Pie was really good. Octopus Pie was really, really good. Frankenstein rocks. Frankenstein's so good. I'm glad you read it. I actually got into a bit of a conversation on Reddit where there was a Reddit poster was like, did people? It was asking on Ask Historians, like, were people just worse writers back in the day? He was like, oh, I can't think of any books that I really love that are more than 100 years old. Have a good night, Virgil. And I was just like, oh, wow, I think that this is just a matter of taste. Like, I think that there's just something with your taste, because, like, he specifically cited Epic of Gilgamesh as, like, something that was just like, how could a modern person enjoy the Epic of Gilgamesh? And I'm like, every person... Oh, like... Michan was saying that the last truly good book she read was Frankenstein. Yeah, Humdra, you're like the only. That's like that's very unusual, I think. I loved Frankenstein. Yeah, Michan,
one of my favorite novels.
Yeah, Mikks loves Frankenstein. Vex really likes Frankenstein. I was blown away by Frankenstein.
My only real criticism of Frankenstein.
Mm-hmm.
Is that I think Shelley is a little bit cowardly in that she does not really come to decide, like, what her book is about. Right? I think she leaves too much of it open to the interpretation of the audience in a way that I don't think flatters her as an author. Right? That's my own, but this is a really mild criticism, right? I think it's clear that Mary Shelley's Frankenstein is a story about how God is an absentee father, and it is sharply critical of this fact, right? That's how I read Frankenstein.
Okay.
I see it as a novel that's very much a woman criticizing men. In what
yeah, I was about to say, I read it very much as that.
God as a man, right, is being criticized for being a man.
See, I read it as a criticism of man's hubris against God.
See, I can see that,
Mm-hmm.
but the way Frankenstein himself is often compared, right, contrasted with God, as frames God as a man who has created life and then abandoned it to its own devices, which is exactly what Frankenstein does, right? It displeases him. So, Adam and Eve, right?
Okay.
So I feel like it's hard for me to avoid this concept. Now, keep in mind, I am, of course, for chat's benefit, I am very strongly philosophically an atheist.
Yeah.
So it's not surprising that I would read into a story a sharper criticism of not even the church, of the idea of a deity, right? And
see,
the idea of this all benevolent deity who could possibly be benevolent when it abandons its children. Right?
I'm definitely reading Shelley herself in particular as being like I'm reading this through the lens of knowing that she is a romantic, and to me what it kind of looked like to me was that Frankenstein, the Victor's sin, is Victor's sin and his crime and the evil that he has done is that he has attempted to improve on nature.
Right.
And in particular, he has attempted to improve on nature in cutting women out of reproduction.
That is definitely a point of criticism that she makes. Yes.
Yeah, this is this masculinist, scientific, positivist endeavor is what she is critical of. I mean, like, that's admittedly, I am a little bit reading in the fact that I know, like, biographically, she believed that like science was folly. Science and
that also, she was really, really, really not straight.
Yeah. Well,
that definitely informs some of her opinions. Like, I don't know if you've ever read her letters.
No, I have not.
She's really not a straight woman.
I mean, my understanding was that she was. I mostly know her as being extremely enthusiastic about her husband.
Yes, but also extremely enthusiastic about her female lover.
That's fair. That's classic.
Yeah. So she was very bisexual, right? And
yeah.
Mary Shelley is a bisexual icon for any of you who are wondering, right?
Yeah, the bisexual icon, Queen of the Goths.
Queen of the Goths, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. And that's cool, right? Like, even though she's a romantic, a group of people who I do not have a lot of love for, I feel that she created something that, again, like I said, I feel like she doesn't come down on any particular side to what her story's final, like, what's the nail in the coffin, right? What is Frankenstein's true sin? Is it this? Is it that? And what is the thematic critique that the novel is making? She doesn't really decide on that, which is my one real criticism of the prose and the writing, because otherwise it's like nearly fucking perfect. Like, almost to like no notes levels of perfect. And I wanted to say something to Humter, if you don't mind. So Humter, that could very well be a factor that you're experiencing, not being very analytical about the text that you read, because the truth is you cannot read horror without being analytical and understand it, right? Like, horror isn't about what's literally happening, it's about what's the subtext is, and it's always about this. Even in slasher horror movies that are just like gruesome gore fests, it's always about the subtext of why this is scary, right? Why this specifically, why this imagery, why this sort of scene, what insecurities, what fears is that playing on? Because the very physical horror genres like slasher horror, zombie horror, right? And zombie horror is very social horror as well, don't get me wrong, but a lot of it is like, this would be a horrible way to die because you're afraid of this or this or this. Imagine if that went wrong, right? The entire Final Destination series is legitimately just like, hey, you know that anxiety that you have when you're driving behind a truck and there's logs on the truck about one of those logs coming and flying through your windshield, killing you? Yeah, that's what Final Destination is about, right? It's about that anxiety.
Yeah, and I mean, to upbrow Final Destination, it's not. I don't know if I would say it's universally common to to all the deaths in Final Destination, because for one thing, I've only seen 2 of them.
Only the first Final Destination is good. So,
I've seen one of the other ones, and it was a substantial downgrade. But the way it read to one of the things that was a real commonality from the deaths was that it is people. They tend to be dying from industrial accidents, functionally speaking. They are industrial accidents, and not just any industrial accidents. They are industrial accidents where there was an entirely reasonable safety precaution that was forwent.
Yes.
That some form, like you said, you're driving behind a truck, the logs aren't properly secured.
Yes.
There's and particularly like the big moment, the big death in Final Destination 1 is the plane. And this is the thing about getting on a plane, right? Is that a plane is a huge industrial piece of machinery that can get you killed a million different ways. And the reason why it doesn't is because a lot of other people put a lot of work into making sure it was safe. A lot of people who you will never meet put a lot of work into saving your life every time you get on a plane. And that's scary. And that's kind of what Final Destination reads about to me. Like, I don't know if that's every death, but pretty much every death that I can remember. Okay, I actually can think of, the teacher dies because her microwave is improperly grounded.
Yeah.
Right? It's like what she actually dies from is like a knife falling through a kitchen knife falling through her sternum, which is extremely silly. Like, kitchen knives cannot do that. But the thing that the precipitating event is that her microwave is not really properly grounded. And, we live in a society, right? We live in a society, and we're only able to live in the society because so many people are putting in so much work to make sure things are safe, and because we have all these regulations that are written in blood to make sure that things are safe. And in Final Destination, so, this malevolent spirit of destiny that is chipping away at those things.
Yeah, it's citizen, basically.
Mm-hmm.
It's inevitability, right?
Yeah. The fates.
Yeah, it's the fates, it's the inevitability, right? And how you can't duck the inevitability of what's going to happen to you. And, that's its own sort of fear, right? That's a deterministic horror fear, right? This is one of the things that I really strongly dislike in a lot of horror, right?
Mm-hmm.
The sort of like, and some of this is like intentional, it's supposed to make you uncomfortable, and some of this is just stupid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where it feels like a lot of horror results and outcomes are just predetermined.
Mm-hmm.
And they're done this way in a way that really bugs me, because it feels like it's supposed to give you comfort, actually. Right? Like, and it's like, I can handle the idea of like, yes, you will die someday and that's comforting, right? That's fine, right? But the way that a lot of horror feels to me, especially like the slasher monster horror sort of stuff, right? The like the torture horror and all that shit, right? I don't like this genre very much, but but it feels to me like a lot of this genre is based on this idea that like there's nothing you can do to change your situation, just, accept it. Which in a lot of ways, I think this is my black pilled analysis. People like slasher horror because it combines a certain sort of stimulus, right? Stimulation to them. And this comforting idea that nothing bad that happens to them is actually their fault. Or that they're it externalizes the locus of control entirely, right?
Yeah.
This being every misfortune that you suffer is being inflicted on you by some intentful entity that has your worst interest in mind. Nothing is you making a mistake. Nothing bad that happens to you is ever something that you can take responsibility for or affect or control in any way or impact in any way. It's only being inflicted on you by the nebulous other, right?
Well,
is what I think is going on in a lot of these stories.
Well, I mean, the thing is I would, so our options, right, are our options for how a bad thing happened is a malevolent force is undermining you at every turn. There's a grand intentional conspiracy. Hello, Horatius. Good morning, Hora.
Unionize.
That's a real sign that I might have been up too late. That's one option, right? Is that you are, so there's a malevolent force that is trying to keep you down. The other option is you are in control of your whole destiny. You are the only person who has any control, any responsibility. It is all you. You are 100%.
The Ayn Rand approach.
Yeah. And then there is no plan, all is chaos. You things went wrong for you because of pure bad luck. There's nothing other than bad luck. You did everything right. Nobody is trying to get you. You just got screwed.
These are the maximalist.
These are the maximalist ones.
of-
And the thing is, any one of those can be comforting to the person with the right psychology.
Yes.
You know, it's just a matter of Jelly. Oh my goodness. Good morning, Jelly Donut. Well, good evening, Jelly Donut. Sorry, Jelly Donut has a Jelly Donut is the first person I ever rated.
Well, let me give them a shout out then.
Yeah.
Oh, you got it already. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. How are you doing, Jelly? How are you doing, Jelly? But good morning. Well, good evening, because Jelly Donut's on the other side of the world from me.
Right.
But yeah. So the thing is that like any horror story where you can take any story actually where you could take any of those maximalist lessons could be comforting to a person who could be comforting to like.
And I've seen all of these be comforting to people.
I've
seen all of these in both the context of horror and in other fiction contexts, right?
Well, I mean, it's the famous insight that people keep on bringing up that, you know, conspiracy theories are their own sort of form of self-soothing, because if there is a cabal of Satanists destroying the earth, then that means at least somebody's in control.
Somebody's in control, and on top of that, there's something to oppose that is there, right? That you like, even if you think that you're powerless, even if your cope is that there's nothing we can do about it, you know, it's all fucked forever. Right?
Yeah.
At least it's done by people, and you don't have to fathom something that you can't fathom, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to come to terms with the idea that maybe things don't matter then, right? Maybe this thing that is big and impactful and changed everything about your life, maybe it just happened due to a series of events that are so incalculably complex that you can never analyze them.
Yeah.
Right? You don't have to come to terms with that. And that's is comforting in its way, right? Horror is definitely comforting in a lot of ways. But it's also discomforting, and it's supposed to be, right? Like the most basic way that horror comforts you is, well, it's not real.
Yeah.
Right?
It's practice. It's practice.
And more importantly, you get the catharsis. The catharsis is remembering that it's not real. The catharsis is the movie ends.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm not going to be able to fit this last letter in here. Ella.
Rough.
He has a good beak. Somebody Blue posted a Portuguese to English phrase book that is very bad from about 100 years ago. These are some English idioms that are absolutely not English idioms. Absolutely not English idioms.
I will become back my money.
Yeah, I'll become back my money. The necessity don't know the low. Some of these are actually kind of poetic, to be honest.
No. This feels like the sort of thing that would be printed on like a bootleg thing that your grandmother buys you for Christmas while she's in Mexico.
Yeah, and that is functionally kind of what it is. It appears to have been
It's
from
really
Portugal.
Funny. I love that. What a beautiful duang and all that, right?
Yeah. He's sin in troubled water. Like, yeah,
that one's pretty good, actually.
That one's actually pretty good, yeah.
But so when it comes to like so what I think that actually what elevates horror, right? A lot of people talk about like elevated horror, and a lot of times it's just horror with more social themes that are more obvious, right? Like Get Out, a movie that I really liked.
Yeah.
But it's just it's not anything that like Alien or, you know, The Thing or any of these other movies weren't kind of about already. Right? Or Invasion of the Body Snatchers most prominently, right?
Tarkin, thank you. And hello, welcome in.
What I think I would like to see in elevated horror is horror that is actually properly character driven. I think that's the future of horror. A lot of horror literature is like this, right? Frankenstein is like this, Dracula is like this, right? These stories have scenario to them, but they're very driven by the people in it and their choices, actions, and feelings, right?
Yeah.
I think the injection of dramatic tropes into horror tends to elevate it quite a bit, where it's like there's nuance to it, right? Silent Hill is like this too, right? Where it's like this is about the mistakes that characters have made to put themselves in a bad position, but it's not totally their fault because it's complicated, right? But you can understand how the horror comes from the fact that this could have been avoided, right? That's the actual thing that I find really compelling in horror. It needs that tragic bite of it didn't have to go this way, right? This is the result of a lot of poor decisions or of characters making mistakes or characters operating with less information than they should have had, right? Like one slashery monster horror story that I actually think that is quite thematically like chilling is Jeepers Creepers. I don't know if you've ever seen Jeepers Creepers.
I have not. Again, you're talking to a relative horror baby.
Okay, fair enough.
Like,
so what Jeepers Creepers is about?
You got
right. If you don't mind me just explaining briefly.
Go. No, please.
So there's these two siblings, right? And they're kind of having a little bit of a sibling, like they have some issues with each other, right? But it's like normal adult sibling issues. They're arguing in the car. And then a gigantic fucking truck comes out of nowhere and tries to knock them off the road. And they get knocked off the road and some guy pursues them. Eventually they get away. They escape, right? And they're like, they make it to this town. Their car is totaled. They're trying to get a car track, right? And everyone in this town is being weird as shit all the time, right?
Yeah.
And basically, you eventually learn that there's this local legend about a cannibal who lives in a church, right? And who is like lives in the basement of a church. So they go investigate it. There's nothing in the fucking church. It's just a church, right? So eventually, here's the twist of Jeepers Creepers, right? This is not a cannibal. This is not a psychopath. This is a fucking demon that has been summoned and emerges every 27 years, picks a few very specific victims, and then eats them to take their organs.
All right.
And what Jeepers Creepers is actually about, fundamentally, is about not wanting your loved ones to die. Even if you don't like them very much, and how sometimes you can't stop it. It sets this whole thing up where the premise of this story is that I believe that the two leads, their father has died recently, right? So the entire story is based around this idea of the sister trying desperately to save her brother who's been singled out by this demon. She fails, by the way, because it's a horror story. It's really brutal. It's really sad. And that's what makes it kind of work. And then it got 2 sequels and they're shit. Like they're just grotesque, gross out horror movies, right? They're not like really like unpleasant like stories about people meeting a really sad end because they can't escape it, right?
Allison Adventures, thank you for the follow. Rabid Mud has brought up an example, something that I think engaged with what you said earlier about the character element of it all, because it's a well-trod to the point of boring critique of a lot of horror media that they don't really have, that the horror movie wouldn't really have characters. It has archetypes, right? It has what do we call them? The commedia dell'arte almost type characters. And we know some people who engage with this. Harakita self-identifies as a final girl because that's like an archetype that she identifies with. And this is and in Mouthwashing, it's not really like that. In Mouthwashing, there is the game opens up with the fundamental mistake, right, that a person makes. A person makes a decision. One of the characters makes a decision, and the rest of the story of Mouthwashing is spinning out to why did this guy make this mistake? Not even mistake. Why did this guy make this decision? And what does this have to do with the people around him? Right? Yes. It's
because it's much more of a psychological thriller than it is a psychological horror, right? It is scary and uncomfortable, but it maps much more onto like The Shining.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
I feel, right? Which is, I would still call it a horror game because a lot of thrillers are basically indistinguishable, especially in the game genre, right?
Yeah.
Humpter brings up Cabin in the Woods, which is a Joss Whedon movie. So, like, to make the full circle there.
Yeah. We can never escape.
Yeah, Cabin in the Woods is interesting because it actually is a really good example of exactly what I'm talking about with the whole it's sharply critical of the catharsis of inevitability, right? That's what Cabin in the Woods actually is. It's also a comedy, right? It's a horror comedy. It's not supposed to be taken especially seriously, but I took it pretty seriously because I thought that the ideas in it were quite chilling, actually. Have you seen Cabin in the Woods ever?
No.
Okay, so the premise of Cabin in the Woods is, it's the Cabin in the Woods horror story, right? Except things are weird. Like, the characters are acting strangely for them. Acknowledgement, right? The story acknowledges that the characters are being forced out of their roles. Out of their, like, actual personalities into these archetypes. And then it turns out, oh yeah, there's this organization that's, like, actually setting up this whole thing to get them all killed for some weird reason, right? Like, it's this SCP-ass foundation, basically, right?
Yeah. Okay.
That's like they keep sending these like impractical horror movie monsters to them. Like there's this one guy who's like he's a scary like woodsman with a bear trap, right? And they actually just like flat out just like show this is a stupid weapon that wouldn't work.
No.
Right? Like it just doesn't work. Like a character gets hit by it and they're like, ow! And they're just like fine. They don't get stopped at all, right? Because it's a fucking bear trap. That's not what it's for, right?
No, it's not.
And then so what it turns out that Cabin in the Woods is about is there are very malevolent higher entities who demand that this ritual of 6 teenagers in the woods being killed takes place on a regular basis or they'll destroy the world. And this organization are the heroes trying to give them that so that the rest of humans don't die, right?
Okay, so it's about human sacrifice.
It's about human sacrifice in a lot of ways, yes. It's a human sacrifice to God, basically, right?
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
The thing that goes on in Cabin in the Woods is that this story is being told because they fail. Right? Because what happens is they set up like 7 simultaneous things, right? And in every single one of them, people refuse to play game. Right? It's very much the what's it called? The trolley problem. Right? Where like what's supposed to happen is only one person is supposed to survive. The last girl is supposed to survive, right?
Yeah.
And she is in the main cast, she is presented the opportunity to kill the other survivor and save the world, and she decides not to. She can't do it, right? And then the funny one is you have this background story where like the administrator of this like evil organization is like yelling at somebody else because somehow all 6 of the Japanese schoolgirls survived.
Nice, yeah.
It's like it's heavily implied that they have accidentally accidentally like drawn in a bunch of Joss Whedon protagonists basically into a slasher movie plot, right? Of the the waifish little girl who is like going to kill you.
Yeah,
right?
It's very funny. His fetish,
it's very funny. Yeah. But yeah, so like there's a lot of like horror is very meta, right? As a genre, like it comments on itself constantly, and a lot of very popular horror exists to subvert the tropes of other popular horror. Scream. Scream is the most famous example of this. It was so popular as a parody that people just took it seriously.
Yeah.
Right?
I actually got confused because I knew it as a parody for like years and years and years, and then like all of a sudden I heard people talking about it seriously. I was like, did I forget something? Is this a different?
It's just also a really good movie. That's the thing about Scream, right? Scream is a parody, but it's also a good movie. Like, it is a good movie, it is well structured, it is good pacing, it's well thought out, and it's characters who matter. Again, right? That's the thing about Scream. Scream is about people. And one thing that Scream really, really does well is that it doesn't cop out on the characters as, like, people. A lot of slasher horror, I feel, makes the characters so unlikable so that it doesn't hurt as much when they die. So that you can enjoy, like, seeing them get their comeuppance, basically, right? And that's stupid. I hate that a lot. I feel like that's, like, unnecessary and cruel and not a very good way to write a story.
I've always found it confusing, to be honest. Like, people have, like, said that, and I'm just, like, baffled. I'm like, what? Like, people have to be, like, really awful for me to, like, feel any joy about watching harm come to them. Like, we're talking like a Dick Cheney minimum for me to like get any Schadenfreude out of it. Like it's,
and yeah, so I don't like I have my various reasons for it. One of them is that I just do not like seeing people get hurt. It's not a thing that I like. But I also, like, with very physical horror, I find it kind of lacking. It's like, oh, the worst thing that you can think of happening is dying. Really? That's the worst thing you can think of, right? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, I prefer my horror to be a little bit more about living with the consequences. I found that to be a bit more of a satisfying moment, right? Of like, I think that's just a more satisfying kind of story to tell, of characters where things go wrong and they have to live with the consequences. Like I don't have any particular aversion to character death or anything. I just think that the sort of gruesome bread and circuses way that a lot of horror approaches it is boring.
Oh, I'm on the TOS. Yeah, love this one. Oh my goodness. We're back up to scalding. Back up to scalding. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's again, like I am a relative horror baby. I've watched only a couple of horror films, and like I definitely am not engaging with them correctly, I don't think. Because like I didn't find The Thing particularly interesting. I thought it was
not even from the
boring.
perspective of like thinking that the practical effects were quite well done.
Oh, the practical effects are kind of neat.
That's what I like about The Thing. It's not really like, okay, I do find the premise of The Thing very good. The execution is again too grotesque for my liking. Too much focused on body horror, not enough focused on the psychological, right? Which is what I find appealing personally.
Yeah, horror where you lose yourself. I mean, that's Annihilation. That's Annihilation.
Annihilation, which is better than the books, I'd say. Just broadly speaking, Annihilation is very much in keeping with The Thing, right?
Yeah. It is.
One of my favorite horror movies is It Comes at Night.
Okay.
Which is just about people. There's no like I like It Comes at Night it's not like the best movie ever, and it's very much a like Stranger Danger sort of movie, right? So it has some unfortunate implications. But the point of the story is that it's all tension. You never learn what the fuck is happening, or what is like, like, is there a monster? Is there a plague? Is the world ending? You don't know. It doesn't matter. It's not what the story is about, right? It's about people and tension and paranoia, and it's like one of the tensest movies I've ever watched. It's like, it does not let up. It's really uncomfortable.
Okay. I mean, do you remember what my the movie that made me the most uncomfortable is?
Vaguely, but I'd rather you restate it, because
Into the Abyss.
Into the Abyss. Yeah. I can see that.
Into the Abyss is for people who might not be familiar with it. Into the Abyss is a documentary about the death penalty.
It's a Werner Herzog movie, right?
Yeah, it's Werner Herzog. It is Herzog. It's I mean, this is the thing about Herzog, right? This is the thing about Herzog, is that like he's just kind of showing you a very unvarnished version of a part of reality you don't want to think about. A part that really killed the one that's actually kind of easier to explain why it's so horrifying, that actually hit me less, was, I forget the name of it, the one about texting while driving. He did a documentary about texting while driving, and it's mostly a series of interviews with people who either lost a loved one because somebody was texting while driving, or was a driver who got somebody killed because they were texting while driving. It's intensely uncomfortable. It is intensely uncomfortable. It is just people, because most of the people who, it is very hard to look at these people who, most of these people who got people killed because they're texting while driving, and see a person who is just like a sociopath, or like beyond redemption. You are seeing people who made a terrible, lazy mistake and killed somebody, and they feel awful.
Yeah.
They feel
very Werner
horrible.
Herzog, right?
Very
So,
Werner Herzog. Very Werner Herzog. That gets under my skin like way more than almost any piece of fiction.
I can
I've
see
ever
that.
read. Yeah.
The horror. My favorite horror movie is not the Day the Earth Stood Still. Invasion of the Body Snatchers. The original, the 80s remake in like the sort of Carpenter style sucks. It's not good. It misses the point horrifically, right? Because it's pretty obvious what the Day the Earth Stood Still is about.
Okay.
Right. It's about conformity and how dangerous it is. Not the Day the Earth Stood Still. I keep doing that. Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Right. It's about conformity in one way or another, right? You can read it as a critique of communism or of the Soviets or of capitalism or of small-town American culture, right?
Okay.
You can read it as a lot of different critiques. But the thing about the story is that it's the horror is, what if everybody changed around you and weren't who they used to be? That's the horror of Invasion of the Body Snatchers, right?
Yeah.
And yes, there's like pod people and aliens and like reasoning behind it that is explained. But it's basically just like, what if you didn't recognize where you lived anymore?
Okay.
Right? Places are shaped by the people in them. And what if the people suddenly were different? Right? And what if you were different too, but you just didn't know it? Right?
True.
It's very Shadow over Innsmouth.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Just less racist.
Easy bar. All right. That said, I am cooked. What horror are we talking about now? We were talking about the horror of me ending stream.
Yeah.
You're talking the horror of me ending stream. I got a lot done this stream. I wasn't really expecting to. This has been Mikks UAV. Thank you, Mikks, for coming by and keeping me company while I was doing some calligraphy.
Always happy to be here.
To review the main pieces that we got done tonight were Gravy Gators happy birthday and Ad Freeze happy birthday message. And oh my goodness, this is a ludicrous amount of raids. This is ludicrous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I think I counted 13 raids.
Unlucky number.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Thank you to all of the raiders for your generous contribution of views and friends. Animorphs is hardcore as heck.
Animorphs is fucked up.
Animorphs is like legit hardcore as hell. Animorphs is legitimately hardcore. So let's go over to the schedule briefly. So here's the schedule. Tomorrow I'm doing a Deep Rock Galactic collab with Ratmost and Enigmas. I am excited quite a bit for that one. It will be a little bit earlier. It'll be at 9:30. I don't actually know if I will be live. I figure I will feel how I feel at that time. The original plan was that only Ratmost would be live. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how we all feel. Wednesday at 10 p.m. is a Discord night. I might be a little bit late. Here is my Discord. It looks like it's probably going to be a movie night. I kind of want to watch the Bakshi Lord of the Rings.
Like that movie.
I've never seen it. And I've been on a kick of watching old Dan Olsen videos. And so he makes a compelling case for the Bakshi Lord of the Rings. And then Thursday will be Professor's Choice, Kerbal Space Program or Minis. Kerbal Space Program or Minis. Those are, Bakshi. Yeah, the Bakshi is the Bakshi Lord of the Rings is a very different direction than the Jackson Lord of the Rings. It's very different.
It's very different. Very interesting.
It seems very interesting. Apparently not very good. But
the animation is quite interesting to watch. I will say.
Yeah. The animation is quite interesting. The line deliveries I've heard from it. Some of the line deliveries I've heard from it are phenomenal.
Oh yeah, no, the voice acting is really good. It's just paced a little bit weird, right?
Yeah.
You'll see, right?
Yeah, we'll see. And I'll almost certainly double feature it with something I'm not sure what. Probably not another. Was that?
I have a suggestion for you, but it is an animated film.
Animated's fine. I just don't want to do 2 Bakshis because that's like kind of exhausting. I don't want to do like heavy traffic or something. That
unironically wizards.
No, Wizards suck. Actually, Wizards does suck, but that's kind of funny.
I really
right.
like the ending of Wizards. I really like
The ending of Wizards is very funny. It's famously funny. I haven't watched Wizards, but it's like the ending of Wizards is so funny that like that everybody knows it. I think, and that's my plan. No plans for streaming over the weekend, as is typical for me. Oh yes, this is the important thing. The very important thing. Socials. So, my YouTube is actually active now. I am publishing one VOD per day, and I have it lined up through at least the 17th, and I am planning on knocking out another 20 or 30 tomorrow. Hopefully it will be doing one VOD a day for like 6 months. Because I'm very behind. I am very behind. There are 180 videos in that channel that have not been published. So I am uploading them. So if you want to watch old VODs, you now actually can. It is not just Dark Souls and like 2 of the lectures. It is I think the one that just got uploaded is a really good collab between me and Vexing Cat, where we read poetry.
I remember that stream. That was a really good stream.
Yeah, that was a really good one. So I would urge you to go check out my YouTube at this point. I've been being a little bit quiet about it because I wanted to make sure that I had a system together and that like momentum was on my side and that I wasn't just going to peter out and chicken out really easily. So yeah, go over to the YouTube for that. I think that my raid target is extremely predictable.
Mm-hmm.
You know who it is, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So we're gonna go say hi to Mira. Everyone have a lovely day. I will see you tomorrow. Have a good night.